Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Unintended accidents have major consequences.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
We are Manapuna.
It's all part and parcel of who we are.
Good morning and greetings everybody back to the TED Stadium in the Naku. I'm going to hand over to our commentary team this morning, Hayden and our Olympian Tony Rogers.
Kia ora koutou everyone, welcome as Paul Meads introduced. Welcome back to the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Champs here in Inglewood in Taranaki. We are at the TET Stadium and as you can see on screen there's a fair bit of mist around, but thankfully the rain has not arrived this morning. Tony Rogers last night, our officials, our hammer throwers did just an amazing job in torrential rain last night. How about that? Those conditions, we didn't capture it on the stream, but boy, oh boy, the athletes and the officials certainly put in the mahi.
Yeah, kia ora, Hayden. It was definitely one of the wettest track and field meets I've been in for some time, with some of the deluges that came and hammered the hammer, so to speak, last night, which got underway at the end of the program for safety reasons. We had the girls' junior and senior hammer going at 6 o'clock, so we didn't have any danger to athletes on the track with our young hammer throwers. So very wet conditions and admirable work by our officials, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We've got the senior girls hurdles on screen at the moment. The
just coming unstuck on that second to last hurdle. Always the challenge with the hurdles, and so we had Sarah Hewlett from Te Awa Mutu on the inside, Jean Murray Rykert from Birkenhead, Leela Fauvre from Kashmir, Holly Gray from Avonside, Grace Wisniewski from St Peters, and Sarah Fenwick from Napier Girls. So these girls doing it very early. Basically the feature on the track this morning is the 100 hurdles, well, the high hurdles. So we've got the boys coming up after the senior girl heat, so that was heat number 2, and we'll bring you up to speed on results so far. Just before the broadcast we had the junior girls, and as you can see on screen we have the senior boys shot put. So this is the big boys getting things started for the weekend in the shot put circle. Conditions pretty good out there. It's nice and warm, 0 wind, and it's just a matter of using the towel to keep that shot and the circle nice and dry, so you can get maximum purchase on that shot. But an exciting morning ahead. Basically the features are high hurdles, and then we move into 100-metre heats and some of the para-finals for the 100s, and then we move into the prelims for the 1500s to round off the morning. In the field is the senior shot and senior long jump on screen here, and then the other senior events coming up are senior girls triple jump and senior boys shot put in the para. So that plus many more in the junior ranks as well to come. So plenty of action of run, jump, throw this morning here in the mist in Taranaki.
Yes, it's definitely a very misty morning. No wind, which is obviously great compared to yesterday afternoon in our first session. And The mist is so thick and heavy this morning that we've had to have the lights turned on so that we can have a bit more safety and obviously a bit more vision for you out there, the viewers. So just enjoy the morning session. Let's hope the mist clears and we have a chance maybe later in the day to see the Monga out to our southwest corner, which was visible.
He might just pop out beyond the clouds. Let's hope so. So to round off the senior girls hurdles, we've got 8 athletes going through to the final. We've got Maggie Jones from Whanganui, Holly Gray from Avonside, Caitlin Kui Chin from St Kitts, Jean Marie Rykert from Birkenhead, Gracie Pratton from Kashmir, Sarah Hewlett from Te Awamutu, Cleo Loader from Rangatoto, and Sarah Jameson from Waitaki Girls. So they're your 8 athletes who will progress, and on screen we have the boys getting ready to roll. This is the junior boys heats in the 100 metre hurdles. So we have 2 heats. In this heat we will have on the inside Connor Gilliland from Central Southland College, Marius Boshoff from Christchurch Boys, Cody McPhail from Hawera High School, Jameson Braun from Auckland Grammar, Benjamin Langley from One Tree Hill, Ethan Price from Shirley Boys, and Joe Barry from Wellington College running on the outside in lane 7. So 2 heats, so we'll be looking for the top 3 to advance and then the next 2 fastest times.
Yeah, and the junior boys that are on screen at the moment, they go over 100 metre hurdles at a height of 0.83 metres, and then we go to 110 for the older boys, and they go over a slightly higher height of 0.914. The difference there is obviously a lot of discussion around hurdles, heights and length, and that's about stride patterns over the hurdles, and you'll notice that's why we run these hurdles straight after the senior girls, so that they're over 100 metres as well. Earlier in the morning we had the 80 metre hurdles for the junior girls. So the senior girls had 100 as these boys, but that's popped up the hurdle heights, which takes a little bit of time for the officials to go through and raise them from 0.762 metres to 0.838, so just going a few 3 inches higher basically.
And it's definitely the time when the officials earn their lunch out there setting up the hurdles. It does take a while to go through them all, make sure they're all the right height, and with the accuracy that these athletes need to have, those little centimetres make a massive difference. So we've all seen those YouTube videos of hurdles set up slightly in the wrong places or slightly wrong heights, and it all turns to custard very fast. But we've got great officials here, and I'm sure they'll be getting it right. So on screen here is the senior boys shot put. We are into round 3, and I can tell you Blessing Sefo is currently leading that competition with a 17.48. Harrison McGregor from Aquinas College is in second with a 17.06, and in third place we've got Cooper Killick, who we saw on screen just now with a 16.55 that he threw in round 3. So that's the standing so far. It looks like to get in the medals, you're probably going to be around that 17 metre mark, but a good start to the competition so far.
Yeah, definitely, and these boys will be very pleased that at least they've got a reasonably dry circle this morning compared to the water that was, and you can see one of the lads drying off the circle a bit more there with the towel so they can get that rotation much better when they throw. But last night, yeah, talking about that hammer throw, that was pretty tough. There was a lot of water lying in the circle pretty constantly. Yeah,
towel's not going to work in that sort of torrential rain. So as the boys just go through their starts, get their blocks set up, and this is one of those things that you just want to get right. It comes down to how much have you practiced getting all these little 1%ers, getting those blocks in just the right position. And because we know that high hurdles is a game of millimetres, when it comes down to just being as efficient as possible over those hurdles. You're not looking to jump the hurdles, you're looking to just stride over them and maintain that momentum throughout the 100 metres.
Coming into the circle in the shot now, looks like Corin Hanning from Wellington College. He's actually a para athlete, but he's competing in amongst the able bodies and one of our leading New Zealand youngsters in para.
So here goes great rotational technique. and he is currently sitting in 6th place with a 13.85 that he threw in the first round. And so these boys are throwing the 5 kg implement. Of course, when they head up into the senior ranks, it goes up to 7.26, is it?
That's what the big boys throw.
Yeah, so
you need to do a workout just about to pick it up the floor sometimes.
You do. It's a noticeable jump, and I was talking to Lem Nachok-Wolf, who hopefully will get in studio to have a little chat. He's with a lot of his crew from the prep squad up in Auckland, and he's on coaching duties, but reigning champion in this event from Tauranga 2 years ago. And he was telling me how that adjustment to the senior shot just takes a little bit of work. It's a lot more mass to get your fingers around, let alone the actual sending the weight through the sky. So there's a strength and a technique component to it. But here we go. This is the first heat of the hurdles, 100-metre hurdles, junior boys. Got Connor Gilliland on the inside, Maris Boscher, Cody McPhail, Jameson Braun, Benjamin Langley, Ethan Price, and Joe Barry. And it looks like Benjamin Langley just leading out to the finish. The top 3 will go through in the next 2 fastest times. So really close running there for those 4 and 5 places.
So as you can see in the long shot, plenty of mist still around, but it was a good clean race. And you were talking, Hayden, about the importance of the block start, and there's no event more important than getting that right in the hurdles, because you haven't got to get that wrong going to that first hurdle. Actually raced pretty well out the back door, so yeah, it was good to see a good race there. Nice clean hurdling by the young boys.
Yeah, good to see this technique, especially at a young age. You know, a lot of these boys may have just taken up hurdling for the first time this year, and there's a lot to get your head around. It's not just about having pure sprint speed. There is a lot of technicality to hurdling, and we were here. I arrived about 8 a.m. and the guys and girls had the hurdles out on the back straight, going through the drills, just perfecting that technique, getting the feel, getting that muscle memory back again. You can see there, just going through their starts and strides. So it's one of those sports where if you're really committed and to this particular discipline, you can really perfect it and translate what speed you've got into a really technical mastery of the sport.
Looks like, I'm sure that our scoreboard is up to date, but that's the senior shot there. So we're in the bottom of the 3rd round, which means after the 3 rounds, these boys will be seeded out into the top 8, and then they'll go in reverse order. And so we'll be cutting the field almost down by half. So yeah. So
this is the taiapa row meter, which is taiapa for hurdles, row 100, and then meter. So taiapa row meter, and when we step up to the 110 hurdles, we'll be stepping up to the taiapa row takau meter. So this is heat number 2. We've got Harry Williamson from Christchurch Boys, Ethan Duke Norris from Christchurch Boys, also Dylan Jackson from Christ College, Daniel Mullins from Maclean's, Oliver Tane Knowles from Cambridge High School, Noah Retford from Botany Downs, Paul Stain from Bethlehem College, Connor Rook from St Pat's Kilburney in lane 8.
So Oliver Tane Knowles from Cambridge, the sibling of Anyway Knowles, who's been through our schools and junior championships. He's currently in the States, but he's in the middle of the pack there. So
yeah, very close for that top 3. All those 3 will advance, and then once again, it'll be very interesting to break down the next 2 fastest. We'll have to run through these results, and I'm sure these athletes will be paying close attention who finish 4th and 5th. It really pays to, like any coach will say at this age, to absolutely run through the line, because you don't know what 100th of a second you might need to just make it through to that final. So good racing, good clean hurdling from all those boys. That is the finale of the 2 junior high hurdles. Then we move on to the seniors. Now we've also got the senior boys long jump happening over here.
So if there's, looks like Connor Brown on the runway at the moment.
Yeah, this
Currently in
is his
11th place.
second round jump. So currently our standings for the top three after only one round. Forbes Kennedy's got the lead with a 6.65. Luke Moffat with a 6.58 and Asher Pettingill Brand with a 6.56. So pretty close right up the top there. Now winds, very, very light. We're looking at readings from 0.1 tailwind up to a 1.0 tailwind. So the flags are barely fluttering. And so it's actually ideal. Apart from getting a bit of wet sand stuck to you every time you land in the in the sand.
And we've got the progress result after 3 rounds for the senior boys shot. So you can see leading at the moment is Blessing Cepho from Harrison McGregor and Cooper Killick. Hanno Nell, one of the contenders, is up there, as well as Albert Van Neerkerk. And Corin Hanning, as you can see, he's got a little 12 beside his name. He's a para athlete, he's a T12 athlete. And then further down is Alex Hewitt, out of the Wellington area as well, and Lerus Botha makes out the top 8, so they will get a further 3 throws with that shot put as they ready to go shortly.
Here's Forbes Kennedy on the runway from Palmy Boys. Good strong stride, really getting that speed up. Little drop of the body weight, just one step before the board. It gets him into a perfect position to rise up on that final plant of the foot and send him into the sky. So great jumping from our long jumpers, our Kairere.
You can see after round 1, the top results going with Forbes Kennedy, and it's a plus 0.9 tail, which is pretty ideal. You can see they're all around that +1 or just under, which is great conditions for long jumping, just to get that slight breeze, and it's pretty stable, which means they're not having to worry about gusty conditions.
Levi Murdoch, Christchurch Boys, just pulling out of that one. Gets the white flag.
We measured him, though he stood through, but he's going to probably walk back through the pit, which means that they will red flag that. No, shouldn't be red flag yet, I would have thought. He's walked back through the runway. So. He did exit. There's not a lot of room there, maybe. They did exit the side of the pit, which is what they're supposed to do. But generally, if they walk back.
And you can see how important it is for us to have just an army of great marshals and volunteers who know what they're doing out there. You can see just in the long jump, we've probably got, what, 7 or 8 marshals, officials doing various roles. There'll be a timer timing each of the jumps. You can see that man on screen, he's making sure everyone's in the right order.
You can see the little tripod at the side there, that's measuring the wind. It's about 20 metres away from the board, so
sort of midway down the runway.
Yep, that's right. So there's negligible the amount of wind that's there today. So also you should be floating around somewhere there might be a windsock, which I think was sitting there. That gives the athletes an indication of the breeze strength as well.
Lerus Botha in the shot put. He's currently sitting in 8th place with a 13.48 best so far this morning, and it's pretty close running 5 through 9 really, with 5 athletes all in the 13s, and then we step up to Hanno Nell with a 14.93, and then it's a bit of a leap up to Cooper Killick with 16.55, Harrison McGregor with a 17.06.
This is Alex Hewitt out of Silverstream in Wellington, St Pat Silverstream. He's currently in 7th. Falling away a little bit there towards the end of his shot, wasn't he? So we'll see if that's any improvement for him.
Here is Corin Hanning back into the circle.
Hewitt's throw was just under 12 metres at 11.98, so we'll see what Hanning can do. One of our leading para-athletes in New Zealand at national level.
He's really developing that technique.
Yeah, and
Much smoother than I am in the shot put circle. I was sharing with Tori that I've been giving shot put a bit of a go over the last 12 months, and it's a lot harder than it seems. You know, they do that spinning across the circle, and which is one thing, but then you add a 5 kg weight to the mixture, and it's definitely quite an art to maintain that balance and power across the circle.
The jumper there was AJ Madundo from Christ's College in the long jump, and now we're back to the shot.
Albert van Niekerk, 13.93 best from round 3. That secured his spot in the top 8. He's currently sitting in 5th place. Kaylin Paranihi from Pukekohe. Good speed on the runway, standing up nice and tall. And that's Hano Nell, who's currently in 4th place, so just outside those medals, but he's got a couple of 14.9s to his name, best of 14.96. So he's about 1.5 meters getting his way up towards bronze. So we'll see what he can do. And this is Cooper Killick.
Long jump there, we had Matt Schuler from Sacred Heart.
Yeah, he's got a best so far of 6.12. And that puts him within 0.5 meter of the lead. So there's quite a bit of congestion in the early stages around the sort of the mid-6s in this long jump competition. And that jump from him was 6.00.
So Ryan Primus from Christ College, so the second of the Christ College boys coming through now. Red flag there, so
over that one.
Been over the mark. Can't quite see with the front on shot how they're landing on the board, but it's pretty critical if they hit that board or just behind it. Using manual technology still here today, Hayden. It's the advent of people that watch the championships like the Commonwealth Games and World Champs will notice that now they have cameras on the board, and that's what rules the fouls. There's no longer the plasticine board at the top level, so we'll be trialling that in some of our meets later in January this year in the Nationals, to have on some of those horizontal jump events.
Yeah, it's great to see that technology coming to the sport. And this is Harrison McGregor. So he's sitting in 2nd place with the 17.06 from round 2. He fouled in the last one, but got some good flight on that one. So this is round 4. So we're down to our top 8 in the senior boys long jump competition. We'll see if Harrison can extend on that 17.06. Incidentally, Cooper Killick's last throw was 16.48, so that was just 7 centimetres behind his best. So Harrison McGregor on that one, results come through, and that was just 14.73. So my eyes were definitely deceiving me there. G. Jabagat from St. Kevin's College. He's sitting in 15th place with a 5.74 from round 1. Still very early days in the long jump.
This is our leader, Blessing Cepho, in the shot now. Wasn't too bad. He looked like he wasn't quite as happy with the way it left.
Yeah, looked to me like he was just muscling that one a little bit with the arm rather than getting that connection from the lower body.
He's got a 16.98 as his best so far. No, sorry, 17.48 in the very first round. Often what happens. So now we're at the hurdles for the senior boys.
So we've got
we'll see some action here.
Liam Dunlop-Brown from St. Pat's on the inside, Nat Kirk from Whanganui, Widdamu Knowles from Cambridge, Dylan Butler from St. Bede's, Joseph Dunn from Kings, Kieran Sinclair Lomax from Shirley, Cole Gibbons from Otago Boys. It looks like it is Joseph Dunn who will take it. It's going to be very close on the line for those spots, so it looked like Joseph Dunn in lane 5 from King's College, Cole Gibbons from Otago on the outside. So 14.85 for Joseph in the 110 hurdles. Cole Gibbons 14.98 in second place. So top 3 advance, and the athlete to claim that third place, Widdamu Knowles from Cambridge High School. So we have 2 heats in this 110 metre senior boys final. So top 3 advance, then we're looking for the next 2 quickest to go through. So this shot put competition, we're now into round 5. We're getting towards the business end. We had a Lardis Botha throw just before we cut back from the hurdles, and he did a 12.78, so that won't improve his 13.48. And Alex Hewitt, we just saw on screen from St. Pat's Silverstream, through a 13.53 in round 3.
As we said, we've got a lot of these officials that are there this morning that were out in that rain last night, so it's good to see some of them dry it off.
Absolutely. They really did the mahi last night. That was Sam Cartwright from Christchurch Boys. And here we go back to Corin. I'm really loving his technique. He looks so proficient, so smooth. He's done a great job over the winter, just refining that technique. And
working out with Shaka Solar and some of the squad at the Solar Power Academy, I think.
Awesome.
In the winter, so.
Yeah. Right, Albert Van Niekerk from Havelock North High School. And throughout the day, we're going to be mentioning all of the, I think, what have we got, 200 high schools represented here this,
just over 200
weekend.
high schools, and we've got just over 1,000 athletes entered, so that's a pretty good take across the country for this time. It's been a difficult year for everyone, so obviously the numbers are not as high as we maybe have had in the past, but for a championship after what we've had, where some of these athletes have lost a lot of competitions in the last 18 months. I spoke about that at the AGM yesterday, that it's at regional level and even North Islands and things. So a lot of the athletes haven't had that opportunity to test themselves before coming to the Nationals.
Right, heat 2 of the 110 senior boys. We've got James Hansen, Nathan Brown, Bo Backenridge, Finlay Neal, Connor Brown, Joshua Price and Emmeline Finau. And it looks like on the inside, James Hansen, also Bo Brackenbridge running well. Coming through in lane 5 was also Connor Brown. So it was very close for those top 3 places. I believe James Hansen, Bo Brackenridge and Connor Brown might have taken it, but we're going to have to stay glued to these results to tie that one up, because that was very, very close. Now that was a good throw, but it's gone out of the sector.
So
now
he'll be a little bit disappointed that that's outside. It's obviously pushing to see if he can get out those extra centimetres to push himself up the rankings into the medals. At the moment he's sitting in 4th, and he's not that far behind 3rd place, which is Cooper Killick.
Yeah,
he's sitting on 16.55, and Hannah Nell's best is 14.93, so looking for that extra half a metre.
So far through, midway through round 5, we've got no change since we cut the field down to 8 at the end of round 3, so no change in the order. So Cooper Killick, the man on screen with the shot in his right hand, currently sitting in the bronze medal position. Can he improve on that position? Oh, that looked pretty good. It looked pretty good to me. He's got a best of 16.55. He threw 16.48 in the previous round. 16.87, there we go. So inching further up on his standings, but it's not enough to overtake Harrison McGregor, who's currently sitting in second with a 17.06 that you can see on screen there. Here is Harrison McGregor, so he's still safe in that silver medal position for now, but he'll want to give himself a bit of buffer because Cooper Killick is chasing after him. So here he goes from Aquinas College. And look, viewers at home, if you hear your college, your high school mentioned, make sure you jump in that comments section and you cheer on your athletes. And you send them some encouragement in that comments section. That's what it's there for. Send out your shout outs to your classmates, and be sure to hit that share button as well. Send it out to your whānau and friends. If you're sitting at home on a rainy Saturday morning, what better place to be parked in front of Whakaata Māori on YouTube and be catching all the action here from Inglewood.
Yeah, and just of interest, these guys have been competing against each other in close proximity at our last New Zealand Schools Championships. Killick and McGregor with 4th and 5th respectively, and a very small margin between both of them then, only around about 40 centimetres. So they're obviously with no championship last year. They're now into the seniors, probably in this year 12 year possibly if they were juniors 2 years ago. So yeah, good to see that competition's carrying on amongst those two lads in
Absolutely.
3rd and 4th.
So there was Blessing Sefo. He's in the lead still with that 17.48. That one looking like it probably wasn't going to threaten that 17.48. That maintains his lead now, Harrison McGregor, through a 16.65. So that won't change his position at the moment, sitting in silver. So it's really stayed the same since the end of round 3. Now we're at the end of round 5, start of round 6. And positions are exactly the same. So on screen, Aladis Botha for his final throw. Can he improve on his 13.48 that has him in 8th position at the moment? So gliding across the circle. Got a good amount of purchase on that one.
One thing I was thinking about there is, Hayden, there won't be any issue with the rain last night for the officials to see the actual mark where that shot hits today. I'd say it'll be a clear indication that they'll get the leading edge back to the circle for the measure.
It's a matter of making sure the groundsman's not getting too upset about the large divots. All right, so that's a 13.35, so close to his best, but it won't change the situation. So Aladis Botha will finish in 8th place. Now we've got Alex Hewitt from St. Pat's College Silverstream there in Upper Hutt.
He also trains at the Shaka Solar Throwing Academy there in Lower Hutt. So
that one just looking like it might have slipped out of the hand on release. You could see it just coming out the back of the hand slightly as it was released. So maybe that's a sign of just a bit of moisture on the shot, a bit of moisture in the air.
So he's looking for an improvement on 13.53. So we'll see what.
Oh, it is an improvement. Well,
no, it looks
it's
like
equally
equal the same as his throw earlier in the round where in round 3. So pretty consistent.
Corin Hanning sitting in 6th place with a 13.85. What has he got? Is that going to be an improvement? Looking like it's around that 13-metre mark that we've seen from a few of these athletes.
So he did 13.85 in round 1. We'll see what that comes with. 13.71, not quite there, but I think that's his second best of the series of 6 for Hanning. So he's been pretty consistent through the 6 throws.
All right, this is Albert van Niekerk with his final throw, sitting in 5th position with a 13.93. He'd need to improve by just over a metre to move up the ranks. And good power driving across the circle. That will definitely be, again, around that 13-metre mark. Will it send him up into the 14s?
.14.42, so
there we go.
He'd be fairly happy with that, I would think.
Good finish to his shot put, which in Māori is called pangamata. or Pangamata, I should say, a little macron on the A at the end. So Pangamata.
So now from Napier Boys, he's got your very typical shot stance, hasn't he, for your shot putters?
Yeah, nice and
oh, he just lost it there.
Oh, what a shame. And we saw his previous one go out of the sector. So, yeah, he just obviously trying to get the absolute most out of himself at the end of the competition. And unfortunately just loses his balance right at the end. But he'll finish in 4th place. And here's Cooper Killick. So we know that he has a medal. It is bronze at the moment. Can he change the shade of that medal here in the senior boys shot?
So he's looking for 17.06 to overtake his competitor Harrison McGregor. As I mentioned, they competed 2 years ago against each other in close proximity, 4th and 5th in the juniors. That looks pretty good.
It is good, and it sent a lot of turf flying as it hit the ground. You can see there a bit of gardening needing to be to be done. And so with a 16.87 best in the previous round, he's been inching closer to Harrison McGregor in 2nd place as we wait for those results to come through.
Pretty consistent, but not enough to edge into the 17s and put some pressure on McGregor in his last throw.
So Cooper Killick finishes in bronze medal position. This boy has his hands on the silver medal. He will need to find another 43 centimetres to make that silver gold. Final throw in the shot put for Harrison McGregor.
So Harrison's out of Aquinas College up there in Tauranga, and I'm wondering if Kirsten Hallier or husband Pat might be having some influence on some of the throws, living in that district now.
Yes.
They're based in Tauranga. That was a pretty good throw, so we'll see if that gets above his best, which is currently 17.06. So
that was very good. You can almost tell, Tony, how good it was by how deep in the grass it disappears.
And some of the body language as well, isn't it, when they walk away and how much they're listening out for that. You can see him listening over to see.
17.19. It's an improvement, but it's not enough. It's not enough. So Blessing Sefor will be your National Secondary Schools Senior Boys Shot Put Champion. And here it is. This is your victory throw from your champion, Blessing Sefor, out of Kelston Boys High School. Whoa, what a throw to finish. Wonderful shot putting here from Blessing Sefor. He's your national champ. He's the first medal that we will hand out this morning here at TET Stadium in Inglewood, Taranaki. He looks very happy with that. That will add to his under-18 national title that he secured back in March. And that is the way that you want to end your year.
So he comes up with 17.74, so that's not far off his personal best, which is 17.96, and currently in the 2022 rankings, actually, Harrison McGregor has the personal best of 18.05. So McGregor and him were tight, but it's Blessing Sefor that's taken the honours today over his rival Harrison McGregor. Rankings are one thing, championship medals are the other, aren't they? And it's really important to get it right.
Yeah, so incredible scenes from our shot put circle, and it's wonderful to be able to bring the full coverage of these field events. Often athletics coverage, we focus just on the track, but wonderful to have that right at the start of the day so we can just lock it in and really focus on the action in the shot put circle. And look,
we've got that proud heritage in shot put, haven't we, at the moment with our shot putters. And just out of interest, the under 18 record, to give a bit of a guide for this, is held by one Jacko Gill, set with a 24.45. So it tells you, but these boys are improving and getting up there, because we know how good Jacko was in his youth, and of course now being a Commonwealth medalist and finishing in the top 8 in the world as well. So
absolutely.
So it's good to see, and of course we can't forget Tom Walsh and his feats from the days when he was going through the school system here as well.
Yeah, it's become quite a breeding ground, and what wonderful footsteps to be following in, likes of Jacko and Tom, and then on the women's side, Val Adams and now Madison leading the charge. It's just, we've got this wonderful heritage now in the throws.
Yeah, and we had some outstanding young ladies in the throws a couple of years ago at the New Zealand schools, and they had the opportunity to go to World Juniors and perform with credit. We had fourth placing there for one of our top young ladies this year. That was Natalia Rankin-Chatar, she is, and Tapanisa Javier. They were the two top ladies a couple of years ago, and they went on to World Juniors this year, which is great.
All right, Forbes Kennedy, competition leader with a 6.65 in the senior boys long jump. We're into round 3 now. So he is sitting ahead of a pack that is just peppering that mid-6 range. So it's close competition. Forbes Kennedy, I believe he's the reigning under 18 national champ. Yeah, he is, from back in March in Hawke's Bay. And so he's looking to add that national title. Had a national secondary schools title. And so far, so good for him in round 3. That was a 6.56, so just 9 centimetres off his best this morning from round 1. Levi Murdoch from Christchurch Boys sends himself into the sky. He's got a best of 6.10 from round 1. So another one getting up into those 6 metre range. We've got 11 athletes in the 6s currently.
Yeah, and at 8th place at the moment is 6.12. So all those athletes that are outside 8th will be looking to try and improve on this 3rd round to get into the top 8, which currently sits at 6.12. So a challenge ahead of those, and you saw a glimpse of the junior girls 1500 preliminaries on track at the moment.
So that was Charlie Hanna from Wellington College. Now let's run through the start list for the first heat of the 1500 junior girls. We have Bella Kane Townley from Waimea, Neve McKenzie from Marlborough Girls, Faith Coffin from Craighead Dio, Amelia Joyce from St Cuthbert's, Leela Rhodes from Columba, Hayley Cornwall from Palmerston North Girls, Jacqueline Kowaleski from New Plymouth Girls High, Neve Shannon from Solway, Maria Revelant from Wellington Girls, Courtney Fitzgibbon from Waiopeo, Eva Houghton from Barradine, Bo Ritchie from St Peters, Taylor Cornwall from Palmerston North Girls, Rebecca Pratton from Cashmere, and Sophie Webber from Woodford House. So we are 1 minute 45 into this 1500 metres, and they have just gone through 500 metres, so 1/3 of the way through the prelims. So top 5 to advance, next 4 best times for the 1500s.
Christ College lad there in the long jump.
Yeah, AJ Madondo.
Got to keep track of a few things here, don't we, Hayden? We're flicking backwards and forwards, making sure we're picking up the right athletes. So sitting in 4th place in that junior girls race looks like Bo Ritchie. She had a triumph yesterday in the 3000, so we'll be interested to see how these girls, some of them will be doubling up, running the 3000 yesterday and then the preliminary 15s today. Looks like her, maybe I've got that wrong, I'm just judging that there from a distance.
Kaylin Paranihi from Pukekohe, currently sitting in 4th place with 6.37. He is just 20 centimetres off of 3rd place, which is held by Asher Pettingrill Brand. And that one was a foul. So the 1500 metres has just gone through 800 metres. So past that magic halfway point.
Another one of the medalists from the 3000 in this heat as well. That's Courtney Fitzgibbon out of Waiopeo College in Palmerston.
So Matt Schuler from Sacred Heart College in the long jump. He's got a 6.12. So right on the cusp there of that top 8. So he'll want to make sure he can stay on that. And in fact, he has improved up to 5th place with a 6.26 from that jump. So that's good clutch jumping right when he needed to secure his spot.
You don't want to be sitting in 8th during the early phase of round 3 because a lot of people come and can take over. So that's good to see he's improved that by about 14 centimetres, which mightn't sound a lot, but in the cut and thrust, that's put him 3 places up the rank at the moment.
Ryan Primus currently sitting in 30th from Christ College with a best of 5.62 in round 1 and then a foul in round 2. So this one is all important for him. We've got just the last 200 metres coming up of this junior girls heat in the 1500 metres.
So first 5 in this, so it looks like they're fairly clear, 4 of them, and then 4 of the next best on time amongst the 2 qualifying rounds.
So Gabriel Schutz there from Whitby Collegiate, and to the left of your screen we'll see the first of our finishers. As you say, Tony Rogers, pack of 5 coming through, so 5 advance automatically, and then we're looking for 4th best times. Now times for that race, I believe the winner was around 4:45-ish. Keep you posted as they come through. Well, it was 4:55 actually, so Courtney Fitzgibbon from Waiopēho College.
Just going back to the previous jumper, Schultz from Whitby Collegiate, good to see him in the long. He'll probably be to the 4 in the high jumper. Newcomer to Wellington area. Pretty good qualities out of South Africa with his jumping before coming here sort of late last summer.
It's Jabagat from St. Kevin's College. He's currently in 16th, 5.84.
So we can give you the top 5 in the first heat of the junior girls. It was Fitzgibbon from Waiopēho College, Kalawaski from New Plymouth, Cornwall from Palmerston, Ritchie from St Peters, and Gain Townley from Waimea College out of Nelson. They were the first 5 home, so they'll be the automatic qualifiers. We'll wait till after the second heat to see how many others go through from that. And
yeah, time to beat for that 6th place with Sophie Webber from Woodford House was 5:01.50. So I'm sure athletes in the second heat will be looking at that and thinking, can I time trial it, just run from the front and hope to hang on for one of those auto places. Certainly the way to take the luck out of it by just setting a good pace right from the start.
Yeah, it's ironical, isn't it, that they have that perceived advantage the second heat for things like this, and yet I don't know how many times as a 1500 runner myself I've seen the first heat go faster, so and when it's quite easy for the second heat, some people think, well, they know what they're going to do, but plays a bit of cat and mouse. So it's always interesting to see how they pan out, particularly when there's only 2 heats to get through on those time places rather than auto qualifying.
One of the arts to the chess that is middle distance running on the track. There's so many tactics that come into play, and particularly when you get to this level and there's not too much separating these women out there. All right, long jump, we're in round 3, so this is right on the cusp of cutting this big field of 27 athletes down to just 8. Now Keegan Richardson Miller has a 6:01, so he's in that 6 metre group, but he will need a fair amount added on to that to make that top 8. He'll need another 13 centimetres to inch his way ahead of Ryan Mellon, who is currently sitting in 8th place, right on the cusp there of that cut line.
So that 8th place has moved up a centimetre to 6.13. From we said at the beginning of the round it was 6.12, so it's still pretty tight in that middle area. So there's 28 jumpers or 26 jumpers in the field, I think it is, as they started. So cutting it down by a third,
yeah,
2/3 I should say, to get our top 8.
That was a clutch jump from Keegan as well. The results have come through. So Orewa College, jump in that comment section and send him some encouragement, because he popped out a 6.46, which jumps him all the way up to 4th place. So that is impressive from Keegan. He will carry on into the next round, you would think. And on screen, Kieran Sinclair Lomax from Shirley Boys High School. He's got a 6.21. sitting in 7th place. Again, you'd want to just inch up a little bit if you can.
Yeah, definitely.
So really close competition with the senior boys long jump.
Commend the long jump officials here, making sure that sand is lovely and smooth and level. It was great to have one of the ladies from Wairarapa College come in this morning and thank our officials for their hard work in the rain last night at the shot put. So a shout out to all those officials that were out there in the rain, and it was recognised by some of your stakeholders here, which is the parents and the teachers of the schools of these young athletes, and hopefully some of the athletes passed on their thanks to you as well.
Finlay Neal from St. Bede's College, he's sitting in 12th place with a 6:03, trying to head up towards that cut line, which currently is sitting at 6:20. So if he can add another 18 centimetres, he could be moving up. He does add a little, but it's not enough. 6:11, so that will put him in 10th place.
Yeah, he was pretty happy, obviously, with his jump, so it may be a PB, but he did quite make that cut.
Kash Chandra, he's got a 4:93 best today from Avondale College, and unfortunately just fouls out on that one. Now we've got the second heat of our 1500 metres junior girls going, and I can tell you there is one woman out who has really come to play. She's seen what happened in the first heat where the 6th place, so the first non-automatic qualifier came through in 5:01.50, so maybe she's coming with a little bit of a plan to nail that time. Back to the long jump, we're in that all-important 3rd round. Kainoa Kerewe from St. Paul's College with a 5:83, currently sitting in 17th.
So we're now sitting 8th place, now sitting at 6:20. Hayden, it seems, in the long jump. So it's moving the benchmark up as we go through this round.
And there is our shot putters, our Kaipanga Mata, and Blessing Sefo adding another gold to his under-18 national title earlier in the year, back in March. So he's had a great year, and he'll be very happy with that. He dropped a big old bomb in the last round, improving throughout the competition. He really stamped his mark with a good victory throw. Right, so let me run through the names in this junior girls 1500 metre heat. We've got Emma Very, Alyssa Buchan, Zara Pomfret, Amelia Clark, Maya Lupton, Sienna Mackley, Kira Shannon, Bryn Gordon, Eleanor Pugh from Bethlehem College, Sahara Cattany, Imogen Barlow, Annabelle Richardson, Marley Sampson, Giselle Kenworthy, Kate Robinson and Emily Bennett. So reminder that top 5 go through, and then we're looking for the next 4 fastest across the 2 heats. So this heat had the advantage of seeing what time the girls ran in heat number 1.
Looks like Eleanor Pugh, probably the sibling I would think of Elliot Pugh that ran so well in the 3000 yesterday for the senior boys.
And so these girls going through in a pack of 6 in about 3:36, 3:37 at the bell. So that means if they can run about 1:20, all of these 6 girls will go through for this final lap. So if they can just kick on from here, they'll all bank their spot in the final. Now behind them, it's about a 10-metre gap to our next runner, and then probably another 15 metres back. So it'll be very interesting to see if any of those girls can dip under that 5-minute mark and get themselves an auto.
Be interesting to see if any of the coaches are giving them the heads up, but they're racing reasonably strongly, so 6 girls, and they're going to be well under the 5-minute mark. So as they head up with less than 150 to go now, or we've been watching the long jump there.
Yeah, there's Dale Arbuckle from Marlborough Boys College, currently sitting in 14th for the 5:94, very close to that 6-metre mark. And we've had 13 boys go over 6 metres today. So that gives you an idea of how congested it is when the lead is sitting at 665. So it's sort of like the length of your forearm difference between 13th and 1st at the moment. Not too much in it.
We've got Jackie Dye from Wanganui Collegiate on the runway, one of the larger contingents here at this year's championships, as always from Wanganui Collegiate, led by Alec McNabb and his team. Jackie's a really strong all-rounder. It's a pretty good looking jump. We'll see what it comes out at.
So he's got that 594 from round 1.
He's looking for about 620 odd now to get in there. It's changing quite rapidly, isn't it, Hayden, as he's getting down into the final stages of round 3.
It is amazing, actually, that round 3 adrenaline kicking in with these boys, and they're rising to the challenge. It's really cool to see. Just
he's gone with 16-16 die, which puts him in 11th spot. Definitely his best jump, so but not enough to push up into that top 8.
Yeah, very, very close. So here's Connor Brown from Te Aho o Te Kura, Pounamu. So he's got a 5.89 best, gets the white flag. He'll have a close look at this one.
So we've got the track going there. The junior 1500s for girls has been completed, and next up, of course, plenty of interest for me to see the junior boys 1500, see who the young ones are coming up through. Obviously, most of these athletes will be having their first New Zealand secondary schools track and field championships being juniors. They have to be under 16 at the end of the year, and not having a competition last year. A few athletes warming up, and you can see them. It looks like you can see athletes running down the back straight, but that's some of those junior boys doing their prep for the race, which is due to go in about another 10 minutes or so. So we've got a little bit of a break on the track. Scheduling allowed for the possibility of 3 heats in the junior girls. I'll just bring you up to date. The current standings in the senior boys long jump. Got Forbes Kennedy leading the way. And we should be able to tell you the qualifiers for the junior girls 1500. We have 14 go through to the final, so the top 5 in each heat were automatic qualifiers by place and qualifiers by time. And was Brian Gordon out of Cashmere High, Sophie Webber out of Whitford House, Alicia Buchanan out of Hillmorton, and Amelia Joyce out of St Cuthbert's College. So they were the qualifiers by place, by time, and leading the qualifiers for place was Imogen Barlow. We've got the long jump still featuring there. So that was Asher Pentagal-Brown from Christchurch Boys with 6:41, who's placed 3rd at the moment. So that's a really good jump for him, but his best is 6:56 from the first round. And then we've just had Matt Keys on screen from Kuranuri College out of the Wairarapa. He's quite a way down the field at the moment, and see if he has a good jump in him, and one of the last to go in round 3 before we sort out the top 8. So at the moment, you'll see a bit of the junior girls high jump on screen. We'll pick up some progress results for you shortly on that.
It looks like the bar's up to 150.
Thanks, Hayden.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 athletes clear at that height so far. And we've got another 7 with 2 misses. So if you right on the cusp of going over that magic 150, can be a bit of a mental barrier. Once you're up into that kind of 5-foot range.
Yeah, for these youngsters, they usually progress in 5 centimetre marks to start. So we'll just do a check on those progressions so we can tell you what the hot bar will go to next.
So there we had Alexis Elamam from New Plymouth Girls, the local girls. I believe this is Alexis here. So 150 on the bar, and just clips it with her heels, unfortunately. So that'll be her day in the high jump done. Finishing up with a 145 clearance. Now back to this senior boys long jump. Things are starting to heat up. We have a massive old field, 28 athletes in the competition, and we're trying to whittle that down to just 8. So it's an absolutely brutal cutoff. So many athletes around that kind of 620 mark, which is at the moment the cutoff point. And that was Orlando Jones from Scots College, finishing up in 25th place with the 5:38 best from round 2.
One of the things that these long jump boys have to do is prepare themselves mentally in between the rounds. We've got such a big pool of athletes.
Yeah.
28 is quite a lot, so they can have a good 30-minute break between jumps. So they have to keep themselves warm. And so the more accomplished competitors, they know how to do that well.
Yes, Amelia Adamson, over she goes. 3rd-time clearance at 150 from Otago Girls. So Otago Girls, jump in that comment section. Send some congratulations to your girl. And she will progress up to 155. And it was Palamo King. And another just clipping the heels. You can see a lot of these athletes getting that height, but it only takes a small part of your body to just dislodge that bar. Up next is Leah Norris Spring, Fielding High School. This is the final athlete attempting 150, and she'll have another attempt at this. So our high jumpers, Kai Tupeke, competing in the Tupeke high jump. And this is our final Kai Tupeke attempting 150. 3rd round attempt, and just clipping that one again. So she will finish the competition with a 145 to her name. And we are left with 8 athletes who have gone clear, all at 150. We've got no other athletes who have passed at previous heights, so that will be our top 8 decided as we see our athletes lining up for the junior boys 1500s. We have 2 heats.
outside there, we've got our 3,000 standout winner from yesterday, Alfie Steadman from Westlake Boys, the tall figure. So it'll be interesting to see if he's eyeing up another record sometime today or tomorrow, Hayden.
Amazing that he ran 1 second faster than the senior boys. Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenal run. The senior boys ended up being a bit more of a tactical affair, but yeah, he just, Alfie just had an amazing display of front running yesterday.
It looks like we've got our top 8 long jumpers on screen now, so if you count down to 8, we've got all 10 there, but you can see how tight it was. 6:21 was 9th place with that very consistent jump in there by Kieran Sinclair Lomax. He had a 6:21 and a 6:20 and a 5:99, but he needed a 6:26 to nudge into 8th place. So top 8, Kennedy, Moffat, Pendergast, Brand, Richardson, Miller, Paranahi, Robertson and Malian and Schuler. So that's they'll go in reverse order in the senior boys long jump shortly, but we've got the junior boys 1500 and got that tall figure there.
Yeah, the ever familiar Westlake Boys singlet running around the track. We've become quite familiar with that singlet, just ever present in the distance events in particular. And we also just need to round out the qualifications for the junior girls who got those little cues. So the next 4 fastest from the senior girls, it was Sophie Webber with the 5:01.50. And then Alicia Buchan and Amelia Joyce and Neve McKenzie just missing out on it, unfortunately. And Bryn Gordon as well, the 4:52. So
comes through the first lap in about 68, 69 seconds, so not overly quick at the moment, but they'll be sorting themselves out. Once again, and the progression is the top 5 in each race, with the next fastest 4 across the 2 races going through on time. So I'm sure the tempo will pick up a little bit, but that's how it's heading out at the moment. The record for the junior boys is 4:04.6, held by Jack Hunter out of Wairarapa College, and it's a reasonably recent record. Sorry, he's the title holder, I should say, not the record holder. And the record, we can tell you what that will be for the junior boys 1500, is held by Isaiah Pretty from Hamilton Boys High, set in 2015 at 3:57.19. So somewhere around the 4 minutes will be the sort of mark. These young boys, everyone loves to run under 4 minutes for the 1500 for the very first time, so they get it pretty excited if they're tracking towards that. But most of them we targeting qualifying for the final before they think about time, and it's sorting out pretty good. 5 in a nice long train. Wanganui collegiate boy in the blue with the black slashes in 6th place, so he'll be eyeing up whether he's going to get in that top 5. But the pace has come on now, hasn't it, Hayden?
Yeah, definitely just stringing out. You can see those bungee cords just stretching a little bit, but so comfortable out the front is Alfie.
So we're through the 1,000-metre mark in a little under 2:50, I'd say, and so that's around about a 4:05 to 4:10 pace.
Yeah. So not hanging around, not leaving it up to a kick sprint for this final 400, but also not deadening the legs ahead of tomorrow's final. So looks like 2 runners well clear, and remember we're taking the top 5 and then the next 4 fastest. So lots of races within the races in terms of trying to nail that fast time if you're outside of the top 5. If you are in the top 5, you're probably just having a little look around, seeing what sort of competition is around you.
So it's looking pretty tight after the gap to 5. We've got 6, 7 and 8 in pretty tight positions, so it'll be interesting to see how that changes, because that's where they'll go through on time. If they can keep their time going through to the finish line, not worry about the fact they're coming 5th, but know that if they are in the top 6 or 7, they've got a good chance of going through, because this pace has been on for a 1500 qualifier. It's, as you can tell by the way the field's spread out, there's no close racing here. It's all spaces and gaps all the way through the field under this train following Alfie Steadman from Westlake Boys.
So about 4:18 on the clock, and then you can see there's a bit of a sprint. That's going to be your top 5, and then number 413 is that a New Plymouth boys athlete coming through, maybe Xavier Brown. We'll be hoping that probably about
So
420 something will be enough.
Looks like anything under 430 odd might get these boys through to the final in the next race. So they'll be watching the clock, the youngsters in the second heat, which is due to go shortly.
So Alfie Steedman first across the line, 4:18. Quinn Moss behind him from King's College in 4:22. George Wiley in 4:22, just 0.03 of a second back. And then it was a bit of a log jam for second through 6th. So Jude Deeker got 4th with the 4:22. Xavier Brown, I think, came through in 6th place. Yeah, with Jamie Maunda from Westlake Boys with the 4:22.63, rounding off our top 5.
It's good to have one of our long-serving officials, Peter Maunda, talking to us this morning. He's here with his wife Sylvia, the grandparents of of Jamie and Cameron that placed in the senior boys yesterday. So
awesome.
he tells me that Jamie was running this morning, so he'll be pleased to see he's got through to the final.
Now we can confirm as well the long jump has been sorted out. We've sorted out who our top 8 are, and we can tell you the cut-off point. The person in 8th place was Matt Schuler from Sacred Heart College. He will be the lucky one to go through with a 6:26. That was a clutch jump right when he needed it, and he will go through to the final 8. Also going through was Ryan Mellon, who also had a 6:26. So here he is on screen from St. Pat's College in Kilburnie. It's very exciting long jump competition with an absolute log jam right up the top. Let me get a total tally of how many went over 6 metres. It was 16 of them went over 6 metres. So there's only half a metre separating the top 16 in this competition.
That's a good indication of solid depth. I mean, not outstanding, but obviously it would be nice to think that we could have a few more jumpers closer to the 7 metre mark by the time they reach their senior year at school. But they're definitely tracking in that direction, a lot of these guys, and it's good to see the quality of that field.
So there you go, there's a round out of the 27 results from our big field of long jumpers. A lot of these long jumpers will be doubling up, potentially in the triple and also in the sprints. And you'd like to think in the 4x100, if you're a long jumper, you're surely going to get the shoulder tap to join that 4x100 team.
Yeah, definitely. They can have a busy weekend, some of these senior long jumpers, with their sprinting and relays, and just to let the viewers know that the current senior boys long jump record is held by Nigel Park out of Rangitoto College, set back in 1990 at 7:36, and jointly held by a more recent jumper, Jesse Bryant from St Bede's College out of Christchurch. So joint record holders there at 7:36 for the senior boys. So as I say, it'd be good to see if we can get someone up near the 7 metres. Pretty good conditions for these boys jumping. There'll be a slight tail, as we've seen with all those wind readings. The mist is slowly clearing as well, which is good to see. Hey?
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the other side of the stadium, which is amazing. So we've got Kalen Paranihi there on screen from Pukekohe High School. He's in 5th position with a 6:37. He's just got 9 centimetres to improve to take him up to 4th, and that's exactly what he does do. So in fact he adds 12 centimetres, so he moves up to 6:48, and he is in 4th position. Now he just overtook the man on screen, Keegan Richardson Miller from Orewa, and he's got a 6:46 from another clutch jump from round 3 to get him into this final 8. That is a foul, but he's in the final 8, so he'll have 2 more attempts. And here we go into our current medalists. This is Asher Pettingrill-Brand from Christchurch Boys High with a best from round 1 of 6:56. Will that be an improvement? Now, Tony Rogers mentioned the wind. It really is perfect conditions because all the wind readings have been a slight tailwind of somewhere between 0.1 and I think the strongest I can see is 1.2 metres per second. Now look at this, straight out of the gate.
It's a Westlake boy, I think it is. Yeah, definitely he's taken off. He wants to make sure this heat gets some qualifiers through by time, and probably he's banking on himself being one of those. So we'll pick up, see if we can work out who this young lad is.
Yeah, I think it's Harry Witheridge. So he's come out with a lot of intention. We'll pick up a split as he comes around at 400 metres because he knows the sort of time he needs to do. And I make him going through in about 61, so that would put him well under.
It'd almost be, he's on record-breaking territory at the moment, so there's a lot of competition in those Westlake boys team, I know, and he's probably seen a couple of his mates get through the final. He wants to make sure he does as well. So, yeah, he's definitely made every post a winner at the moment, but there's a nice group of about 6 or 7 sitting there back in the second bunch, if you like, chasing our leader in the peloton, we might say.
Yeah. So a good gauge with the 1500 metres. 64-second laps equates to a 4-minute 1500. So that's the way to remind yourself. Now Forbes Kennedy in second place from Palmy Boys. He's got a 6.65 here in the long jump, and that is only 6 centimetres behind first, which is Asher Pettengill Brand, who we saw on screen before, move up to the lead with a 6.71. So really mixing things up now. Yep. Asher Pettengill Brand putting some pressure on, and Forbes Kennedy comes through with a 6.56. So very consistent in those mid-sixes, but that will leave him in second place. And we go back to our 8th place, Matt Schuler. Oh, great reach. Reaching up for the sky. Gives that a bit of a clap, but gets the red flag, unfortunately.
So, of course, I've got a keen interest out the window on what's happening in this 1500 with our tearaway leader. He looks like he's lost a bit of momentum, and the bunch is edging back closer towards him. So I'll be interested to see how the splits come.
So you can see him there on the left of your screen. Westlake boys. And looks like the pack is rolling on by, unfortunately for him, but it could still set him up for a good time. So it's not all lost.
They're well under the 4:30 pace at the 1K, and that's what those fastest losers are looking for. Qualifiers by time, we're supposed to say these days.
Yeah, there we go. 400 metres to go, so 3:14. So you would think if those 6 can hang on to some sort of pace that they've already been on, they will be booking themselves in a place in the final.
And our early leader, he's just got to try and sit in and hang in with that bunch, and he'll get him through Harry Witheridge of Westlake Boys. I see he's in about 6th spot at the moment, but first 2 or 3 have sorted themselves out. They can run easy to the line. They should qualify. Witheridge, our early leader, is still in 5th spot, and he's with that bunch, as I say, Hayden. He might not come in the top 5 automatically, but he should definitely get through on time because they're heading in with just over 200 to go.
Oh, William Robinson just pulling out of that one. Runs over the line, so unfortunately picks up a foul, but he's having a pretty good day at the office so far. 6.29 has him in 6th place currently.
This is a nice way for these young lads to run. They're not having to sprint finish. They run solid. They're not going to accumulate a lot of lactic acid in the final stages. And yeah, so we've got Witheridge still hanging there. He's actually going to come through and grab back that 5th spot if we look out of the screen now.
Yeah, look at that, so just off screen.
4th,
beautiful.
So, but he's run it the hard way to make his way through to the final, hasn't he? But he looks like he's pretty elated that he got in that top 5, as you can see him holding his arms out.
I love that expression. He went out hard, closed hard, had some tough middle stages, but does what he needs to do to get through to the next round in this competition. Now, talking about the next round in the competition, we go back to the long jump. We're in round 5 now, and this is Kalen Paranihi sitting in 4th place. He jumped up to 4th with that 6.48 in the previous round. So he has been getting better with each round. Good composure on the runway. Gets the white flag. Can he improve on the 6.48? He'll need another 11 centimetres to jump up into 3rd position. Marshall's doing a fantastic job. You can see how volunteers just make this sport happen. And look, just 2 centimetres off his best for Kalen, 6:46. So good consistent jumping there. Now we've got Keegan Richardson-Miller in 5th place. Very powerful, love the pink shoes.
Plenty of speed on the runway, which is good. Hit the board pretty well. Right over to the left, right-hand side as he's running down there for his takeoff. So
6:46, only 2 centimetres separating him and 4th place there, Kalen Paranihi. And then it's all very close between Asher, Forbes and Luke for those top 3. We've had multiple lead changes with Asher jumping up to 1st position.
So in the second race of the junior boys 1500, say that the qualifiers automatically were Murray from Aquinas, Ball from Fielding, Whiteman from Christchurch, Witheridge from Westlake Boys, Theron from Papamoa College. 6th place there was at 4:24. Lit off of Tauranga Boys, so he will go through, and it'll be tight to see where the 7th place Mark Ware from Christchurch goes through. We'll bring you those final qualifiers shortly.
So we saw Asher Pettengill-Brand there with that great hang technique of his, getting out to a 6:66. So it's the 2nd best jump of the day. So he's really coming into form in this back half of this competition. Now here's Luke Moffat.
Otago boys, so I can see where Otago's where one of our top long jumpers is. We talked about him yesterday, Shay Beach, so possibly training with him.
Yeah. Always great to have a, what is he now, 7.83 jumper, 7.83 Shay Beach, who featured really prominently in that Wellington Secondary Schools Track and Field Champs 3 years ago. Mostly in the 400 to my memory. I'm not sure if he was in the long jump back then, but he's now focusing on the long jump and progressing up those senior all-time ranks in New Zealand. So definitely one to watch. Now here is 2nd place Forbes Kennedy. He was leading this competition. That looked good. That looked good. It gets the double little fist pump, gets the white flag. He has a 6:65 to his name compared to Asher Pettengill-Brand's 6:71. So there's 6 centimetres separating 1st and 2nd. Can Forbes Kennedy improve the situation? Yes, he does. 6:74, 3 centimetres ahead of Asher. Game on in round 5. One more round to go. Boy, oh boy, this competition is coming down to the wire. We go back to Matt Shawless from Sacred Heart.
That fist pump obviously was a sign he knew he was in the hunt, and that definitely got him in front.
Amazing that just that awareness for an athlete to be aware that, hey, that felt 3 centimetres better than 2nd place. Absolutely great awareness there from Forbes Kennedy. So great battle between Palmy boys in 1st place, Christchurch boys in 2nd, and Otago boys in 3rd place with Luke Moffat. Here is Ryan Mellon from St Patrick's College, Kilburnie. Now Matt Schuler, incidentally, with that previous jump, 6:29, and that moves him up to 6th place. So lots of changes in the standings. And let's see if Ryan Mellon can improve now on his 6:28. So there's only 1 centimetre separating 6 and 8. And Ryan set that 6:28 in the previous round. Is this one going to be enough to send him further up the leaderboard in the final round? Having a good look at the plasticine there. And yes, Ryan Mellon, the results come through. 6:49 up to 5th place. Wow, results still to come through, but clutch jumping from Ryan, moving up the ranks, representing St. Patrick's College from Wellington. He will finish on a high. William Robertson from James Hargest, currently now in 8th. He's had 2 men go past him in that last round and unfortunately fouls out. So he'll finish in 8th place with the 6:29. But great work, because he pulled out that 6:29 right when he needed it to make it through to the final 8. So he will be feeling proud of his day.
So I noticed that St. Pat's Kilburnie boy did that good jump there, Ryan Mallon. So his long-serving PE teacher Lee Lidstone is here. He'll be happy. We had our Bailey's manager from locally here. He was a St. Pat's boy, so maybe he'll be happy about that effort as well.
All right, Kailan Paranihi for the final time on the runway from Pukekohe High School. That looked pretty good. He's a taller man and really gets those limbs firing on the runway.
A bit of interest when he looked back to make sure he cleared the board, I think, didn't he? Or
Yeah.
get a clear jump, so it must have been right on the mark.
Incidentally,
6:58, so that's an improvement for him, but not enough to push him to 3rd place by the looks of it.
so it is all on.
So actually that's equal 3rd at the moment. Well, they've two jumpers on 6:58, so that'll be an
Yes.
interesting one for the judges to go back through and have a look at that.
Keegan Richardson Miller in 5th place with the 6:51 from the previous round. Can he improve in this very close, very tight long jump competition? Kairereri had really come to play here in the long jump. The white flag. So Keegan Richardson Miller with a 6:46. So he finishes in 5th place. So not quite enough to bump him up the leaderboard. Here is our 2nd place, Asher Pettengill Brand. Not sure if he connected with that one. Yeah, just overstepping the mark. So far he is in 2nd, but we've still got 2 more jumpers to go. He's got that 6:71 from round 3 that bumped him up the leaderboard. And here's Luke Moffat from Otago Boys, 6:58. He's been very consistent throughout the rounds.
He's holding 3rd at the moment over the Keelan because of the fact that his 2nd best jump is 6:50. So he'll hold on to this medal, I think, so long as.
Puffing, working hard down the runway. Up he goes and works just a little bit hard, overstepping on the board. And so he will finish, like Tony Rogers says, in 3rd place. Will not go home empty-handed. He'll claim the bronze. Asher Pettengill Brand will take the silver. And Forbes Kennedy from Palmerston North Boys High School, he will get a victory run down the runway for the last time. 6:74, which he pulled out in round 5 to overtake Asher Pettengill Brand, who had a 6:71. Here he is. Palmy boys, where are you? Jump in that comment section. Let's send this boy some love. Forbes Kennedy, he's had a wonderful day in the long jump.
So he was the junior champion back in Tauranga 2 years ago, with not having last year's championship. And there he did 6:56 when he won the junior title in Tauranga. So we'll end up with a jump. We'll see what he does here finally, but at the moment his best is 6:74.
He was very good on the board. I almost thought it looks like an overstep to me. It looked like a foul, but it got the white flag, so that means he left very little on the runway. And it'll be very interesting to hear what they've just said, because his reaction sounded like, and there's a bit of a clap coming from the other side. It's 6:94, so close to that 7-metre mark. Huge jump to finish the day. And there it is, Forbes Kennedy. He's your National Secondary Schools champion in the senior boys long jump. jumping far when he needed to. What a competition from all these boys, getting up over 6 metres. And Forbes Kennedy will take the gold. Asher Pettengill-Brand will take silver. Luke Moffat with the bronze.
Yeah, really exciting competition, and good to see that obviously Forbes Kennedy just got close to that 7 metre mark which we were talking about there before, which is fantastic for him. He's improved by nearly half a metre from his junior year title back in 2020 at Tauranga. So, got the high jump going on in the field at the moment, so just working through our morning session.
So we're up to 161 on the bar. We've got 2 athletes clear at this stage. So Maya DeJager, Jodie McCarthy-Dempsey, and so they've all cleared at 161. And with 2 misses is Tatiana Ariai. And on screen we've got Amelia Adamson with just 1 miss so far at 161. She had a 3rd time clearance at 158, so again we'll have to attempt the height for her 3rd attempt at 161. We've also still got in the competition Lisa Lockman, who's currently sitting in 3rd equal with Ellie Beaver from Nayland College. They've both got 1 miss.
Looks like we've got 5 left for Hayden, so it's still a bit of competition for these girls. They're now going up in 3 centimetre marks. They went 155, I think we were on the screen last, to 158, now they're at 161. And if they progress from here, some of them it'll be 164 they'll head for next.
So Lisa Lockman on screen from Otago Girls. That right thigh strapped up. And unfortunately just knocking that one with her head, but she will have another attempt at this height of 161. Which, for most junior girls, you're probably still looking up at that bar. I know when I was this age, I was definitely looking up at a 161 bar. And so there is that psychological element of once it gets up around your eye line or higher, then you need to really work on that technique and make sure you're doing all those plyometrics. And the high jump obviously is a very, very technical event. And here is Tatiana Ariai. And 3rd time miss, unfortunately. So she'll go out with a 158, currently sitting in 5th place. We'll confirm the standings shortly because Amelia Adamson is in 6th. But if she clears this, she'll obviously move up the leaderboard. So she missed twice at 158. She's missed twice at 161. But will she clear it on the 3rd time like she did at 158? Just composing herself now. Running and getting up to speed. Turning around now. Oh, she had the height. Just clipping it with her calves. And unfortunately for her, that will be the end of the day. 6th place for Amelia Adamson, 5th place for Tatiana Ariai. And then we've got 4 athletes left in the competition. You can see Ellie Beaver and Lisa Lockman tied for 3rd.
Yeah, so these girls will be really happy that we didn't have the rain of yesterday afternoon. At least that's reasonably dry surface. It's not quite dried out the track yet, but they definitely need as dry as possible surface for their run up, even though they're allowed to wear slightly longer spikes for high jump than any of the other athletes on the track, as are the javelin throwers.
I've got to say, when we were looking at the forecast yesterday for today was the day we were expecting the big rain, and it sounds like it came in the hammer throw last night. And it's the skies have been emptied and we've got beautiful conditions, and a final attempt there from Lisa Lockman. Very, very close. She can be happy with that attempt, but just clipping the bar. So she will finish in 3rd, I believe 3rd equal. So same amount of misses as Ellie Beaver.
That's my take on the scoring as well. Yeah. So well done. And it can get complicated in some of these jumps if you're not taking a look at the whole score sheet, which is really important. And, so now we're down to 2 athletes Jodie McCarthy Dempsey and Maya Dijaga, and I know that Maya's personal best is 170, so she's got a bit of space yet to continue in the competition, I'd say, if she's on form.
All right, so these are the first of our, well, this is a straight final actually of the para 100 meters. And so I'll just bring up that start list for you. So we have Kalani Alexander running in lane 3, Josh Tia in lane 4, Jackson Woolley in lane 5, and Lucas Pedersen you saw just rolling along the right of your screen there. And like we did yesterday for the 400s and the 200 paras, we will be doing as a percentage of the world record, and then we'll be working out who has the highest percentage. And it's a great way for our para athletes to be able to compete against themselves, but also compete against each other, and have that objective measurement, regardless of where you're finishing on the course. When it comes down to that percentage, it really adds that element of progression and competition for these athletes.
Yeah, so we're calling these the multi-class para events. So they're multi-class, as in the classifications will vary. You can see how they've been classified depending what their disability is, and that's how they do it, as Hayden said. So it takes quite a lot of calculating, and we're really fortunate to have Rating Bates, who's our Athletics New Zealand para athletes coordinator or manager, here to work through that process over there in the results box after these athletes finish, and work out the percentages so we can work out who gets the medal based on the best percentage for their classification. So yeah,
I think you need at least a master's degree in mathematics to work out those results, but they do a wonderful job. And so we can confirm Jackson Woolley running a 12.75 in that previous heat. Josh Tia from Upper Hutt running 13.00. Kalani Alexander, the T20 athlete, running 18.13, and Lucas Pedersen getting that wheelchair up to speed at 21.70. So next up will be the senior boys multi-para, and we've got Ruben Anguasaka Bland from Papanui High School, Oliver King from Papanui High School next to him, and then Tamahai Werepa from Leeton High School, Mason Pai from Whanganui, and Zachary Orbel from Manurewa.
good to see the athletes from Papanui coming up here from Christchurch. They often have a very strong contingent of para athletes at our New Zealand Schools Championships, both track and cross country.
Losing balance.
So notice that some of them are starting in different, some are using blocks, and one of the athletes here is standing. Looks like another's using a 3-point start. That will be allowed based on their classification. Oh, and he slipped and tripped. A young lad in red that was using a 3-point start.
And it looks like Ruben Ingwasaka Bland, or is that Oliver King getting out there? Great energy down the line.
Yeah, it looks like King from Papanui. Very, very strong.
13.71. Great work from Oliver, and once again we will work out those percentages and work out the standings in that senior boys multi-para. So if you've just tuned into the coverage, thanks for joining us here on Whakata Māori. Ko Hayden Sherman aho. With me here is Tony Rogers, former Olympian in the 1500 metres from LA Olympics. That's right, isn't it? In 1984. And so great to have his expertise. Tony Rogers is the chair of the board for New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics, who hold this event, and New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country, North Island, South Island Secondary School Champs. Am I missing anything off that? There's quite a few on the calendar.
Well, we have a guiding arm over all the regional championships in our secondary school regions throughout, and but we really do just manage the national ones, but yeah, give great support to those holding the North Island and South Island and date setting and looking at the rules, which is something that we're doing with Athletics New Zealand at the moment, trying to align all of the age group rules with, and particularly with the development of having a Athletics New Zealand under 16 championship as part of the 4-day nationals coming up at the Jenny and Holmes National Championships down in Wellington the first week of March. So exciting times for our young athletes, particularly after they've missed a few years of competition with the interruptions of COVID. So looking forward to that. But yes, so it's been some challenging times, but it's great to have these athletes here competing finally, and they were due to be here last year. So
yeah,
many of them, it's great that they've been able to maximise this opportunity, come back, probably utilise some of the accommodation bookings that they'd made almost 18 months ago, and some of those arrangements. But yeah.
Now I believe this is going to be the
senior girls one,
pair of senior 100 metres. So Sasha Aldanzi from New Plymouth Girls there in 4.98. Then we've got Shannon Murphy. Is this the right? Yeah, I think this is the right one I've got on screen. Sarah James in lane 6, and then Gabriel Wright, the wheelchair athlete, on the left of your screen.
So it did say that we're going to combine all the classes together. I think it made it easier for the sorting out the results. So that's why we've got this multi-class. So we've got a wheelchair athlete out on the far side, and there was some discussion about how much lane space they should have between the wheelchair athletes and those running.
And they're off nice and cleanly. Very close running. Great to see these athletes having a lot of company alongside them. And it looks like Sarah James from Avonside will be the first across the line, but it's very, very tight. Good finishing kick from Shannon Murphy. She got up to speed from Northcote College.
It was pretty tight across the line there for the two wheelchair athletes on the outside, wasn't it? So, in fact, they caught me a bit by surprise because I thought I only saw one lining up, so I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe I didn't catch the one on the far side here, near side I should say. And I always find it really interesting to watch these para-athletes in whatever event they're doing, Hayden, just to see how, what capacity they have to move and how they balance themselves out so they get maximise that. And it's quite an art to coaching some of these athletes. I know some of our coaches around the country specialise in helping them. I mentioned Raylene Bates, but another one that springs to mind is Alan McDonald out of the Waikato, and just supporting these athletes to maximise their potential with the disabilities that they have on board. So yeah, it's just quite interesting to watch some of these competitions, and they give it every bit of effort they can, don't they?
Yeah, and it is a really interesting thing. When every athlete has strengths and weaknesses, and it's about adapting the training to the athlete. But it's even more pronounced for the para athletes, working around those strengths, and and you can see it there on screen as you have the variety of starting postures, and some a crouching start is best, some you want to get down in the blocks, and some prefer to be standing at the start. So yeah, really cool to see good depth and good quality of competition from our para athletes this weekend.
Yeah, and while we're talking about our para-athletes, athletes with disabilities, we've got the Special Olympics going on up in Porritt Stadium in athletics this weekend as well, major games for Special Olympics people. So there are a few, I believe, there, but a good number, as you can see, have opted to come to the schools championship, which is fantastic with this, to be recognised here with their schools. And in coaching, going back to the coaching these athletes, it's probably more important that you balance their training loads, because of course it's easy for them to overload and have injuries just like any athlete, and particularly with some of them, they obviously put a lot more work into the part of their bodies that's functioning the best, so therefore it can easily overload those muscle structures much as easy as any athlete anyway. So
Yeah.
the same variables need to be taken into account by the coaches that are working with these athletes, and they get a special joy out of it. I know in Wellington, the group that work out down there, they're always smiling and want to come up and greet you and stuff, so it's fantastic to see them here today.
And it's very cool to be having kicked off our action in the 100 metres. This is, of course, the premier sprint event. We'll find out who are the fastest kids in high school from around Aotearoa. The 100 metre sprint, Rometer, and we will have, let me dig out how many heats we're going to have in the senior boys coming up. You can see them getting into their blocks. We will have 6 heats, which means we are going to semi-finals later today, is it? And yeah, semi-finals this afternoon, so from 2:25 we'll kick into the first of our semi-finals.
Yeah, I think from memory,
finals tomorrow.
Quarterfinals has been dropped, but in other words, the second round, which will be the semi-finals, is being run at the quarterfinals time.
And when we talked about the long jump on just earlier, some of those athletes will be doing the long jump, then jumping into the 100 metres, and then the 4x100 metres, and we'll have a very busy old weekend.
Yeah, so fortunately for the senior boys, the senior long jump is finished, and they've had a few moments, I guess, to bring themselves across. They'll have the benefit of being nice and warm, not having to go through a full warm-up, but they would have had to go back and go through the call room and check in, and then go back to the long jump and then get themselves back over here with their assigned heat for this round. So over to you, Hayden, to give a call on this.
Right, so on the inside in lane 1, we've got Jonathan Thompson from Auckland Grammar. Next to him, Gurpreet Singh from Tauranga Boys, Ryan Shotter from Napier Boys, Theo Almazan from Whanganui, Ronan West from Marlborough Boys, Kieran Sinclair Lomax from Shirley, Joshua Lotsu from Crimson Global, and Conal Doyle from Rathkeel. And in lane 7, Joshua Lotsu really steaming away with it. He's just going to pull up at the end, and it looked like, wow, maybe Jonathan Thompson might have had it on the angle, but very close on the line. So 24 to advance from these heats, which means we're looking from the top 3 from each of the heats and in the next 6 fastest times. So you want to hit that top 3. So we've got Joshua Lotson. And a reminder, these are the senior 100-metre prelims. Joshua Lotsu, he won that in lane 7 with 11.46. Jonathan Thompson with 11.55, and Gurpreet Singh with 11.77. Now Theo Almazan was in 4th place with the 12.02. So I'll write that down as a gauge for the sort of time that we're looking for to progress if you're not going to get one of those large queues. So far, the best of the little queues is at 12.02. So great to see these 100 metres underway. The speedsters are out here on the track at TET Inglewood.
So just while the next round is getting prepared, we can do a bit of reflection on the status of the senior boys 100. Obviously sprinting is one of the premier events when it comes to the boys at school, and the record holder is Benjamin Potter from St Kennigan's way back in 1997 with 10.60, and the previous champion, which was in 2020 at Tauranga, we'll bring that up, but we'll be looking probably to see who will run the juniors there and tell you if they're still competing today. So the senior boys champion was none other than Edward Osai Nikita, who won the 100 and the 200 in Tauranga when he was at school from Scots College in 2020. And the junior boys title was taken out by Ethan Langtuuli from Orewa.
We just heard a big cheer come in from the high jump, so we'll jump back to that shortly. But we've got another second heat of the 100 metres, and it looks like in lane 3 there, running really well, is Marka Normanton. And on the outside from Paraparaumu College, Ben Lambert
from Paraparaumu.
So
Paraparaumu, I should say. Getting myself a bit tongue twisted there.
So the results coming through: Marka Normanton 11:20 for him, and from Ben Lambert, I believe, was in second place as the results come through. Yeah, Ben Lambert with 11:25. William Robertson from James Hargis with 11:53. Alvin Zhu will be the first non-auto qualifier with 11:74. So changing the picture with those non-autos. 11:74, and so Damien Hodgson in 5th with 11:86. Ollie Monks in 6th, 11:87, and Dustin Marshall with 13:41. Results on screen now, so that's a fast heat.
Yeah, that's some good young athletes in there, and we'll keep an eye on the qualifying spots by time. So after only 2 heats, it's still around 12 seconds will get you through by time, but as that progresses, I'm sure that'll change. So at the moment it's 12:33 gets you through by time as being one of the 6 qualifiers. So it's first 3 and the next fastest 6 times athletes by time.
Now I can bring you up to speed with the high jump, because we've had a lot of action as we see the senior girls getting warmed up in the long jump. Jodie McCarthy unfortunately missed her 3 attempts at 164, and that left Mia DeJager to battle it out on her own. She had a first-time clearance at 164, continuing her perfect record up until that point, and then came in with a miss, a first time at 167, then a clearance, and then another first time clearance at 170, and then the cheer erupted from the crowd when she went clear first time at 173. So I can see the bar is going up, and it will be fascinating to see how that high jump unfolds, whether she gets up towards PB territory. So, well, that was a PB, wasn't it?
PB, yes. 170 was a PB according to my take on the rankings. So she's got a great PB there, and yeah, once you're getting into the 170, she's capable of mixing it with our senior girls, no trouble at all. So that's really good to see from Maya.
All right, heat number 3 for the senior boys 100 metres. We've got Ollie Singleton from Christchurch Boys, Reid Macquarie from St Peter's, Odin Herrick from Whakatane, Oliver Krynen from St Patrick's, Keegan Richardson Miller from Orewa, Logan Woods from Napier Boys. But look at this, running away with it, Oliver Krynen really pulling away from St Pat's Silverstream. It'll be interesting to see what time he's clocked. He's certainly one of the boys to keep a close eye on as this 100 metres progresses. So he comes through with 11:46 wind reading, incidentally, a headwind of -1.5. So the wind starting to get up on that home straight. But looking out the window, I mean, it's still pretty light, but just starting to register a little bit more on the wind reading. Keegan Richardson Miller in second for that heat with 11:93. Logan Woods will get the 3rd auto qualifier with 12 flat, and then Ollie Singleton with a 12:06, and Odin Herrick with a 12:06 as well.
So 12:06 is now the cut-off, if you like, for the qualifiers by time after we're halfway through. So I'm predicting they'll probably be wanting to be around 11:8, 11:9 maybe to get in that, to assure yourself of getting in the semi-finals. So, yep. So on screen now is the official result from the last heat 3 of the senior boys round 1.
Now, I mentioned that the senior girls long jump was about to take place. It's actually the senior girls triple jump getting warmed up just where those umbrellas are on the right of your screen there. You can see some of the athletes getting ready to roll. We've had 3 very exciting competitions in the field already today, with that shot put early on, Blessing Sefo taking it out with a big throw to finish, then that long jump that we saw on screen and the high jump.
So Maya Diaga is now cleared 175, so she's already got a PB from my recollections of looking at the lists of 5 centimetres, which is really good to see in a championship.
All right, Zacharias Diagas, Tane Clark, Caleb Robinson, Timothy Prendeville, Tyrone Trago, Caden Taylor, Cullen Milne, Sam Cartwright, and it looked like lane 5 there, Tyrone Trago from Hutt International Boys School. Taking the win in that with 11.08, so I believe that's the fastest we've seen today. So Tyrone looking nice and strong out of the blocks, very hard, headwind of 0.8 metres per second, so a little bit lighter than the heat before.
And Tyrone's been performing pretty well. We've had a few schools events in the Wellington region this year. They did go ahead and held Wellington Regional Schools at the end of term 3, which was good to see. And also they had some of the Kevity Shield held, which is a traditional competition between four boys schools that creates some great rivalry, so it's good to see.
Absolutely, always great atmosphere there as well. The Huckers coming out, and yeah, very cool. So there's Tyrone Trago's time. Now looking down the line, we've got Caden Taylor, 11.35, Sam Cartwright, 11.84. They'll go straight through, but the important one, Caleb Robinson, getting under that 12-second barrier. Tony Rogers, we've been talking about that. What's the cut going to be for those little Q, qualifying based on time? So 11.92 probably sets the standard. So I make it that we've had somewhere between 11.74 and 11.92 for those non-auto qualifiers, and we've got one more to come.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
two more to come.
Actually, we're going to have 24, aren't we? So we'll have plenty of space yet, actually. So yeah, they're actually going to get through with around 12 seconds or so, I think.
Yeah.
It's the way it's looking at the moment. And just a little going back to the high jump there. So that young lady, Maya Diaga, with her jump at 175's got her currently in the top 10 in New Zealand women. So that's a pretty impressive effort for her. So let's hope she can continue on.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That linear build for a high jumper. She's getting the crowd a little bit behind her there with that clap.
Jumping off her right foot as she comes in, turning right, and oh, she had a good look at that one as we skip back to the 100 metres, and there in lane 3 and also out in lane 7 we've got Elijah Campbell and AJ Madondo from Christ College leading things out. So Elijah Campbell from Lincoln High School and AJ Madondo. So 11.16 from AJ Madondo. We saw him feature in the 200 metres yesterday.
So interestingly, just going back to the high jump there, Hayden, we saw Maya, she was attempting 178, so she's elected to bounce back out to a 3 centimetre rise.
Wow.
She can do that when she's the only competitor who can choose what height she wants to have a go at.
What a day at the office she's had. When you look at she's only had 2 misses now for the entire morning. So.
Yeah, so whether there's some reason, I'm just trying to think, it's not a World Junior qualifying year next year, but that would be the target she might have wanted to go for if it was a World Junior qualification mark. So there might be a reason. I'm not sure who's coaching her.
Well, I'm 178 centimetres tall, so maybe it's jumping as high as the commentator kind of a thing. Probably not, but if I was a high jumper, I'd be looking to try and clear my own height. So there we go. There's the results from that previous heat. So most likely Henry Mayston will just miss out on one of those time-based qualifiers with a 12.06. But Elliot Kitchener will go through as the 3rd place getter in that heat. And we've got one more heat to come in the senior boys 100 metres. And then we jump over to the senior girls 100 metres after this. So basically how the morning rounds out on the track is we'll roll through the senior girls 100s, then we jump into the junior boys and girls 100 metres prelims, and then we've got prelims for both the senior boys and girls 1500 plus the 1500 para final. And that will round off the action on the track. In the field we've got the senior girls triple jump about to set off.
So yeah, we're looking that we could get some of those boys through on just around 12 seconds. So this last heat's going to be telling. At the moment, it's around about a 12.6 to 12.06 mark is going to be the cutoff, or 12.02 is the next mark. So.
Right, we've got Leo Youssef, Joseph Price, Joe Dolphin, Jed Jabbergut, Vincent Walters, Sebastian Ferrell, Hamish Boyd and Hunter Brown now running in lane 6. Sebastian Ferrell is off to a good start. Also is that Joe Dolphin. Look pretty close there, so we'll have to pay attention to these results as they come through.
Good to see Joe Dolphin from Long Bay College. His dad was a rather quality 100 and 200 metre runner representing New Zealand.
We were wondering if it was James Dolphin's son.
I caught up with James yesterday walking around the track, and so yeah, so this is one of his 3 boys, I think he said.
Wow.
A couple of them into basketball and MMA of all things,
wow.
Of course, which is what young fellas go for these days as well.
So Sebastian Ferrell takes that one out with an 11.42. Joe Dolphin in lane 3 came through for second place, 11.49, and then rounding things off with 11.49 as well was Leo Youssef from Wellington College. So they'll be your 3 to go automatically through. Now we do know that there was a big old pack chasing them into the finish, so can they nudge through? And I think Jed Jabbergut from St. Kevin's.
Go through, yeah, he's under 12 seconds, as probably will Joshua Price. So this fastest heat's definitely come at the end.
Yeah, so they are 11.67 for both of them. So the time's slowly coming through because the timekeepers are doing a bit of work separating out these athletes who are finishing at exactly the same times. So Jed Jabbergut and Joshua Price go through. And
Vincent Walters should go through as well. He's under 12 seconds, so that's a good take from that heat. It'll be at least 6 of them go through from that heat to the semi-finals.
11.96, and they were into a 1.2 metre second headwind, so had a little bit more work to do than some of the other heats, but it's been great that we've had legal wins all morning long, which is great news for our horizontal jumpers and also the sprinters. So times can stand as PBs or records, and then we get a breakdown of that very close heat.
Well, Hayden, I'm going to swap out and let Mr. Paul Meads come in and give you a bit of support for a while.
Awesome.
Catch up. So I'll say Hari Ra as you're about to embark on seeing some of the girls line up for their hundreds, and we'll be back later in the day.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony Rogers. And on screen, we've got the first of our heats at the senior girls 100 metres. We will have 3 heats, which means we're going to take the top 2 and then the next best 2 to advance directly through to the final. Now, in this event, we've got Eva Sexton from Whakatane High School, Shail Collette from St. Peter's, Monica McDonald from Roncalli College, Charlotte Baker from Whanganui High School, Michaela Fitzi from Nayland College, Morgan Wilson from St. Matthew's Collegiate, and on the outside in lane 7, Maya Columbus from St. Andrews, and they are away. Now Shail got that good start. She gets her arms going, gets into her work, and also in lane 5 running really well is Michaela Fitzi. Now 2 go through automatically, so those 2 are clearly our first 2 across the line. So Shail will go through, Michaela will go through, I believe, and then look very close for those other placings.
Yes, I've got 100 metres in. I was talking to some of these athletes just before on the other side of the track, and they were saying that we looked at the 2 herds yesterday and the numbers were good. Some of them were a bit disappointed that the numbers aren't here. Some of the athletes, because they haven't competed, gun shy sometimes, but this young athlete coming through, Shail, look, she showed a clean pair of heels there. That topping speed she has, and she's taken that heat. Again, these girls will qualify through, and then they'll get their lane draws, and obviously, the prospect of a fast final is going to be there. So here we go.
Yeah, there we go. So 12.16, so nice and quick for a first round heat from Shail. Early in the morning too, and then Michaela Fitzi coming through with a 12.78. So 2 go through, and then the next 2 fastest. So 13.51.
So yeah, Charlotte
13.79
from Wanganui, who should be hoping to get into that final. She's a young athlete. Her elder sister was in our distance running teams, who's here supporting today. She's got a bit of a moon boot on. She's out of the school stuff now, but Charlotte will be waiting anxiously for those times to come up.
Now in heat number 2, we've got Sophie Soanes from King's College, Mahela Costa-Rangi from New Plymouth Girls High, Anya Sinclair, Dargaville High School, Tiana Kensington from Sacred Heart Girls, another one of our locals, Clea Loader from Rangatoto, Eddie Franks from Whanganui High School, bit of movement, some hair dropping down at the end. Tail. Adira gets her speed, and in lane 5, Cleo Loader. So very between lanes 5. Is 1.6 meters per second. Kensington from girls is 13.14, and Anya Sinclair with 13.24 in 4th place. The result. So those 2 sitting in 3rd and 4th, they are now your fastest 2 non-auto qualifiers. So that's the new standard, 13.14 and 13.24 with 1 heat to come.
Well, that's. I think the parents and the coaches will have access to the live results.
Yeah, so this is the senior girls triple jump. So we've had a wonderful morning in the field, absolutely stunning with the senior boys shot put and long jump, and then a very exciting PB setting junior girls high jump there with Maya Diaga going up to 175 and missing at 178 on 3 occasions. And then here we've got the senior girls triple jump, and we've just seen Charlotte Goldsmith from St Cuthbert's College jump 11.21, and we've got Cameron Porter, who we just saw on screen, jumping 10.22 to move her into 2nd place, but it's very early days yet as we've only had 2 jumpers. And here's our 3rd, Sarah Hewlett, with a very powerful first phase, and then just a quick 2nd phase into the jump portion of the triple jump.
There's the old Piki Toro. Back in the day, I think we used to call it the hop, step and jump.
Yeah,
They turned it into triple. So Piki with jump, and Toru is 3, Piki Toro, senior girls. And there's a distinct difference, the conditions today as from yesterday, Hayden. You notice that the wind, the hose dropped right away.
Yeah,
it's slight. Some of the tailwinds yesterday going down the Sun runway were up to 4 kilometres. Oh, sorry, 4 metres per second. And this one here, we'll get the reading in a minute.
There's Kira McNeil. All right, this is the final of the 3 heats in the 100 metres, and we've got Neve Gidje from Paraparaumu, Georgia Gibbons from Queen's High, Erica Lucas from Waimate, Charlotte Lambie from Birdside, Gracie Prattam from Kashmir, Alexandra Domansky from St Matthews, and Kiana Pohe-Bright from Sacred Heart Girls College, Hamilton, in lane 8, just off screen to the left there. So the final of these heats now, the time, obviously first 2 will go through straight to the final, but the next 2 fastest across the 3 heats will claim one of those little Q time-based qualifiers. That time is 13.14 and 13.24 at the moment. So all of these girls really will be aiming for that 13 barrier.
Yes, that's the benchmark here, is if you can run under 13 seconds, it usually gets you through to the next round. So.
And they're off nice and cleanly. You can see Kiani Pohi-Bright really strong on the inside, but also Georgia Gibbons running in lane 3. Those powerful strides of Kiani Pohi-Bright taking her to the finish in 4:93. Georgia Gibbons from Queen's High School finishing off her 100 metres very well as well. Looks like those two will be the first across the line. I never like to preempt these things too much because we're seeing things on an angle. So I always stand to be corrected, but results coming through. Georgia Gibbons takes it out 12:67, Kiani Pohi-Bright 12:73, and Neve Gedja dips under 13 for the 12:95, and that will be enough to take her through to the final. Erica Lucas with a 13:38 will just be outside that top 2 non-auto qualifiers.
Yes,
but a good run from those athletes.
Yes, as we said, that 13 seconds seems to be the, that benchmark of getting in there. Anybody who's running sub 13 seconds for 100 is likely to go through. And all the heats decided and lane draws done, and with the numbers obviously going through. Sometimes in the 100 metres in the past we've had to go to the next, another one in the middle, the semis, and then the final. So this time the athletes can wait till the final because they have all their energy. And on the runway now we've got competitor number 396.
Yeah, Sarah Fenwick from Napier Girls. That's her first jump of the morning, and as you can see, look at that mist. It's absolutely thickening up again. It sort of cleared an hour or so ago, but it's closing in. But there's no precipitation with it. It's just the mist, and it's actually still quite warm as well. I went for my run, my long run this morning, and I was sweating buckets because it must be 100% humidity out there. Probably about 20 degrees at 6 a.m. So it's not particularly cold, but it's atmospheric.
Yes.
All right, Lauren Terrell from Hawera, just up the road. And there you see Hawera has a great little jumps program. Ed Fern and the team in Hawera do a fantastic job in South Taranaki, and they run what is one of the coolest events around New Zealand, the Jumps to Music, in late January in Hawera, and they do long jump and high jump, and it's a fantastic event. All the competitors choose some of their theme songs that they jump to, and great crowd interaction with the crowd right next to the runway. And if you've never seen long jump or high jump up close, you need to. It's incredible to see how athletic these individuals are. You don't really get the full picture when you're just watching on screen like this, but when you see how far they're moving through the air, these kairerere, it's absolutely impressive.
You're right, and it's end on from the pit is obviously where to film from. You'll notice all the coaches and managers usually have their phones out and they're videoing the athletes as they go through the air, so they can diagnose, look at, see what they're doing, see how far they are away with their foot from the jump board they're taking off from, and also that flight time in the air, what they do with their body in the air. And again, from the side, you actually get the side profile of exactly how far they're getting. So
we had on screen Bernice Cullen from St Hilda's. She's moved into the 3rd place. We're still in round 1 with a 10:39, but on the runway now, we're being told it's Kira McNeil, but I think she has already jumped. So we're just getting some confusing data through to our studio. But if you want to follow along with the results, look at that great picture from the team, our production team. Yeah, if you want to follow along with the results, head to nzssaa.org.nz, which is the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association website, and there you'll be able to follow the links. And we can no longer see the other side of the ground.
I thought that was the sun coming out, but it's actually the spotlights on the other side.
The fog is really closing in, and look, this camera is probably situated 40 metres away from our athlete here, and you can barely see Hannah Collins as she comes through the mist from Te Aho o Te Kura Ponamu, and she will get her triple jump underway. Yeah, Hikitoro. So we're still able to carry on with competition. It's just thankful that we're not doing javelin or discus or something or hammer where the implement is flying through the air.
Unfortunately, Nathan, if you look to your right,
we're about to start.
They have got the javelin girls have been warming up.
Oh dear.
These are the juniors.
I spoke too soon. All right, Sienna Watson from Wakatipu. Her first jump in the triple jump.
Should come up on the board.
Toru.
Yes, I was just talking to Kirsten Hellier, you know, a medalist, a jump trying to coach up with Athletics New Zealand. She's got a young athlete down there. It's only just really picked her up in the last 3 or 4 weeks. But she, for a year 9 girl, is about 6'1" in the old terms.
Wow, yeah.
Long lever, so I'm sure she can get that javelin in another couple of years. So, yes, I wouldn't want to be an official out there if your attention span's not too good, because that thing's going to come out of the mist.
Yeah, or your eyesight. Yeah, we want both of them working very well. Absolutely. Okay, here's Chloe Thompson, another one of our Hawera High School athletes. Done the short drive up from Hawera. And here we go, junior boys, 100 metres away with the first heat. And running in lane 2 and 1, or 3 and 2, sorry. We've got Manaya Lesser from Otago and Owen Lamb from St. Kentigans. So it looked like those two took it out. Also in lane 1 we had Gabriel Dickinson and Tristan Wagner from Kuranui. Bill Quigley from Christchurch Boys. Kyson Keegan from Francis Douglas and Oliver Mayers. So it was Manaya Lesser from Otago taking it out in 11:59. And Owen Lamb in 11:67. Now top 3 go through in these heats, and then the next 9 best times, so 24 to advance in the junior boys hundreds through to the semi-finals.
You've just seen on the screen there, Les jumping, doing her long jump. And for those people, again, looking from the end on, you don't quite see this, but they've got a measure to where the sand is broken closest to the takeoff point. And unfortunately for that athlete, that jumper, she hit and couldn't get forward momentum over her hips to drive forward, and so she sat back down, which will drop her total distance about, no disrespect to the size of the young girl, but when you sit back, it's going to obviously put you back closer to that board and shorten your jump.
Right.
Red flag up.
Yeah, Evie McLennan from Botany Downs.
Yes.
Gets the red flag. And there's kind of 2 parts to any of these horizontal jumps. There's the approach, getting as close to the line as possible. Ideally jumping off the board. It gives you a bit of extra oomph when you hit the solid board. And then, of course, once you actually start the jump, then the next part of the process kicks in. So you're trying to get speed and trying to get as close to that board as possible. Here we go.
She doesn't look too pleased with that. She's going to go out the other side of the pit. That's it.
And we're still in the first round. We've got quite a few competitors. I make it around 20, 22, 23 triple jumpers.
Yes, a lot of they'll double up as the 100 metres and the long jumpers, and they large fields until they get down to those last few rounds. And as you can see again, what you'll see on the screen is what we're trying to look at across the field. Quite misty, but that's like I say, it's not driving rain, and it's not a lot of wind, so it's
the Pratton from Cashmere High School. Oh, keeps the balance, stays on her feet. Like Paul Meads mentioned, it's important to just have that forwards momentum, which is tricky when you've got 3 phases to the jump. Now, in this heat number 2 of the Junior Boys 100, we've got Leofor Osofono, Ben Blundell, Hugo Brush, Toby Grant, Philip Bailey, Finn Hawkins, Yaron Groneweg, and on the inside in lane 1, Leofor Osofono looking nice and strong. Lane 6 with Finn Hawkins, also potentially lane 2 with Ben Blundell from Botany Downs Secondary College. So close running.
Yes, and you know, we talked about the girls and 13 seconds being the magical time. The boys are usually quicker. And you're looking at about a second and a half, up to a second and a half difference. So we'll wait and see those times. But
yeah,
11:64
for Leofor.
that if they've got another couple of runners, they're going to be useful on a 4x100 metre relay, I might surmise. Here we go. Christchurch Girls High School.
Piper Everson on the runway for the first time in the triple jump. Here she goes. Pretty good on the board.
Peki Toro. Marshall's here at the pit, indicating which way the athlete should leave the pit. And that's just a safety thing, because you don't want them stepping out into the lanes, because that outside lane, 800 metres, boys coming through, and we don't really want that sort of
yeah, you don't
connection.
want a 100 kg 100 metre runner hitting you at 11-second pace. Yeah,
no,
that's not recommended. Definitely a health and safety issue. So yeah, the triple jump running right next to the home straight for the 100 metres.
It's the girl Gordon from Craighead Diocesan School for Girls. Yes.
That jump there from Piper
Everson
was 9:32.
Oh, sorry. You notice on the left-hand side, all those little sticks in the ground and a few shoes there. It's not the lost property at the school gala. It's actually the mark from the runners use for their. They measure out, calculate it. It is a science. It's a thing between the athlete and the coaches and the techniques. And so some people have a short, very quick, fast run up. And if you go to the upper levels, like at the Olympics, you'll see people clapping to the crowd to get them behind them. And they come in from about 25, 30 meters
Shea Veach is well back. He gives himself a good old run up.
By the time they come to that board, they've got a head of steam up. They transfer all that momentum into their, obviously, one of the three components first, and then get the timing right. And when you get out and measure it, I used to do this at, here we go, sorry.
Okay, so this is heat number 3. We've got Hunter Kennedy, Zach Kimmins, and I'll call the action because it's lane 7 and 6, but very close. We've got lane 4 coming in nice and strong as well. I want to say maybe Cody Lawson, maybe Alapati Tusa Soagia, and Hunter Scott potentially in lane 7. And it was lane 7, Hunter Scott from Christchurch Boys High School claiming the win in 11:81, and Alapati from St. Peter's School claiming second place, so he will go through to the next round automatically. Cody Lawson will need to wait and see if no top 3 advance for this, so Cody Lawson will be safe from Southland Boys High School with a 12:03. And then the others will need to see how these rounds unfold as to who gets through to the semis. Now you can see on screen the round 1 results so far in the triple jump.
Yeah, the Peki Toru.
So our Kai Peki Toru, if I got that right. Hannah Collins is leading that competition with Sophie Hancock, and then Charlotte Goldsmith. So pretty close up the front with a few up in the 11s in the early stages, but very, very early stages in the senior girls triple jump.
Yeah, again, a number that coaches encourage these young girls to get up to, young women now. They're heading towards that 12-metre mark. Anybody jumping over 11 is likely to get into the next round of jumps. So some like to do it on their last jump, some like to get it out in the bank early. Here we go. So and notice how she's flicked sideways there, just to get that momentum out so you don't fall backwards.
So Charlotte Goldsmith currently sitting in 3rd at 11:21. And if you've just tuned into the coverage, kia ora, welcome to the coverage here at a very misty TET Stadium in Inglewood, Taranaki. But it's great to have you company on Whakata Māori. And your job at home is to get excited about what's happening here on screen, because we've got 1,000 athletes from all over Aotearoa competing in run, jump, throw. And your other job is to share that little link. Hit that share button, share it out to your whānau, your friends, your classmates, and get eyeballs on screen, because I believe most of the country's raining like it has been here in Taranaki for the last 24 hours. So what better way to spend your weekend than chilling in front of your screen here and absorbing all the action of these incredible athletes, our tangata, who have come from all over Taranaki, all over New Zealand, I should say, to Taranaki to compete in the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs. So Charlotte Goldsmith with that jump of 11:49, that moves her up into 2nd place. Still very early days in this competition.
Yes, it is. And, like tomorrow's basically a day of finals, but with every field event like this one, the current one.
So Sarah Hewlett, very fast second phase of the triple jump, just maintaining that momentum. And here we go. We've got Howin Z, Riley Raroa, Henry Smith, Zion Samuels, Parley Clark, Dylan Henderson, Michael Lopez and Ashton Harris. Now lane 6 and lane 3 are looking pretty good. Henry Smith, Dylan Henderson, maybe Riley Raroa rounding out the top 3 as they disappear into the mist. Great atmosphere here.
Yes, it is. And, I was saying earlier that the field events are finals within themselves, aren't they? So, the track people have got to go through qualify, and then you usually have a day break. These people just get a time between the rounds, and that's it. So.
Yep, you get three rounds to make that qualification, make that cut of the final 8.
Yes,
you
and then
you don't hit it.
Normal rules, then they jump them in reverse order.
Yep.
So if you're winning the competition and you have one jump left, you actually technically don't have to jump. And you might have seen that tactic used by the great Dame Valerie Adams at one of her competitions, where she stood back from the last round throw because she'd already won. No, but the second place skater couldn't go past her, so the last round, so she didn't even have to throw. So, and there's a famous, was it Robin Tate, Commonwealth Games in 1974? Didn't he throw the winning discus in the first round and sat around for the next 5 and took the gold medal?
Just chill out, put your feet up.
Just waited for somebody to go past him.
Yeah. So we saw Monica McDonald in the triple jump just before from Roncalli College. Big smile on her face, always good to see. And we also have happening the para shot put. This is the junior shot put. We've got 3 competitors in this event. Millie Marshall-Kirkwood, Una Kinagil-Redding and Charlie Gardner-Hall.
There we go, not quite on the flight there. We'll see. Oh, it's a no jump, a red flag. So that's one of the athletes from Napier Girls High School.
Yeah, Sarah Fenwick.
The lady down there's been running those teams from there. Sheila Smith she's a jump coach, so she'll get those things sorted out.
All right, here's heat number 5. Xavier Talamai, Holden, Blake Dalton, Francis Gale, Morris Mao, Ethan Hull, Max Brown, Tana Kereweataya and Lucas Lambert. It looks like lanes 1 and 2, maybe lane 8. So Xavier Talamai, Holden and Blake Dalton, and potentially Lucas Lambert coming through for one of those places. We'll round that out shortly.
Might have got that. I think it was lane 2 and 3, Hayden. Just,
right, yeah. So Blake Dalton from lane 2, and you're right. Francis Gile from Ormiston.
Yes,
with an 11.85, and then Lucas Lambert. So a reminder, these are the junior boys 100-metre heats. We've got 5. This is the 5th heat, and I believe we've got 6 heats. Let me just double check that for you. No, that was the final of the heats.
Yes, I can't see any other. No, other people are going around towards that start line now.
Yeah, this is Lauren.
No,
Alexandra Domansky.
Yes, she didn't quite get that foot landing. I'm going on, because the worst thing you want from a jumper is for your foot to roll over, because that's you out of the deal. You really do put a lot of pressure, up to 2 times your body mass landing, and when you're putting that on a couple of tendons and ligaments at an angle at speed, that's you can see her now getting her shoes off, and she'll be disappointed with that. And the last thing I don't like seeing Hayden's athletes injure themselves. I know yesterday during that 3,000 metres, because I saw the guy that went to the inside. If he had to jump back out, which he did, if he had to clip the other athletes, not only does it affect the results, you can damage athletes, and some of those athletes are in the hunt for the World Cross Country team. So
pretty tough. So unfortunately for our athlete there, I think that was Bernice Cullen from St Hilda's.
And then on the other, you're St Hilda's and Dunedin up on the hill there. Come sideways a bit. Yes, if you ever go to St Hilda's and Dunedin, go up past the Moana Pool, get to the top, there's a road. It's got a bridge on there. Everybody goes to Baldwin Street, the steepest street in the world, to roll their Jaffa down. Go to the top of that one and put it down. 4 lanes on the motorway highway coming up, man, they go. We did it one year as a bit of a comp. And I sent the guy into town to buy some of those plastic golf balls to see how they'd go. The idiot bought real ones. Man, did they? We ran from there. Didn't want to. We just said, oh, big hailstones. Yep, St Hilda's up on the hill.
Yeah. All right, so we are looking at the senior girls triple jump. Piki Toro. Here is one of our Kai Piki Toro.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Straight down the middle. So not a lot of sideways.
Hannah Collins, I believe, who's our competition leader with an 11.58. Closely followed by Charlotte Goldsmith with an 11.49, and then in third place Sophie Hancock with just one jump so far with 11.36. So we'll see if Hannah will improve on her position at that 11.58.
Here we go. We've got the Paris, and she's into the shot put circle. Well, that's a good effort. It's got out. That's a legal throw. Another one coming pretty well straight down the line. It's good from this end because you can see how far they've gone off the centre board.
And Gracie
Pratt
Pratt
go
there.
out at a straight line.
Yeah, Gracie Pratt there will be pleased to get the white flag on that. She fouled in her first attempt,
yes,
but she will pick up a mark in this second round, which is all important. Get something on the board to carry you through those first 3 rounds. So this is Sienna Watson from Wakatsepu. That right calf strapped up, so maybe nursing a little niggle.
Be a tough place to go and live, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Monica there, Wakatsepu. There we go.
So after fouling in the first round, this looks pretty good. Will it get the white flag? The marshal's just waiting until she exits the sandbox, and all clear. Picks up the white flag, so she will get a mark to her name.
Yes.
So Sienna will be happy to get her day underway in the triple jump.
Yes, and that one there again, if you're looking from the coaching and point of view, that tape measure was within about 200 mil from the side, so she's drifted across during that the power transfer from the right leg to the left leg, and then in the air. So there's not a lot of hang time in there to sort of control. And the ones you notice, the girl who's leading the competition, her flight is pretty straight, and that is a huge benefit.
Yeah.
Just that sideways movement can cost you a few.
You don't get any extra points for going sideways, do you?
No, yeah, I mean, there's still.
So here's Chloe Thompson from Hawera, one of our local girls. Gets the white flag, which is a welcome relief after a foul in that first round. And we've
just got the tail end there of a heat of the 100 metres.
Yeah, this is the junior girls, so we
didn't see the finish of that down here, just the tail end of it.
We've got 6 heats in this, so 24 to advance through to the semi-finals in the 100 metres, and I can tell you that Eden Ennis took out that heat of 13.30, and Maya Potsa-Wera with a 13.31, and also to advance automatically is Daisy Goodman from Paraparaumu with a 13.49. Charlize Duncan from New Plymouth Girls, 13.59, so just on the first of our little queue potential qualifiers, so we'll keep an eye on those
the
times.
The junior girls will run, magic time before for the girls was 13 seconds, this will be about 13, oh yeah, 13.30, I was going to say,
yeah.
30 splits down. Here's our para competitor coming to the shot put circle and a standing throw, and he's got out there. And he's done the correct thing by leaving from the back and back up of the circle.
Sophie Hancock sitting in third place on the runway, successfully completing her second triple jump, the Piki Toro. And so an 11.36 from her in round 1. Can she improve on that in round 2? And we had Charlotte Goldsmith on earlier, who's sitting in second. She's improved her 11.21 up to 11.49, but it's not enough to push her ahead of Hannah Collins, who holds her place with that 11.58 that she jumped in round 1.
Really good. Botany Downs is on the runway. Well, we've got another Paralympian here putting the shot out. He's got it out there. Remember, these athletes are all classified, a T category and, oh yes, Australian Lass was in the last time we had a North Island secondary school from Counties Monaco. This girl was in our team as a jumper, so I'm glad she's kept with it. And again, we're just catching.
Yeah, that was heat number 2 in the junior girls 100 metres. So 3 rounds with a semi-final to come. Amelia Goldsmith took that one out from St Cuthbert's College in 12.66 with Jackie Nazrabadi from Diocesan School for Girls with 13.30. And in third place, picking up that third automatic qualifier, Bridie Durbridge from Napier Girls.
Yes, another one of the ones out of the Sheila Smith. She said she had some athletes coming through, juniors, and she's gearing for this weekend and obviously next year. That's what happens when you have a young squad. You come in as a junior, year 9 or year 10, and then it's a big jump up when you're year 11 competing against year 13 athletes who pretty much are at the end of the physicality, end of the scale by the end of the time they leave school. So she's got a good group of a lot of athletes coming through there. And back to the shot put circle. You'll notice that there's, you just see the shimmer of water on there. And the athletes aren't slipping, which is good. And the officials here will keep an eye on that. So it's like a mist and a drizzle here. And the automatic technology that they have when they go out there and they measure memory are not working in the rain. So that's why we've gone back to the manual measuring there. So yeah, so we've got basically that's why the tape measures are out, because the technology is not working once it's wet. And on the runway, we have our next person in the triple jump. We've got Bernice. Is it Bernice? Oh, here now we've got a silent shot of our 100 metres, and it looks like lane 3 and lane 7. So lane 3, lane 7, and then Apanusa. Yes, Apanusa from Havelock North of lane 7, Sienna right from Craighead Diocesan School. So those we'll get those times up later on. As you get the last one. Good determination in the facials there, and accuracy. Yes, it's a clean jump. Great to see that white flag go up. Just wait and see if that score comes up. St Hilda's is on the runway now. We're just hoping they'll spin that score thing around. We can't quite see that yet. Remember, they get a call for the call. The name is called. You come out on the runway and you've got a certain time frame to compete, and then they get a count in. And quite often the runners, particularly in windy conditions, will try and pick a breeze that suits or the least hindrance when they're jumping. The tailwind, you can jump and win with a tailwind over 2 metres per second. However, you're not allowed to claim the record. So we've today I don't think any of these are over 2 metres per second at the moment, which is great for the athletes. That means all their jumps count. And back to the para shot. It's a very good effort. Getting the tape measure coming out. Oh, there's another hit. Oh, is this look at this in lane 5. And a fly on the outside.
Yeah, that's Brooke Harper in lane 5, and on the outside running really well is Ava Rattray as well. And I think lane 3 had a good strong finish with Indy Gibson. So this is heat number 4. And a reminder for the junior girls, we will be going to semi-finals. Now, here is Charlotte Goldsmith, currently sitting in 2nd place in the triple jump, gets the white flag.
You should be trying to improve on her
yeah, 11.49. So she needs another 10 centimetres to move up.
To get, yes, it's 10 centimetres is sounds gettable, but you know, that's just sometimes just that little bit too far. We'll wait and see.
So Rory Poff of St Thomas of Canterbury. He's got a best from round 1 in the shot put of 9:59. Now leading in terms of distance in this para boys competition is Corin Hanning with an 11:92 in round 1. Here we go, back to the triple jump. Senior girls triple jump. So I can confirm that Charlotte Goldsmith's previous jump has moved her up to first place with an 11:86. So that's a big jump right when she needed it.
Yes.
On the third round, we had Cameron Porter from Craighead Diocesan on screen just before. She's sitting in 12th place with a 10:22.
Yes, like I say, that 12-metre mark is quite a you know, it's a measurement in the senior girls triple jump.
Yeah, as a gauge, we've got 2 women this year from New Zealand over 12 metres, so it gives you an idea of the quality of the senior girls Piku Toro today, of just how far they're jumping. So if they're getting up towards that 12-metre mark, they're certainly getting right up there. Now we're skipping back to heat number 5. And in lane 2, running really well, Sienna Moll, and lane 6, Caitlin Black, also running very strongly on the inside. Millie Woodham had a good final 50 metres of that 100-metre run. So we had Millie Woodham from Havelock North in lane 1, Sienna Moyle from St Kitts, and Riley Gale from Marlborough, Jeeta McKenzie from St Guths, and taking out that race was Caitlin Black from Aquinas College with a 13:26. Sienna Moyle from St Kitts with a 13:27, so very close for our top 2. And rounding out our top 3 auto qualifiers, Millie Woodham from Havelock North with a 13:53. Paige Scannell will need to follow the results closely for that 13:83 in 4th place. So we'll be able to give you actually who got through by little Q. And the cut-off point for that was 13:84. So Paloma King, Lily Anderson, Paige Scannell, Emma Young, Charlize Duncan, Ava Rattray will all move forward as time-based qualifiers.
That's Monica McDonald from Roncalli College. She's currently placed 16th in the competition.
Yeah.
And that's a counting jump, so it's interesting because a lot of people analyse each jump. Some people like doing an average, and people always talk about PBs, and I'm sure you've got yours. I'm sure your PB on the run this morning was good. I don't know if you got our guest speaker yesterday to come in to run with you.
No. Are you talking about Tori Peters, Angie, or Matt Baxter?
No, Matt Baxter. I did suggest if you're going to go for a run with Matt Baxter, you need a push bike.
Yeah, he ran the New York Marathon recently. I think he picked up 12th place.
12th or 13th, yeah. 2 hours 17, that's a good time.
Yeah.
Sarah Fenwick there from Napier Girls. So I said the last jump wasn't quite right, and I'm sure Sheila would have, Schmidt would have been over there giving her those pointers just to get that fluidity through the whole movement, and that one looked good. That one looked nice.
All right, in this heat we've got Ava Silla, Maya Bentley, Erin Boa, Te Araha Whananga Smith, Holly Thin, Annabelle Batchelor and Sienna Baker. Looks like lane 6 and lane 2, so Mia Bentley and Annabelle Batchelor, and Ava Silla also running really well. Now, I read out the time-based qualifiers earlier, but not realising that we had one heat to go. So scratch those results. Well, potentially, because
there'll be some more.
Let's have a look at the time. So Annabelle Batchelor,
that's good.
storming run 12:92. Mia Bentley from Long Bay College 13:11. Ava Silla 13:17. That's our top 3, and then we had Holly Thin with a 13:57, and Erin Bauer from Cambridge High with a 13:83. So those girls will need to see if they are one of the top 6, and I will be able to look that up now, actually.
That's
fill you all in.
Domansky, St Matthew's College.
So
triple jump there. She's making out the top 8 there, so she'll be, that top 8 get another jump. She'll be pleased to be in that level of the deal. Just going back to those 100 metres there, Hayden, those heats coming through, and you can see, as I was saying earlier, that if you're getting under 13:30 for the junior girls 100, you usually do qualify for the next round. But you'll see the real speedsters will go under that 13. And it just depends on the, on the heat and semi, and if some are cruising to the finish because they're just qualifying. Oh, that's a good effort there.
That's Shannon Murphy. She's got a best of 7.83 and then a second best of 7.82, and that rounds out her 2 rounds. So that's pretty consistent,
isn't it? That's
within
what you want.
Centimetre.
That's great consistency, and that's really what you want from your athletes.
So that was Bernice Cullen from St Hilda's, and there's the standings at the moment. Charlotte Goldsmith with that great third round triple jump of 11.86 moves about 30 centimetres clear of Hannah Collins in second, and Sophie Hancock in third with that 11.36. So they're the standings. On the cusp at the moment is Alexandra Domansky sitting in 8th place, but we've got a lot of athletes and still plenty more, probably half the field still to go in round 3, so expect those places to get chopped up.
There you go. There's a school for you.
That is Charlie Gardner Hall.
Yes.
Her third throw from Waiuku College.
Yes. Yeah, she decided at the last North Islands we had, which was 2 years ago. She came and said, I want to get 4 golds today. So she decided to go and leave them for the pound. I said, well, don't burn yourself out. It's a weekend. And then she went out and got them. So I'm glad to see she's still into athletics.
Here we have Gracie Pratton from Cashmere. Getting good forward projection.
Yes.
If you get that weight forward, often you can end up face first in the sand.
You can.
Part of the joy of horizontal jumping, isn't it? Getting sand everywhere.
And the determination on her face to coming down and getting all that effort into the leg drive off, particularly off the last bit, the latter part of the jump, and she did that very well. So I'm interested in what she comes up with.
Sienna Watson Wakatupu on the runway. She's sitting in 14th. There's a 10.15 in the second round, foul in the first round. So can she improve and find her way, sneak her way into that top 8? With these big fields, it can be very challenging to make that top 8 cut off. Here she goes. Is she happy with that? Gets the white flag. The cutoff at the moment is 10.58. Kate Bestel.
10.58
at the moment. So
that's about a metre spread between the current leader. There we go. There's a 10.44. That's a nice clear shot of the scoreboard coming up there for all the people in the stadium to see. The main stand.
Here she is, Chloe Thompson from Howard. Sitting in 18th place with a 9.05. Good smile on her face. And it could be her best of the day. Now, for those who have just tuned in and wondering what's going on with this Taranaki weather, it is drier than it looks. We've got a few little spits of rain, but it's more that the fog is the component, the ingredient that's mixing things up with this weather. And we've got very light winds. So these triple jumpers will have a slight tailwind. So there you can see Chloe's time. And here we are, Sophie Hancock sitting in third place,
Ooh,
grabbing her Achilles and maybe back, so I hope she's okay there. There, you're talking about the forces going through your body in each of the phases. And
so that's critical, the lower back.
She's all right there.
Through when you're kicking your leg through from the hip, and that's a lot of flex expected from the back there, lower back, and you can see her wince straight away. So hopefully that's nothing too sinister. Like I say, I do not enjoy seeing athletes get injured, but it is part of the risk, I guess, and particularly in this jump, because you put so much pressure on everything. But she's walking back okay now, so maybe that's...
and that was an 11.02, so just off her best of 11.36, so she remains in third place. Now on screen, we've got Eva McLennan. And she's got 2 fouls, so she will be very, very happy to see that white flag. What a relief that is.
Yes,
and
indeed.
will it be enough to push her up into that top 8? Pull a miracle out of the bag? Let's wait and see.
985 going to 986, so it's going up. Well, at the moment, let's look at 19, that'd be good. World record. Yeah, 989. Don't think that's quite going to get there at the moment.
But she gets on the board and she'll move into 15th place. So always good to go home with at least a mark on the board, not 3 fouls. Now from Sacred Heart Girls College, Katie Bestel sitting in the 8th position. She'll be happy again to see that white flag go up. She's got a 10.58, which has her in 8th. And we have, I'm just adding it up, I make it 4 more jumpers to go. 4 more kaipeke toro.
Yes, so we will.
And here we go, 10.54.
10.54 on the board, which is right on that cusp of 10.58, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's she's already got that 10.58, so it's no improvement for her. And then here is Esther Pratton. She's sitting in 4th place. She's got 11.06.
A little bit
Reaching
more relaxed
out
in the upper body then, so that's a good jump. Again, because we can't see side on, we don't know how far along in the pit that is. A little bit of an uneven leg fall there. But, you know, she's sitting in 4th place. So, you know, if you want a podium, Hayden, I guess you have to sort of go all out to try and get that, just a few more centimetres to get into the medal contention.
Absolutely.
And she's obviously got the rhythm and the power there, the athleticism, so...
All right, so here's the first of the heats of the senior girls 1500 metres. We've got Harriet Douglas from Whanganui Collegiate, Renee Carey from St Paul's Hamilton, Sasha Letitia from Takapuna, Phoebe Squire from Wellington East, Caro Heinen from Otamotai, Kate Yu from Samuel Marsden, Emma Ferguson from Ngātawa Dio. We've got Katja Cumming from Taumaranui. We've got Scarlett Anderson from Onslow, Amelia Abernethy from Queen Margaret, and Bella Earl from Whangarei Girls, and Kai O. Finzi from Epsom Girls.
Yes, and the runner Bella Earl is the one who led from start to finish yesterday in the girls 3,000 metres. I'm just trying to pick her up in there, and the other runner from St Cuthbert's in there. I know if we've got her on the inside. One of the twins, her and a sister, they're both hockey players as well. Yes, that's Charlotte Greenwood.
I'll make way for Angie Petty to bring some expert comments through one of our top middle distance runners. So Angie, come on in. And Tony Rogers, there we go.
Awesome. Hello everybody. Yeah, we've got this 1500 metres underway now. Very exciting to see New Zealand's best middle distance girls out there. So this heat has got, I think, some of the fastest PBs going into this heat was Charlotte Greenwood and Jodie Nash.
So kia ora, Angie. It's good to have you in here for these 1500s. maybe your second pet distance, is it?
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, 1500s is still a great event. I did manage to get my PB down to 407, but I still prefer the 800. But yeah, no, it's exciting to see this talent coming through. And sorry, this is heat 1. I've got the heats around the wrong way. We actually got Bella Earl, the favourite from, of course, yesterday, the 3K winner, who ran that 9:52 to take the gold yesterday.
So it looks like, I thought I heard that number was 491, but that's Lola
Campbell. Maybe it is the heats. Maybe maybe we have got this.
Heats around the other way, maybe, because this is definitely.
That's what I had marked down initially.
Yeah. So this is Lola Campbell leading this heat from Queen Margaret in Wellington. Athlete 491.
Yeah.
748.
And that's Jodie Nash. Yeah. Oh yeah. So Jodie Nash has a PB of 444. So she's certainly likely to make it through as well. Looking very good in there at the moment. We also got Paris Carroll. Just in the middle of the pack there, I can see from Christchurch, 601. Charlotte Greenwood, yeah, her PB of 443. So the girls with the fastest times seem to be right up there at the front at the moment, looking really strong.
So no pressure in this, is there, Angie? Because there's the top 5 will go through, and it's plus the next 4 on time. So as long as they keep it reasonably honest, there's a good chance this leading group will go through, which is being led around by Lola Campbell.
And that's right, and I think it does seem to be showing this weekend that they do need to run reasonably fast to make sure that they get those fastest little queue spots as well, because we've seen some of the favourites in some of the races, maybe not quite get on auto, and then they're in the slower heat, and it's always a tough way to miss out.
So it's Nash following Campbell with third there, 601 Charlotte Greenwood out of St Cuth's College it is, I think. So.
Yeah, and they're leading around in a reasonable pace. It's 3:36 with a lap to go, so you're looking at maybe somewhere around in the 450s. Yeah, so some of these girls can go a little bit faster than that, but I think some of the fastest times are actually in the next heat, where we've got a few girls in the 430s. But yeah, no, Charlotte's looking very strong there at the moment.
So coming through the 1200, just under 4 minutes, is Lola Campbell from Queen Margaret in Wellington. First 5 have come clear, so it'll be a bit of a chase for the girls now if they want to claim some of those fastest qualifying spots.
Yeah, Lola's running a really good race. I didn't actually have her PB marked down, but she's looking very strong, taking a bit of a gap from the girls just behind her. She's obviously wanting to give it, doesn't want to leave it down to the last 100 metres, but she is well clear, knowing that those first 5 spots are through. I think some of these girls sitting in 2nd, 3rd and 4th are probably just cruising enough now that they know that they're well clear to make it through to the final tomorrow. But yeah, we've still got Lola Campbell coming down there from Queen Margaret College. And Charlotte Greenwood just in behind. Their technique still looks pretty smooth, so to me they look like they're reasonably comfortable.
Yeah, so most of these girls are running reasonably well within themselves. Charlotte Greenwood's got a time of 4:43. Campbell's a regular competitor in the Wellington athletic scene, so she's got a top PB of 4:47. So she's, they're running through quite comfortably. The sort of times they're recording for these heats. The Campbell's winning time 4:51.71. So that will ease her through to the final tomorrow afternoon. Greenwood through in 2nd, 4:52.
And I'd say it's actually pretty perfect conditions out there for 1500. Not much wind, a little bit muggy, and the rain's cleared off at the moment and the mist is gone. So yeah, it's not bad conditions at all really to be cruising through in the heat, and yeah, hopefully they've saved a little bit in the legs for tomorrow's final.
And no fog now, actually.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
I bet you hadn't seen that too often at track meet in your time. As the fog that descended when the 100 metres were going on, and the girls triple jump, they could hardly see the girls on camera.
It must be a Taranaki thing. We certainly don't have it quite like that in Christchurch.
I can't say I haven't seen that before, being a Waikato boy, but it's definitely not something I've seen at a track meet in this middle of summer, that's for sure.
No, that's right. You almost can't see the competitor in front of you. But no, that was a good race, and we're looking forward to the second heat now, who's also got some of the star girls, I guess, that on paper have some of the fastest times going into it. I think Bella Earl will be feeling pretty good after her win yesterday in the 3K. Zara Geddes was 3rd in 3K. She's also lining up, and we've got Emma Ferguson, who has made it through to the 800 metre final coming up. She's got a PB of 4:32, so I think she's actually got the fastest PB coming into this. So she's going to be good to watch and, yeah, see how she manages doing that double, the 800 and the 1500.
So the results are through from the first heat that we've seen, and in 6th place was Ko Finson from Epsom Girls. She ran 4:58.76, so we'll keep an eye on that time. And then 5:01.71 was Phoebe Squire out of Wellington East. So I say that if anyone runs under 5 minutes, so they'll find themselves in the final, even if they're in the top sort of 6, 7 or 8 in the next race.
Yeah, so you hope that these girls may have seen that in the second heat. That's always an advantage about being in the second heat, I guess, that you do see the times before you, and you know, you think maybe if you weren't, you know, maybe the outright favourite on paper, or, you know, maybe a little bit harder to qualify, that you'd want to make this a fast race and not leave it down to, you know, making that auto spot just in case. So you want to give yourself a bit of room and get through on time as well. So we'll see if this goes out fast or whether the girls are happy to rely on their finish and know that they can get top 5.
That's right. So it's a pretty good field, this one, as you said, Angie, and a couple of the key ladies that were featuring in the 3000 are lining up today in the second heat. So we'll watch how that develops, and you get an indication pretty early on whether they're going to go for the time and try and get as many through as possible, or just go for the places, don't we?
That's right, yeah. So they're about to line up now. All the bright spikes out there. It's always interesting to see who's happy to go to the front. I guess because it's not windy, you know, you're not going to lose too much being at the front. Obviously, Sam and I, as coaches, kind of have to look into that kind of thing, and, you know, whether we recommend our athletes lead or not is always a bit of a question. But it looks like who's gone to the front there.
So there's 12 in the race, and looks like number 6.
No, I think that's Bella Earl. Yeah, Bella Earl's gone straight to the front, and she knows that she, maybe coming from the endurance side, being such a good 3K runner, maybe she wants it to be a fast race and not leave it down to a sprint. Pull apart the field and give herself, you know, a very good, strong shot of that final.
Coming around on the outside is Sasha Detica from Takapuna Grammar. That'll be the daughter of Jared Detica, who's a reasonably strong middle distance runner himself, and I know he's coaching at Takapuna College, so it's good to see some Takapuna Grammar girls and boys out here this weekend. So.
And they look like they're going through quite a lot quicker this heat, coming up to the bell and around that minute. Yeah,
about 4:30 pace. So.
Yeah, minute 12 was that? I think, or minute 10 or 11. So
back there.
Yeah.
Someone's caught up on someone else's feet. So yeah, I mean, if they run 80 seconds, that gives them 5 minutes, so they're well inside that, these girls. So we should have a good number of this early pack qualify here.
That's right. So the girls will be all trying to find their position and make sure they look quite strung apart. They don't look like they're going to be getting boxed in on the rail, because you can see that Bella's pulled that pace out, and the girls are having to, be quite strung apart already.
I guess Bella will want to have just a nice even race, and not after her 3K yesterday, so she can sort of recover well.
That's right. You think she might be tired from yesterday, but she's not looking at it at the moment. She does have that kind of rock as she runs, but it seems to work for her. She looks very fluid.
And I see she swung a little wide there, so she's trying to invite someone else maybe to do the paces, and that's a typical middle distance tactic. If you come off the bend, just run outside on the outside lane if someone wants to come through on the inside.
It doesn't look like anyone wants to at the moment, though. That's Sasha Letitia in second place, 7:47 there. So she's looking like she's enjoying just sitting on the back of her, and we've got 8:79. Is that right? Can't quite see the number there, but yeah, the girls. How many is that in this pack? So.
Good pack, they're going through in 2:30, so they've maintained that place pretty well, haven't they? So
yes.
The girl,
just slowing a wee bit maybe, but still faster than the first heat through the 800 there.
So the girl in St Paul's colours of the yellow, black and white is in 6th place, so in 7th is the next girl just behind her. We'll try and pick up that. Those top 7 kind of look like they are going to easily qualify through the final. They've edged away from the others now.
Yeah, so you wonder if they kind of realise that now, as they saw the first heat, and they think, well, there's no point pushing too much. I'm well clear, I should make it through, or they still want to get into that top 5. It'll be interesting to see what they're thinking. Maybe they're getting the coach yelling out a few comments about it.
I was going to say that. It was a little huddle of 1,500 metre coaches at the start line there. They'll be giving them the split, so they'll be telling them to ease off or just be comfortable, and see the girls looking around a bit now. And it's always competitive, I know, but they're well clear.
Yeah, and it also comes down to some people like a hard race the day before a final and some don't. I mean, I presume someone like Bella wouldn't want it to be too hard after running 3K yesterday, whereas some of these girls haven't raced yet. They might want a good head out and get their legs going a wee bit. It really depends on the kind of athlete you are, whether you want, a hard day before. If you can choose to, some will just be having to do their best to get through, of course, as well.
That's right. So I'd say even the top 7 in here are going to be around 4:45 to 4:50 mark, unless they ease off considerably. But 5 minutes is what they're looking for to qualify on time. Plus, obviously, the first 5, which is sorted out for pretty clearly. There's one of the girls there picked up her number.
I think it's Renee Carey in 673 that's just coming in 5th, so she's just looking like she doesn't need to worry too much though, because she's well clear of 6th place. So we've got that group of 4.
Renee from St Paul's, and she's just dropped off a little bit, so she'll be in 6th, I think, in the yellow and black and white of St Paul's from Hamilton.
Oh, actually, sorry, that 162.
And it's 662, I think, in 5th place.
Yeah.
You can see that. I think that's the number I'm reading there.
And 747, Sasha Letitia just off the back there. But Bella Earl looks like she's pretty strong at the front. Coming down, it's only going to be just over 440, so this is going to be there's a really fast race.
Yeah. Coming up to the line now, 440 odd. So we've got 4:45 on the clock.
There's Emma Ferguson in there as well. Of course, she's got the 800-metre final tomorrow, and she looked very strong in there.
It's 4:53, so we've got all those girls that have come through on screen already at the moment. They've qualified, and we've just hit the 5-minute mark now. So we're going to have a good 7 girls from that heat, and it'll be tight after that.
Those girls are stoked to be into the next round, and they've done the work that they needed to do to get through. And now they'll be, I'm sure, getting to their warm down and getting the legs ready for tomorrow. Hopefully not too much walking around. And we're saying to our athletes between races, yes, of course you want to be cheering on your teammates, but make sure you do recover and, rest the legs and make sure you're getting good food in and, focusing on your race the next day.
Back over there at the senior girls triple jump, and looks like someone ran through there, got their run up wrong. Just try and pick up who those athletes are now for our viewers.
Did you ever dabble in a bit of long jump there, Tony, back in when you were running?
Well, I have a theory about middle distance runners, Angie. We'll share that in this bit of commentary. Is that yes, at high school I was school triple jump champion.
Oh, were you?
And I say it's possibly one of the prerequisites for being a good middle distance runner, because if we think about some of the athletes I've been around over the years, a young man who's not so young now, of course, Peter Peerless, in my day went to the Olympics with me, and he was a triple jump and 400-metre runner in his day at school. He won the jumps titles out of Nelson, and then later years I coached Tim Hawkes, who came as a triple jumper and 400-metre runner, to run national titles over 800 as well.
Oh, right.
And so I've got this feeling that if you're kind of coordinated, got that bit of stiffness and can triple jump and probably long jump as well, but your speed has to be a bit more for long jump. It might be a good prerequisite for being a middle distance runner. So there we are. There's a little something.
There we go. We've got very interesting. We've got the times just come up there. So Bella Earl, Emma Ferguson, Zara Geddes, Sasha Letitia, and Neve Motley through automatically from heat 2. We're sorry, we didn't really talk much about Zara Geddes, but of course she had an amazing race yesterday, getting 3rd in the 3K. So she's from St Hilda's and has a 4:39 PB, so she's also looking very good for the final.
And she's a strong athlete, as we know, with her cross-country background. She's had over the winter, so...
That's right. Yeah. Amazing at New Zealand secondary schools, of course, and that battle that she had with Catherine Lund.
So I can tell you the final qualifier was Phoebe Squire, so both the Squire girls... both of you, Eliza and Phoebe, both from Wellington East have qualified. 5:01.71 was Phoebe in the 14th qualifier. So that's unofficial, but that's where we were at with that girls 1500. So go back to 6:12 on the screen now on the girls triple jump. I think it was Bernice Cullen from St Hilda's College.
I think what you're saying about the long jump, though, is definitely true, because plyometrics is a big part of being a middle distance runner. If you can hop in strong and bouncy off the ground, then of course you're going to be able to, float through the race a lot easier. And I think actually Steve Cram and a lot of those British legends from probably more your era.
Definitely my era.
Yeah, they certainly. I know my husband Sam, who's quite into the stats, had some really good hop distances that they had. They over like 10 metres, they could hop, incredibly long way. Over 10 hops, sorry.
So that was Sarah Hewlett out of Tiamutu College. In the triple, just trying to pick up. She's currently in 7th position, so we're into the final 8 as we've got the men's senior boys, we should say. 1500 heats lining up. First of the heats. Let's hope we've got listed in the right order now. So they're underway.
Yeah, so I think this first heat, hopefully we've got the right order, is pretty stacked actually. Is this the one with Angus Sevier, Daniel Prescott-Pye, James McClay? We'll just get the names up for you.
And we believe there's a withdrawal. So everyone will be interested to know. We believe that Christian Duval has withdrawn from the 1500. He was placed 3rd yesterday in the 3000. So we heard that he had a little bit of illness coming into the championship. So probably a little bit of an explanation of maybe the performance that people didn't see. A bit of pushing going on there.
Yeah,
There's people
already
jostling for position coming up to the bell.
And just trying to
sorry,
find...
not the bell, I should say, the end of lap 1 and around about 47, 48. So they're on about 4-minute pace.
And this might be what we have down as heat 2. Is at 2:06 at the front, which would be Oscar Monroe from Nelson College. Looks like he's the one that's gone to the front there. But yeah, a really big field, so you can see they're already quite strung out. Going through the first lap in about 103, 104 is that, I think.
And I think that's Ronan Kadaya.
Oh, sorry, got the wrong number.
341, which is, that's sorry, Logan Marshall from McLean's in 341. So it definitely is.
Oh yeah, no, that was Angus Monroe.
First heat as we've listed, unless they did do a redraw, so we've lost some names there. So.
Oh yeah, there's definitely heat 1. I can see Daniel Prescott in there. One of our athletes there from Christchurch, but yeah, they're all strung apart pretty quick. They're going out at a good pace. They obviously don't want to give themselves more of a chance of getting through on time if they don't get those auto spots. Of course, we've got the 2 heats, so we're first 5 again, like the girls had. So Angus is looking really good. Angus Monroe at the moment from Glendowie College.
William Johnson up there from St Peters in Auckland.
Yeah, there's still quite a bunch of them there, so we'll see how they're
just steady, aren't they? They're not. No one's going too hard, but they're just easing the pace out there. See if we can pick up who our leader is as they come round with completed 2 laps.
Yeah, so that was through in about 2:12, I think, which is of course 66-second laps.
It's about 4:08.
4:08 pace. I was just going to say that's about my PB pace. So
I can see now the moves are being made as they go into the last 600. Bit of pressure coming on. There's still plenty of them there, isn't there? There's a good bunch of 10 at the moment or more too.
Yeah, and we've got, I think, Callum O'Keefe in there as well, who's a really good 800-metre runner. So you got to watch out for these 8 guys. Of course, they will have those really fast finishes, you would presume anyway, because he's running 154.800.
500 to go now, and they're through 1,000 and just under 2:48.
Yeah, they did switch the heats up. There was going to be 3 heats, so some of our list was originally wrong, but I think we've got it sorted now.
The Otago boy there in the front, and Luke Cudby from Westlake. Looks like George Hamilton. He was in the 3K yesterday, the Otago boy with the big O in the front.
Yeah, and they went through in about 3:03, so they're looking at a pretty quick pace. I'm presuming they'll close in somewhere around that minute as well, so it's probably going to be somewhere around that 4-minute mark.
That's Johnston in the blue with the yellow down there from St Peters in Auckland. That's a good bunch still. There's 5 or 6. There's the Bethlehem boy coming through now. That'll be Elliot Pugh, of course, who finished, I think, 5th in the 3,000 yesterday.
Well, they're finishing really quick. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Elliot Pugh's got a PB of 3:57.
Yeah, so he's one of the stronger contenders. He was probably a bit disappointed. We've got boy Cudby from Westlake, I think it is. Well, no, there's a couple of Westlake boys in there, so I better make sure we've got the right one.
Still William Johnson at the front. Oh, it's pretty
Etienne
close.
Cologne.
And these 4 will be clearly through. We'll see.
We'll watch the time as they go across. That's just over 4 minutes now for them. So Yeah, the next three were in pretty close, so about 4:05 is going to be the sort of mark I'm thinking they're looking at in the second heat for coming through on time.
That's right, so you'll see what these other boys will think, and of course you've got a pretty fast next heat. We can see Cameron Maunder, of course, who was second yesterday, and some of these other boys, Carson Vesey, obviously, who won yesterday, who has a PB at 3:48, so you wonder if some of these boys are going to make it fast or if they're just going to sit back. We've got Angus Sevier, who's coming up in the next heat, who's been running phenomenally down in Christchurch with some huge PBs this season, a 3:56 and a 1:54. So it'll be interesting whether these boys in this next heat want to make it fast or they sit back and trust their kick.
So we've got Katie Bestel here on the triple jump. She's currently in 8th place, so into the last round now.
Yeah, so Angus Monroe won that heat in 4:02. Then we had Etienne Cologne from Westlake Boys High, 4:02. Elliot Pugh in 4:03. And we'll just wait for the rest of the times to come up. But that was a pretty fast heat. Some of these boys, though, can run, you know, a good 10 seconds quicker than that. So some of them would have been wanting to save a little bit in the legs for tomorrow's final, which is going to be really fast. The middle distance running in New Zealand is just crazy at the moment. I'm very excited to see these boys coming through. And that was William Johnson in 3rd place, 4:03.38, and Callum O'Keefe, the fast 800-metre runner, in 4:04, getting that final automatic spot. So Tane Patel from Havelock North High School will have to wait and see. So will Luke Cudby and the boys just behind him.
So that was Katie Bestel. Sorry, that was Katie Bestel's jump was 10:60, and then we had Bernice Cullenfins and Hilders in the triple. They're just measuring her. No, looks like it might have been a foul. Just took my eyes off the screen for a moment. So next on the runway is Sarah Hewlett, 7:89 from Tiamuta College, currently in 7th. She sort of leant into
that looks like a good jump from me. I mean, I'm not a triple jump specialist, but looked like she threw through the air nicely.
So the previous jumper, Bernice Cullen, 10:94, moved into 5th place, so she did an improvement on round 6, which is what the athletes are all striving for. So Hewlett's back in 7th at the moment, and her best currently is on the board is 10:84, so we'll be looking forward to seeing what that comes up with. She went 10:81, so not able to improve. So next we've got Gracie Pratton from Cashmere out of Christchurch. I don't know if you know her, Angie, but she's on.
Yeah, definitely know the Pratton girls. She's got a younger sister as well, or a couple of younger sisters, I think. So they've got some good runners and obviously good jumping and good genes in that family.
That's good. And so yeah, she's currently in 6th place, the young Cashmere High girl. So we'll see if she can improve on her 10:91 is what her best is. So we'll watch for that mark to come up. See if she moves up. She'll be looking for 10:94 or better to go back up a place, or into 11:07 is her best. So, there's 2 Prattons. That's what's confusing me. This must be sister Esther Pratton, is it?
Yeah, I really should know how many.
So 10:96 was Gracie, so she did improve on her best slightly. Now this is her sister, obviously, we would expect, also from Cashmere. We'll see, they look like they're having a good battle, and they could be twin sisters, I suppose, if they're in the same age group, and they look pretty similar in look. So
I know they've definitely got a younger sister, maybe even 2 younger sisters who run middle distance as well. So yeah, must be.
And their marks are very close together, which is always ironical with if they are twins, isn't it? So
that's right. We've got the boys 1500 heat 2 underway.
And that was a good one for Esther. She jumped 11:37, so that bounces her up to actually in 4th place, I think it'll be. Well, actually 3rd place. So she's in the medals with that last jump, so that'll be pleasing for her. Oh, we've nearly got a boy going down there. Just saved himself in the middle of the pack.
We've got 18 runners again in this heat, so it's a big field. We just got a bit of a miss on the board there.
Time in there by Sophie Hancock out of Rototuna. So the time that these boys are looking for in terms of qualify by time places around 4:05, because 7th place was 4:05 in the previous race. So first 5 to qualify in the 1500s, and then this is our leading jumper on the runway now. No, sorry, 2nd place jumper Charlotte Goldsmith.
Oh, she got a couple of fouls just before this one as well.
Yeah,
so it
she looks like she could be a little bit injured the way she was landing.
Maybe
there.
she was, because she got that really good jump on her third jump, wasn't it? But then a couple of fouls, so
she'll stay in second with 11.86 as we go to the final. Jumper will be Hannah Collins from Te Aotearoa Punamu. So she'll take out the girls triple jump senior title with her best performance so far of 12.04. We'll see what she can master on the last jump. Here she goes. Really good phases. So that's Hannah Collins. She's got a white flag. So keeping an eye out the window at the same time on the 1500 second heat.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas Barry's at the front. It looks like he just pulled the field apart. I think was a bit slow and decided, right, I've got to get going at about 600 metres or a bit before that. You can see Angus Sevier up there as well. We'll just try and get the names of the other boys. So they're going to go through 800, pretty similar, I think, to that first heat. Coming up to the...
So just on screen is the final result for the senior girls triple jump. Our winner, Hannah Collins, with a best performance of 12.04. The only girl to go over 12 metres, which is a great jump for a young lady in this competition. So congratulations to Hannah Collins from the school of Te Aotearoa Punamu. So great effort for those girls. Jumping around 12 metres in women's triple jump is right up in the national rankings.
That's awesome, yeah, really good. Could be awesome to see these girls come through, because we haven't probably had quite as many triple jumpers in the past, so it's great to see the good depth here in these secondary school events.
So we've got our leading bunch. This is 672.
Thomas Barry.
Then we've got Ronan Tedaya, I think it is, and then in behind him is Cam Maunder, the tall boy from Westlake, who was placed yesterday.
And going through, and that was pretty similar to last week, a 3 flat, I think that was. So it'll be interesting what these boys close with, because there's still a lot there. So it's going to be interesting whether they.
Carson Vesty, the boy that took the 3,000, he's gone to the front to lead this. He obviously doesn't want to get any hiccups with his qualification, probably. So clean running is front running.
No, that's right. It seems a wise thing to do. You don't want to be worrying about getting boxed in or getting nudged in the last bit and falling. Got Angus Sevier going to the front now as well, so he's got a really strong finish with his recent 800s.
A massive bunch there going with the last 200, so there's anybody can qualify here too.
We've got Ty Winwood on the back of there, and Liam O'Donnell. So we've got a few of the Christchurch boys actually right up there. Good to see. Not that I'm biased.
So 5 of these boys will go automatically, and 5 will possibly even qualify in time, because this is a faster race at 3:50 as they come down the home straight. It's going to be tight though. Who's going to assure themselves a place? But they will go through, and it won't be too much faster. 4:02, maybe 4:01.
It looks like the fastest loser spots will also come from this heat though as well.
It's going to be tight, because there's some 7th place was 4:05 with the 2 times from 6 and 7 in the previous heat, so it'll be pretty tight. But yeah, real good burn up there, which is probably what you don't want ideally, but particularly some of those boys that did the 3K yesterday, so they had to dig into the tank a bit to make sure they got their qualifying spot in tomorrow's final.
It's a big few days, isn't it? That's the thing with the depth at the moment, that they're having to run fast to get through the rounds as well, because there's just so many that are running so well, and it's just what we want to see in New Zealand, isn't it? I think there's probably even more coming through than there has been, and maybe when I was at school there was obviously a good group then, but it just seems to be really, really amazing at the moment how many boys and girls are running so fast in the country, and we've got lots that are going off to America on university scholarships, and some that are staying here. Obviously Sam Tanner's back here now, and but yeah, it seems to be a lot that are signing up to good schools over there and doing very well.
Yeah, and it's good. We like to see them get into good schools, because then they get into good competitions as well. But yeah, so there's taking a while for our live results to come through there, so that's a good indication that the judges' cameras are working overtime to separate some of those placings. It was a pretty blanket finish, wasn't it, Angie? It
was a very exciting finish. There'll be a few nervous coaches and parents out there. But,
we're not getting any live times yet, so we'll bring those to you as soon as we can.
I'm sure all those boys dug deep, and of course, some people. Oh, we've got a medal presentation up here. What is this?
Is it the triple jump girls? Is it already? That was pretty quick. I'm not sure.
They'll be so proud of themselves to, all these athletes been working hard all year for these moments, and nice when it all comes together on the day. But also for those athletes that may have just missed out on medals. That's 6:13 in there. Was that the? You know that it is hard when it all comes down to one competition, and sometimes you don't always hit it on the big stage when you want it to. And we just got to remember that that's part of the sport, and there's always more races to come and come back stronger and probably motivate you even more in training. And because it's always, we do want to celebrate the medalists, but we want to know there's a lot of people that probably will be a bit upset with their result, but they can always focus on their next competitions, and it does make you stronger, as cheesy as it sounds, but I feel like one good thing that I remember someone telling me, it's kind of like 4 funerals and a wedding. There's probably going to be more disappointment than there is joy at a track meet, because of course there's only one gold medalist and one silver, one bronze.
That's definitely a good way to look at it. And it was a great story that our patron of New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics gave to our youngsters yesterday. The great Barry McGee, who's one of the best mates of the late Sir Murray Helberg. We had a few moments silence for him yesterday, and he told a little story about Sir Murray and himself in the Auckland College days. Sir Murray was from Avondale College, and obviously he won a title in the Auckland Champs, and the Auckland School Champs this was, and yet Barry himself wasn't any good, and he finished last in his race at the Auckland School Champs, but he went on to win a bronze medal in the Olympics and the marathon. So it's a great inspirational story for these young athletes. I thought that he told yesterday that there's perseverance is what gets you through to the top when you want to be there in your mid-20s, that's for sure.
That's the thing, isn't it, as well? And of course you hope that all these juniors do come through, but sometimes if you're not doing well as a junior, you can still, make it through later. I think everyone's so different, as I said, I think yesterday, that there'll be some that are incredible the whole way through, maybe from the young teens right, through the international senior level, and there'll be some that maybe aren't doing so well at high school, but as they get into their senior years, that's when they start to shine and come through and still get to those international events. I mean, I know some of the girls that I can compete against that hadn't broken 2:10 even as they went into their 20s as senior, and now they're running under 2 minutes. So it's everyone's on a different journey, and you just got to focus on you and what works for you, and have a good team around you, and concentrate on the longevity of the sport, not just being a superstar at 15.
Absolutely, and they say it takes 10 years to reach your peak from when you start training at least, and I know that was pretty much the same with me. Angie, I don't know about yourself, but I sort of started athletics seriously in my last year at school. Still playing rugby when I was at university. Actually played rep rugby under 21s in my first year at university, and then decided to focus on athletics in my second year at university totally, and then reached my peak, I guess, when I was 27, which is 10 years on. So that's how long it takes. So don't be discouraged, and don't forget you can enjoy life as a youngster while you're still playing sport in your secondary school years. And
that's right, and I think it's really important, isn't it, to make sure you don't get too fixated on just running at a young age. Like, I think, by the time you get to the end of high school, it's all right if that's your main focus, but I think it's quite good to play another sport through high school, as long as it's not like two massive sports where you're just doing so many sessions. And these are the times coming up. Here we had Carson Vesey winning that heat in 4 flat 85. So we'll see who the fastest. So it looks like the fastest little Q spots will go through from the second heat.
Yeah, it's looking like that. 10th all the way down to 10th place. So 9th place is 4:03.1. So I think we'll just go back to the first heat, and the 6th place there in the first heat was 4:05. So right down to 9th place will qualify that heat. So that they definitely made it worth their fast finish, that blanket finish, and that took a while for that result to come through. So
that's
it
right.
Took a bit of sorting out by
and they should be thanking the boys that went to the front and made that fast as well. They got to sit in there and then just have a big sprint up, as well as the whole race being fast. Was the difference from getting through in that second heat there compared to the first heat.
Excellent. We've had a great morning. We've had a bit of all sorts here today. We still haven't got any really clear skies, but it's lifted to what the fog was a little while back when we could hardly see across the track. So we're going to close now, and we'll be back online at 1:30. It's a lunch break here at the stadium, at TET Stadium in Inglewood. On Whakaara Maori, this is Ange Petty and myself, Tony Rogers, farewelling you until the afternoon session. Hari rā.
Thank you for having us.
Well, back to the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Champs here in Inglewood, and here we have a amazing prize pack from one of our sponsors, Caltex, who put on a award called the Good Sports Award, and we have a lucky winner for that award, Sarah Jury from Hamilton Girls, but not originally from Hamilton Girls, are you? Tell us where you're from.
I'm actually from New Plymouth Girls High, but I moved to Hamilton Girls High this year. So, yeah.
Choice. And you were in the 3,000 metres yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm a distance runner as well, and I have had multiple, let's call them mishaps on finish lines, trying to do cartwheels and ended up face planting, all sorts of things, but the legs got a bit lactic on you in the last 100. Do you want to describe what happened?
Well, I kind of just so it was around the 600 metre mark, and I don't know, my right leg, I think it just cramped up, and I had a little stop, I bent down, and I was okay, I tried to stand back up, and I tried to finish the last 100, but I don't know, my legs just couldn't move, so I just had to finish. Yeah, it was a bit sad because it was nationals, but there's more races in the season, and I'll just get out there and do better next time.
Yeah, awesome. And this award's for the good sport, and from our view, it looked like amazing determination to peel yourself back up, get to your feet again and keep going. Were you telling yourself anything to keep you going in those stages?
Yeah, well, I was kind of just thinking nationals, it happens once a year, and I was just it's better to finish than just pull out because it's a little bit sore, so I was I'll just give it another shot, see how it feels, and yeah, obviously just couldn't finish, so yeah.
Well, amazing gutsy effort, and well done for that. That's what the sport's all about, just putting out whatever your body can handle on the day, so well done. Now in this bag, it's not just the bag, it's full. I'm getting quite heavy, so you're getting quite tired holding it. It's full of treats, so yeah, if you're on the bus ride home, your classmates will definitely be wanting some treats on the way home. So yeah,
thank you so much.
All right, so we'll head back up to the studio and catch up with the action. First up will be the 300 hurdles on the track and a whole bunch of finals in the field.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Well, welcome in to this afternoon session of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships 2022 here at TET Stadium in Inglewood. As you can see, there's still got the lights on, even though it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or 1:30. The mist is clearing slowly, and there was a little glint of a ray of sunshine before, but we've still got a bit of a damp day, but at least it's not raining and it's not windy at the moment. And with me today is our Commonwealth Games javelin rep, Tori Peters. Welcome in for the afternoon session, Tori.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. It's great to be back on mic, back here at the stadium watching our athletes take part over the weekend. It's really good to see everyone's made the trip to Inglewood after a couple of years without secondary schools. It's awesome to see all the kids getting amongst and giving it their best out there.
And it's great to have you here on Whakaara Māori television doing this and in a relaxed mode rather than competitive mode as you normally are in the height of summer.
Yeah.
So really enjoyed having you. So for our fans out there this afternoon, heading up soon, we'll be going to the girls' senior discus throw and the boys' senior high jump, so two of the premier field event finals, and we've also got the girls' pole vault
senior final down here in front of us, and luckily the rain's cleared enough for them to carry on with that on track. We'll start off with the 300 hurdles shortly for boys and girls, and we'll see some junior races as well over the 300 hurdles, and then the 100 girls semis through, and as well as that the seniors semis, which were run the preliminaries this morning. So then we move into the 800s, which is an exciting part of the afternoon for me, a middle distance runner, but we'll have a race walk, some coverage of that possibly, and then the senior 400. So a pretty busy afternoon on track and field, or field and track as we should say when we chew the fat. So yeah, we're just waiting, and we'll see if we can get some shots soon, but we've got the wide shot here. As you can see, it's a little bit clearer, but the lights are still on here. And a big shout out to our key sponsors, Bailey's, New Zealand Carbon Fibre, Caltex, of course, which you've just possibly seen, a special award for the Good Sport Award, and Apollo Projects, along with Aotearoa Trust and Torquay Foundation. So we've got a number of sponsors that bring these secondary school athletes competitions to you here. Really important to have those sponsors, isn't it, Tori? You know how many people it takes to run one single field event in terms of officials, let alone running 4 or 5 at a time, plus all the track officials.
Yeah, for sure. And we see athletics as, predominantly an individual sport with the individual events, but, we know for athletes to achieve success, it takes a team, takes a bit of an army behind them, so it's nice to be able to acknowledge those sponsors that help make these things happen, and again, like you say, particularly those volunteers that, give up their time and come from all around the country and allow these events, it's them being there that allows our events to go forward, and having people on the tapes and measuring our throws and our jumps and recording our times. So we do really appreciate those volunteers and the time they give up for us.
Yeah, that's right. So for our normal Saturday afternoon meets in our local regions, we can get away with maybe about 4 officials on a field event, but ideally you want about 9 when we're at a championship to make sure it goes smoothly, and we run to time, of course, which is really important. So as we look out from the far side of the stadium, across to the grandstand on our left is the senior girls discus. Just down here, they're throwing out of the circle that was full of water last night when they were holding the girls' hammer throw. So it's a little bit drier. They're still having drying it a little bit this morning with some of those circles with towels to try and make a better surface. So I'm not sure how often you've thrown the discus, but
yeah, not a hell of a lot there, Tony. To be honest, my high school, secondary school athletics career was predominantly around the javelin and the shot put. For some reason, I just couldn't quite get that discus to fly, so I sort of strayed away from that and stuck with the shot put and the javelin release. So yeah.
Now on screen we can see some of the lads preparing for the 300 hurdles. So if we go down to afternoon track, we should have to bring up that field, and looks like they could be underway. The first one down here in front of us, and it looks like in lane 2 is Wirramoo Knowles, Bo Brackenridge, Ben Ward, Dylan Butler, Cullen Milne and Finn Shannon as they come round into the home straight now. Hearing a little bit of clunking going on there. But it looks like out in lane 4 is the leader, and that's Ben Ward from Selwyn College. Or was it lane 3? My apologies as they come off the bend there.
Coming home strong on that home straight there, which is great to see, all the way through the finish line there.
So qualifying for this will be the first 3 across the line and the 2 fastest to go through to the final, so pretty clear for the first 3 there. This is a shot of the senior boys high jump getting underway, and we'll try and pick up where they're at, what height the bar's at. So hopefully just should be able to get those coming to you in a moment. So the bar looks like it's very much in the early stages for that high jump.
And as you can see there, we've just got the officials. That's what we were just talking about earlier. These volunteers, these officials, they do a phenomenal job. We've got Alec McNabb there sweeping away the water in front of the high jump mat, just making sure that footing for our high jumpers there is you know, tip-top. We don't want them slipping over before they get to the bar. So awesome job there that our officials are doing to make sure our athletes can get the best performances out there in these testing conditions, you would say, Tony.
Very testing, particularly for high jumpers, because these older lads, they're already up to 170. That's their opening height, which is better than I ever did at high school in high jump, that's for sure. And I did do a little bit of high jump with my long legs, but 170, and of course they put a fair bit of drive into their last few strides as they approach the bar, and if there's any slippage there, it can be a bit disastrous for them. So yeah, it's important to try and dry that off, the rain that came in between the sessions here.
Yeah, it's safe to say, you know, my high jump career never really did take off. If it did, I'd say I wouldn't have been essentially taken off. It would have been diving under probably that bar that we can see up there. I think that height's at 175 now. Is it, Tony?
Possibly going to go to 175 next year. So we didn't have too many first-time clearances actually in that. Only a couple of them got through so far, by the looks of it.
We've just made a...
And mind you, we won't have all the athletes won't have started yet, of course, so we'll see what the final field looks like.
Here we are after our start in our second heat of our boys 300 metre hurdles.
Got the Fina from St John's and 2, Brown from Maclean's and 3, another Brown, that's Nathan Brown from Cambridge High, and 4, Hull from St Paul's and 5, Kirk from Wanganui High and 6, and Hanson and 7. So as they come around, it looks like Hanson's doing well on the outside. No, it's Hanson.
Nice strong finish there too as we come down the home straight.
Running strong. You see Kirk there in the green and gold comes third, and it looks like second was Nathan Brown from Cambridge High. So yeah, the hurdlers, even though they're only going through qualifying, they know they only have to come in first 3. They stick to their rhythm because they don't want to get out of pattern. So it's best to just run the race pretty solid in most cases, and they can ease down once they get over that last hurdle.
Yeah, we had a great time coming there from Hanson for the win there. That was 38.51 in that hurdles. See, we've just changed back to our high jump here. The field events in full swing. Bear with us as we flick back and forward from the track to the field, just trying to get an even amount of coverage here for all of our events for you folk at home. So brilliant clearance there.
Clearance there from the St Kevin's boy, I think it is, Jed Jabagat. So we've seen him in the long jump and the senior boys 100 so far, and I think he's got a semi-final coming up.
Awesome.
I stand to be corrected on that. I'm trying to recall all those that got through the semis. Yeah, so there's the result of Heat 2 on screen now, the official result. Hanson, Brown, Kirk and Hull will possibly go through as the fastest time qualifier in 4th place. I'll do a compiled result of that shortly for you.
You can see our officials there being nice and accurate with that bar, really checking that measurement, make sure our bar's set at the right height there for our competitors.
So I can give you the qualifiers for the 300 hurdles boys finals, senior boys. That's Hanson, Brown, Brackenridge, Kirk, Knowles, Butler, Ward and Milne. That looks like the top 8 that have gone through, with Cullen Milne from Maclean's College claiming the 8th place time, along with Ben Ward 7th place time as the qualifiers by time rather than top 3 placings. So that's unofficially the top 8 for the senior boys 300 hurdles, which will be tomorrow. That's not Koei High boy that we were saying. That was Samasoni Hewitt, I should say. Samasoni Hewitt from St Patrick's College, Silverstream. I thought that was a Silverstream jersey, but we had a Koei name on our screen.
That was a brilliant clearance from him too. 175 first attempt. So
we've got an update on that. So we've got 4 first-time clearances at 175 so far there, Tori, so that's a good start for those lads. First-time clearances are really important as they progress through. If there's any countback situations in these vertical jumps, the clearances are really important.
Yeah, they do come back to, you know, they can come back to haunt you, the old clearance, can't it, if you don't quite make it on that first one. But yeah, good to see those boys have knocked that on the head, and they've got those ones under their belt, which is awesome.
So underway now is the senior girls 300 hurdles, and we'll pick them up as they come around into the home straight for you. It's looking like in lane 4 in the middle of the track is Jean-Marie Reichardt from Birkenhead College, one of our former top athletes. Jenny Driver is bringing, and there's a tumble there which was tough, but she's got up and kept going, so whether she claims a place in the final will be close. As I was saying, Jenny Driver, one of our Commonwealth pole vaulters, is a Z teacher at Birkenhead College, so she's got a team here, and she's got a couple from other schools on the North Shore as well.
Ah, awesome.
That's the first shots of our senior girls discus. We'll see if we can pick up who that was.
Again, you'll be able to see that rain coming down now will make it particularly difficult in the circle for our athletes, just with that slippery surface in there. The discus circle is usually nice and smooth for our throwers to get optimal rotation and speed on their rotation in the circle, but you know, throw a bit of water on there, it becomes very slippery, very greasy, so our athletes are going to be tested today in these conditions out there.
And of course having dry hands to hold that.
Yes, very true, Tony, very true.
That discus is one of the most important things, so you'll see the athletes drying off their hands and the discus itself before they step into the circle. This Pukekohe boy there now in the high jump. That was Kaylin Hara-Nihi from Pukekohe High. He's cleared it at 175. And second attempt.
175. Well, that's me, Tony. That's my height. So there they are. They're jumping over me.
You.
Very, very, very good.
A miss there for Matt Keys of Kuranuri College. Yeah, I always like to tell people that if they want to have some idea how high the best high jumpers in the world can jump, just try and stretch out as tall. If you're a 6-footer, put your arm above your head and know that people are clearing above that height of your hand, which is higher than most people's ceilings in their regular home. Almost, isn't it? It's quite amazing. So here
it really is.
We've got one of our discus throwers. We'll try and pick up who that is for us as well. That could have been Ella Logan, I think, from
I think that might have just slipped out of her hand as well, as we were mentioning before. So these conditions were testing today.
So we've got another heat underway in the senior girls 300 hurdles, which again they're headed down the back straight, so we might pick them up after this discus throw.
Oh, beautiful. Nice to see that one sort of fly out there.
Nice in the centre of the sector.
Yeah.
So coming in, looks like lane 6 is leading, and that's Maggie Jones from Whanganui High. She's been running well in the pre-season, so it's good to see. So Jones will take out that heat. So the 4th best time, so it looks like there might be 3 heats of these 300 girls, 3 heats, which means it's the first 2 to qualify automatically when there's 3 heats, and the next 2 fastest by time. So at the moment, Sophie Hancock from Rototuna High and Tori Clark from St Paul's Collegiate in Hamilton are sitting there with those 2 qualifiers by time in 5th and 6th spot. We'll see if they can have anyone run faster than 48.1 to claim one of those spots in the top 3 or 4 in the next heat.
Awesome. And now, just for you folk at home, I know what it's like to be on the other end of a live stream where maybe an event isn't quite being captured just because a few others are on. So I just thought I'd give a little update on our boys javelin, our junior boys javelin. So at the moment we have Tyler Bratley from Lincoln High School leading with a throw of 38.36 in the first round. Keegan Sharkley from St Pat's College silver stream with 37.95, and Oliver Tuhi from Wanganui Collegiate with 33.04 sitting in third place. And that's just after our first round. We haven't quite completed that first round. We've got a number of competitors in our junior boys javelin, which is fantastic to see. So that's just being carried out at the moment. Maybe we'll get a bit of coverage of that later on in the streaming.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Tori. Of course, we'd expect you to be keeping an eye out the window on the javelin and the juniors, but as you can see, folks, we've got senior boys high jump, senior girls discus going, as well as the hurdles races, which we've just been showing you. Got one more hurdles heat to come for the 300 girls seniors, and so we've got someone stepping into the discus now.
Yeah, we've got Madeline Davey from St Peter's. Beg your pardon. Oh, yes, no, it is. Madeline Davey from St Peter's College. Stepping in, her first throw was 27.42 metres, so we'll see what she can produce here for us in her second round.
So yeah, we've got to make sure we've got the right St Peter's colleges. I think there's about 3 or 4 of them.
There's a lot of them. I just thought, oh, maybe it's not, because
you looked at the singlet, didn't you?
I did, and I went to a St Peter's College down in Galway, would you believe it? So, and we were blue and red, so I thought, oh, that can't be, but I forget there's a number of them around the country.
So the current heat's underway now for the third and final heat of the senior girls 300. You can see them coming off the staggers, and we'll pick them up and they come into the home straight. We've got Bowie from Wanganui in 2, Gray from Avonside in 3, Kelso Heap from Diocesan in 4, Herbert in 5, Wisniewski from St Peter's in 6, and Kolowoski from New Plymouth, and it looks like it's out there in lane 6. Grace Wisniewski, so you'll be pretty happy with her run, being the St Peter's School Cambridge, but it could have been Kelso Heap and from Dyson girls taking it out, I think, so we'll get those results. But yeah, first 2 automatics, and then we'll see who gets third in that race.
Yeah,
so it was Maddie Kelso Heap from Dyson School for Girls, followed by Grace Wisniewski from St Peter's School in Cambridge.
Yeah, so we just had, before we had Madeline Davey, 28.93 was her second round attempt there, moved her up to 6th place so far. The girls are in the second round there of that senior javelin. So at the moment we've got Maya Phillips in there from Marion. She's just completed her second throw there. We'll try and get a distance on that for you. Oh, that's fantastic. She's 33.52 there, so she's jumped up to 3rd place. So that's awesome. We've got some good distances coming in here in the women's javelin. Sorry, not the women's javelin, women's discus. We've got a Southern girls uniform here, Tony, all the way from the south.
Yeah, good to see you recognise that one.
Yeah, I recognise that one. Seen a few of those.
Yeah.
I have.
So there's the third and final heat of the senior girls 300. So Holly Gray had a time of 46.18 in that heat, so I think she'll go through as one of those qualifiers by time, but we'll get that confirmed for you.
Yeah, and obviously we've got Grace there from St Peter's in Cambridge, which is where I'm sort of from, and it's good to see the kids out there performing well, and Grace she'll be happy with that, getting through in that heat there, definitely saving herself towards the end. You could see on that footage, so she'll be in to get some fuel on board, recover, and get ready for the next rounds.
So flicking back to the senior boys high jump, says up now we've got Gabriel Schultz, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't him. No, it was the Kaiapoi High boy, Tia Wynyard. So now at 180 in the high jump bar, so that was the height they've gone. We've had 2 attempts so far. Schultz from Whitby Collegiate missed on his first attempt, as did Wynyard.
Close. That was
just
so
up there
close.
Was Levi Murdoch from Christchurch Boys. Progress there. You can see the field that have started off in the senior boys high jump. So at the top at the moment is Jed Jabagat and Samasoni Ewart by right of having first time clearances over their heights at 170 and 175.
Yeah, and just quickly in the girls' discus throw, the senior, we had Michaela Sola just lead the circle after her second round attempt of 35.13 metres. So very consistent for Michaela so far, sitting in second place.
And she'll be hoping, I guess, to add to her maybe a little bit of an upset hammer throw win in the wet last night over Nadia Kumarich from Rangitoto College.
Yeah, it's a good battle, I think, for those girls in those rotational throws over the weekend. It's good to see.
Will be.
So here we have Kirsty McCarthy from Darfield High School in the circle now for a discus, currently in 6th place.
A lot of action going, as we say, at the beginning of the afternoon session. So if anyone caught any glimpses of the 300 hurdles for junior boys, it was Harry Williamson from Christchurch Boys who took out heat 1. There's an update on the girls discus throw for seniors. They're throwing the 1 kilo discus. So looks like a good throw early on in the first round by Susie Kennelly with 43.54, leading ahead of Michaela Solar, as we just talked about.
Yeah, we've just had actually that result come in for Kirsty just there with a great throw. Actually, it's just bumped her up into 3rd place. She's just shy behind Michaela Solar, so Kirsty had an awesome throw, 35.40 metres, so she's really jumped up there in the ranks up to 3rd place.
It's a good shot of how much water's just sitting in that circle there, isn't it? And that one's gone outside the sector, so that's a shame for that young lady.
Scarlett Kirby. Yeah, like we said, it's going to be tricky out there, isn't it?
That was a miss there for our Pukekohe athletes. This is Samasoni Ewart, I believe, coming into the high jump.
Really taking his time here, which is great. He's really getting his focus in on that height. Oh, fantastic.
Nice clearance here at
Paki
180.
Paki. Awesome achievement from him there. That's a great jump. Great clearance.
Keeping a first time clearance, so he's got a clean sheet all the way so far. Young Hewitt from St Patrick's College in Silverstream, which means he moves ahead of Jed Jabagat, who had a failure at his first time at 180. Looks like someone else has just knocked the bar off as well. Just missed seeing who that was.
So we've just jumped back here in our coverage. You can see to our wahine in the discus throw. We've got Susie Kennelly here. It looks like a very good throw. This is Susie's second round. She had her first round throw at 43.54 metres. So let's see if she's improved upon that. Looks like a great throw. So these boys are doing very well on this high jump.
It's Misha Warboys, I think, from Garran College down south there.
And just quickly, that throw from Susie Kennelly in the Wahine's discus throw, senior woman, 42.52 metres. So not quite as good as her first round, but very consistent, very solid second round throw there.
This is Schultz from Whitby Collegiate in Porirua. He's attempting 180. I believe he's been over that before back in South Africa, but I think just a little bit heavy there, that attempt on the bar.
And just quickly, I'll just thought I'd provide another update for the family and whānau at home. The boys javelin, the junior boys javelin there, we're in the second round. At the moment we have Keegan Sharkey leading throws there with 39.30 metres. We've got Tyler Bratley from Lincoln High School in second place with 38.36. And Oliver Tuhi in third place there with 33.04. So we're only just into the second round of that boys javelin. So just so we keep you all updated at home.
So there's the update on the boys high jump, the progress. After the bar's gone to 180, we've still got 3 lads that have had first time clearances there at 180. So it's good showing for them. As you can
just
see,
had an absolute influx of rain here, haven't we?
Yeah,
it's really coming down.
Coming down there now, which is making it real tricky for these young men as they approach the bar. You just lose your confidence, don't you? And it's like the same for you for the javelin throwing.
It really is. Yeah, it really is.
You've got to come in all speed and power to the throwing, and if you've got that feeling that you just might slip, and I know you're allowed, is it 9mm spikes for the jab?
Yeah, yeah. It's a bit longer than on the track there, Tony.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely makes it a little bit more of a mind game, I guess, when you get conditions like this, and you know, underfoot could be a little bit slippery, but if you can focus on the task at hand, then you know you set yourself up well to clear these heights.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult conditions for these young men, remembering that the last time we had the New Zealand Schools Championship back in Tauranga in 2020, we had a New Zealand secondary schools senior boys record set by young Jaden Williamson, who's a pretty outstanding young athlete, and still doing pretty well with most of his athletics. So he was a bit of an all-rounder. So he jumped 2:11, so he equalled the record, I think it was of Glenn Howard. So that's... These guys are, with the conditions, are about a foot below that at the moment. So,
and again, also for our viewers and our whānau at home, watching from behind the screens, for those events that aren't quite making it onto the stream, I thought I'd give another bit of an update here. We've got our wahine in the pole vault for the seniors, and also for our wahine in the juniors. So our seniors at the moment, we've had all 3 of our competitors clear 2.65, so 2.65 metres, which is fantastic effort for them. And if we look over to the juniors, we have both of the girls cleared 2.80. So
nice clearance there for our Pukekohe athlete, Kaylin Paranihi, I'm getting that right now, and so he's had a second attempt at 180 and cleared that, so that keeps him in the top 4.
And we've also just had two of our senior wahine clear 280, so that's Vaya Chatlow from Havelock North High School and Elaine Zay from Maclean's College. So we'll have 3 more of our competitors look to clear those heights in that senior women's pole vault.
So we can see that just out in front of us, but we haven't had any of the screenshots yet, but we've got a lot of action happening, and this is the junior girls 300 hurdles, and it looks like out in lane 3, that's Meg Edwards from Rangiruru leading the way in there from lane 2, Molly McManus from Waimea College out of Nelson. And it's the top 3 in the next 2 best, so it'll be an interesting race there, and 3rd and 4th was pretty close.
Hands on knees at the end of the race. Look at them sucking in the big ones. So getting their breath back after a big 300-metre effort there for those wahine.
This is Schultz, I believe, in the high jump again. This will be his last crack at the heights, and he's missed that there, so he'll be bowing out. So it's sad for him. I saw him in the long jump earlier this morning. Thought the high jump would be his forte, but it's difficult conditions for the best of our athletes here today.
We've also just had Isla Martin McKenzie clear 2.80 metres in our senior girls vault. So those girls seem to be doing well, very well down in front of us. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of coverage of that soon for for you all at home.
That was the Kaiapoi lad, I think, Tia Wynyard. So we haven't had one of our favourites enter the competition yet, and that's Hugo Jones. He's from Scots College. Has a best of 196 this year, so we'll see. He's passed all the way so far, so he must be going to be probably coming in at the next height, I would think, under these wet conditions. Put a lot of pressure on himself by doing that under wet, doesn't he? If he's a PB of 196, he's going to come in at 185, but I guess if he clears one, and that's very
so
close for Levi Murdoch there from Christchurch Boys, and that will be disappointing for him. He needed that one to stay on to stay in the competition.
It was a fantastic attempt, wasn't it? It was pretty much all the way over the bar and just clipped it that last minute. And you can see there in the background Terry Lomax with his under the umbrella there. He's the coach of our Commonwealth Games and Olympian high jumper Hamish Kerr. So Terry will be watching some of these boys and their techniques and hoping that they can get some good jumps out here in Inglewood.
See the amount of water just lying on the track out there in front of that apron, can't you? It's definitely not a day for high jumping, to be fair.
No, but that's the thing about athletics, isn't it? Track and field, all-weather track. We're out there, rain, hail or shine. Try not to be in the thunder and lightning when we're holding our javelins out there, but yes.
Yeah, don't want to be doing too much of that, do we?
No, not at all.
We just had a clearance out there at 280 by Taylor Forster from Rangitoto College in the pole vault. We can see that out the window.
We've actually just got Michaela Solar, who's just throwing the discus as well for a senior woman there. So we'll just hope for a distance to come in for that to update you at home as well. The current standings for that, we've still got Susie Kennelly in first place, Michaela Solar second place, and Kirsty McCarthy in third place there.
There we are, there's one of the pole vault
there we are,
girls.
we've got the pole vault there. We've had a fantastic clearance and she looks thrilled, doesn't she? That's awesome.
I think that's Ayla Ryan from Burnside. So yeah, we're running a concurrent competition here for the girls pole vault. We've got senior girls and junior girls together.
Just as you can see, we've just gone over to our medal ceremony area where our athletes are being presented with their medals from the weekend, which is a fantastic achievement, and hopefully they can get those up on the wall at home and be proud to display those in their home.
So at the moment, as we look out, Kei Te Eke Te Ua, which means the rain is pouring down hard again, literally. So it's going to get real tricky for these girls in the pole vault. We've just seen, you can see the rain on our cameras in the medal ceremony for our para athletes.
They're trying to get their photos taken quickly. Look at them. They didn't look too thrilled to be out there today for too long.
Not the date, is it, to want to receive your championship medals, but yeah, we've got to admire these officials and all the people, you know, the ones we have at the medal ceremony tents. So everyone's getting wet out there. Now we've got a team of officials and volunteers taking the hurdles off the track while it's pouring down in the rain, so we can prepare for the next lot of track events.
We'll change back over to our boys' high jump. Oh, there we go. Fantastic clearance there.
So that was the boy from Kaiapoi. I think it is. Just bring that up. Tia Wynyard from Kaiapoi High School. That was a clearance at 185. So he'll be the first to clear 185.
Looked really comfortable over it too, didn't he?
Yep. This might be the boy from Melbourne College, is it? Nice clearance there.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Another one over.
Well, I think anyone that's getting over 185 in these conditions is going to be right in the hunt for this competition. I don't know about what your thoughts are, Tori, but there's some pretty good performances, and you can see that range just pelting down as we've got the athletes walking around. I think that's for the...
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Tony. It's it just seems to be...
This is Kaylin Paranihi from Pukekohe. Yes, and he managed to just slither over the bar, if you like.
Look at it wobbling there on the top.
So he'll be pretty happy at 185. So that's good. This looks like this could be Hugo Jones, one of our favoured candidates, coming in for his first attempt in the comp. And he clears 185 nicely, so he can get all those nervous jitters away. Was I risking it by going too high for my first attempt or not? Because that's the gamble you can sometimes take in these events, isn't it? But he's got a first time in a clearance there, so that's
and
really
it's nice
good.
to see, you know, the athletes at this age being confident in what they think they can perform to the level, and I think that's you know, it's awesome to see that kids these days have that confidence.
This is Hewitt from Silverstream, and they've been competing against each other down in Wellington area. But yeah, so he's already had a number of jumps as Samusoni. He's had 3 clearances so far, but that's his first miss. So you know, he's hasn't used up the same amount of energy as Hugo Jones. Obviously, he's saved his energy. Got good advice from his coach, Mike Ritchie, who was sure standing there somewhere close to Terry Lomax. We saw him, and Mike's one of our top coaches. He's coached Kelly O'Hagan in her early days before she moved to Christchurch to be coached down there with the jumper squad. So good to see that that's a good decision making between the athlete and coach.
So a bit of a shot there you can see of our Papa, our venue. So here in Inglewood, so very renowned track with the multicoloured track there, the yellow and, well, I guess, you know, the sort of creamy sort of colour with our red.
I must admit, it does make it a little bit easier to pick up the lanes as they come off the bend, because you know that the odd lanes are yellow and the even lanes are red, so it takes the guessing sometimes out of it as you're trying to quickly focus. There's a young vaulter from Rangi. That's a nice clearance. I'm pretty sure that's the Rangi. Yeah, it is indeed. So this is getting really treacherous for these young girls now, isn't it? They've got to grip that pole and not slide on. Yeah,
you can see she's just handed that pole back to someone with the towel over the grip there. Yeah. So the girls are doing well to sort of preserve those grips on the poles there and try keep it as dry as possible. And I know that's definitely a bit of an issue that we run into with javelin as well. So these girls will be really trying to make sure that they can keep them dry. Oh, fantastic! There we
clearance. Well done. Got a bit of a touch, but she was over it.
So Angela Carney from Barona College. So that's a great clearance there at 2 metres 90. So both the girls there in our junior pole vault have cleared both of those heights on their first attempts, which is fantastic.
See where these vaulters come from. The North Shore girls will be out of the pole vault squad, I'm sure, there with Jeremy McCall and co. And then Iona College there, that's probably Murray Anderson from the Hawke's Bay that coaches pole vault. Now I see him down here before. And then in the Christchurch ones will probably be coached by Bill Boyd. So, you know, where there's coaches, we can have athletes and learn the trade. So any young Wellingtonians that are listening, Mike Ritchie's also a pole vault coach as well as a high jump, and he's offering coaching schools for learners at pole vault early in the new year. So that's up on advertised in the socials with Athletics Wellington at the moment. So anyone wants to have a crack at this, it's a challenge, especially in wet weather.
Yeah, and I believe I actually spotted James Stein out there as well. So he's one of our senior athletes as well in the pole vault, doing quite a bit of coaching now. So
James Stein, was it?
Yeah, James Stein. Yes,
one of our, well, he's our top pole vaulter pretty well at the moment, I think. One of our top 3 anyway. Ex-Rangi boy. So he won his school's title from memory one year, and I think he missed by no hiding another year. But I'll stand to be corrected. That's about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yep. Oh wow, great clearance there. We've got Bea Chaplow from Havelock North High School with a fantastic clearance of 2 metres 90. and she'll be happy with that. Just, you can see there she's looking at what they're looking back there at, folks, is actually the sort of veranda that we're standing on in this building here, and she's looking back. The coaches are all nice and dry actually up here on the balcony, and she'll be getting a bit of advice from her coach there for the next jump.
Yeah, just like most of the field events, they're looking for those check markers to be on song, aren't they, when they come in, and you're well aware of that, Tori, with your events.
Yep, you've got to be quite on song with those. So we've got Isla Martin McKenzie here from Marion College lining up for her attempt. Oh, ever so close. So again, we've got our bar set here at 2 metres 90 for our senior girls.
So just so you know, we're keeping up to play off screen with the senior boys high jump. The bar is now set at 190. It's getting up there now, and we've had 2 attempts so far. Both attempts have had first time misses, and it looks like we're going to have just 6 athletes left in the competition at 190. So
and on our screen at the moment, we're still with our senior girls pole vault, and we have Maya Grundy from Kristen School here. She's coming in for her attempt. Oh, awesome, there we go. And she's over that, she'll be wrapped about that. So our first round attempt, she will be well and truly happy with that. As we mentioned before, it's always nice to get that first attempt done and dusted in case of any sort of count back.
Absolutely.
That's a great clearance there. That's our Hugo Jones. Takes that at 1.90 metres.
He's got a clean sheet then, so just far side looks like a bit of, you hear a bit of crowd noise and you look up and there's some action somewhere else on the stadium, and that was looks like the first heat of the junior girls semis for the 100 metres. So we've got a lot of action with our seniors here, and particularly in the pole vault, high jump and senior girls discus. That's in the high jump just now.
And I'll just quickly update you at home again. We've had only a slight change to the standings in the junior boys javelin there. We've still got Keegan Sharkey in first place with 43.80 metres. Tyler Brackley in second place with 41.26. And we've actually had Ryan Tinney jump up into third place there from St Patrick's College with 34.37 metres. So closely behind Oliver Tuhi, Jordan Batley, Tristan Wagner, Gabriel Dickerson, and George Gray down to 8th place there. So that is still continuing. I'll give you an update on that again, folks, at the end of round 3.
This is Hewitt, and he's cleared at 190, so he's very happy with that. He was on his second attempt, so congratulations to Samasoni Hewitt. He's currently now be in third spot, I think. We've had a clearance so far in this round at 190 by Hugo Jones on his first attempt, and that was Hewitt clearing that there. So that might have been Misha War Boys, the Garran College boy. Refresh my screen, it's not updating just now, but
these boys, it seems to be that they're trying to get through their jumps quicker and quicker, Tony. You see them
yeah, they want to stay dry as long as they can. They don't take much time in their prep like you can sometimes get, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they're
nice.
fantastic.
So that's,
he'll be wrapped about that. That's a great attempt over there.
There's Gia Wynyard from Kaiapoi High, so I'm sure if he's from the Canterbury region, he's probably getting some tuition from Coach Lomax.
He will be, no doubt.
And so that he'll be pleased to be still in the mix. So at the moment we've had 3 clearances over 190 as my screen's refreshed. So that's Hugo Jones on top because he's had 2 first time clearances, followed by Samasoni Hewitt, who cleared first time at 190 with second, and Tia Wynyard, who's cleared there at 190 on a second attempt, is in third at the moment, but we've got Dale Arbuckle up next, I believe.
Yeah, and just over on that back straight, we just had that second round of the 100 metre dash there for our junior girls. We've got Annabelle Batchelor taking that out, followed by Brooke Harper, Sienna Moyle and Sienna Wright.
There's Arbuckle from Marlborough Boys, second attempt at 190, so he's going to have to pull one out on the next one, and you can see the rain coming down here right now. It's
oh wow,
not the most pleasant afternoon, is it?
Lights are on. You'd think it was the middle of winter.
Yeah, you would think it's the middle of winter, not the middle of summer as we've got in the second weekend in December.
Mind you, we're pretty lucky up here, aren't we, Tony? I mean, I'm sitting here in shorts, you're in a t-shirt, and we're dry, so credit to these athletes that are out there getting the mahi done out there, and yeah, still showing up and putting out some great performances.
This is Haranihi from Pukekohe. That was his third miss at 190, so that will be the end of the competition for young Kalen from Pukekohe High. At the moment, he'll finish in 6th place by the looks of things.
And on the back straight, for those of you at home, we've just got our third heat for our 100 metre dash for our junior girls, which now you can see just taken off on screen there. Nice strong run from our competitor in lane 4. Amelia Goldsmith, I believe, from St Kitts. And we will get those official times to you as they pop up on our screens.
Goldsmith in 12.66 definitely was the one ticking that out, so we've had another miss there by our athlete in the high jump. And that was Ben Walker from Waimea College, so he'll finish up competition at this stage.
Umbrellas are out in force, as you can see here.
As our fellow commentator said, Kei te heke te ua, which means it's raining hard. And
yes,
I'm sure our punters at home are happy they're sitting there in their lounge, not here in Inglewood today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So there's an update on the screen of where we're at in the senior boys high jump. So Hugo Jones, one of the favoured athletes, he played his cards right, came in at 185, saved some energy, kept them dry and warm probably, and he's leading that competition. So that's the Marlborough College lad, I believe, come through there now, or it might have been Ben Walker from so we're just checking on that. Screen's not refreshing as quick as it has been most of the day so far, but maybe there's a bit of water getting into the system out there. Remember, we've got people feeding these results in electronically at the event site, so they're out there in the wet as well, so that we can keep up to date with what we're showing you on screen and talking to you about.
Yeah, and we've just actually finished up with those 100 metre dash for the junior girls, those semi-finals, so we'll just read you through our top qualifiers there. So we've got Amelia Goldsmith taking that out with the fastest time of 12.66 there, and we've got our top qualifiers. And bear with me, folks, on these pronunciations as well. Apologies if I get these wrong, but Imposna from Havelock North High School, Annabelle Batchelor from Targo Girls High School, Brooke Harper from Marlborough Girls College, Indy Gibson from St Margaret's College, and Ava Rattray from Ringaroos School, Mia Bentley, Long Bay College, and Caitlin Black from Aquinas College there. So there are some of our qualifiers that have gone through in that junior girls 100 metre dash.
I'm not sure whether there's any pause in the action in the field there at the moment, but it definitely is giving it all out of the sky at the moment. So
it is indeed. And hey, look, I'm going to take this as another opportunity for a bit of an update on some of these junior events. And so we've actually got the junior girls shot put is taking place at the moment as well. So they've got the 3 kg shot put. They're at the end of their third round, nearly at the end of their third round, sorry. And we have Kate Harley from Takapuna Grammar School in the lead there with 13.6 6.5. And Carmen Moritz from Westlake Girls High School in second place with 13.50. And Emma Louisa Papali from Cook Islands there in third place with 12.53. Wow, look at that water.
So
look at it coming down.
Those in the grandstand and everything, we might be getting a little bit damp if it's anywhere near the edges. So we can see actually there's no one sitting in the first row of the grandstand. So that's an indication of the rain. And we're on that building in front of you there. That's on screen in the centre. But yeah, look at those. It's pretty tight in there this afternoon.
Yes, you can see everyone's whānau is all packed into the stand there, and they'll be trying to stay nice and dry. As dry as they can be for the day anyway, that's for sure, Tony.
Our cameramen are doing great jobs there to try and show you what it's really like here at TET Stadium in Inglewood, under the mountain, so to speak. And we hope to see that maybe tomorrow, because I don't think we're going to see it today. It was beautiful on, there's a great sight, isn't it? You know, young athlete, coach, supporter, after their event, probably one of the young girls from this Junior Girls 100, I'd say.
Yep. So it's a real day for those wet weather gears from the farm, isn't it? Get your red bands out. You'll need those on today.
It's pretty rough, isn't it? And there's going to be a few motel dryers churning over the power this afternoon.
There will be
gets back to
indeed.
their motels and hotels.
I believe, Tony, one of the athletes this morning said to me, "Oh, miss, I had to dry my hoodie with a hairdryer," and so that was quite good. That was good. You know, they're using their Kiwi ingenuity there, aren't they?
Yeah, bit of Kiwi ingenuity, but I bet there'll be a few fuses going from overload somewhere. So yeah, lucky this is a rugby stadium that has lights, where the Taranaki Bulls have played a few times in recent years here in Inglewood. So we've got the lights on full glow, and it's what is it, 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, I know, it's bizarre, isn't it? Bizarre sight. Hey, I'll take this opportunity again, Tony, for those people at home. Just a bit of an update with the girls' discus throw for those senior girls. The standings at the moment, we're into the 5th round, and we still have our first place Susie Kennelly, second place Michaela Solar, Kirsty McCarthy in 3rd, Ella Hogan 4th, Maya Phillips in 5th, Ashlyn Sherp 6th, and 7th Frances Hazeldine, and 8th Nora Quigley. So that's our top 8 at the moment there for you folks in the senior girls discus throw.
And next up on the track, you can see the boys prepping for the.
Look at him, he's
bailing out the water out of the vaulting.
And again, folks, this is our volunteers. You know, these are our officials. Give up their weekends for us to be out here. Or I say us. You know, it's you know, all our secondary school athletes. I
recognise him. I think that's Murray Anderson from the Hawke's Bay, one of our great servants in the Hawke's Bay athletics, and definitely one of the pole vault coaches who's supported a lot of young athletes over his day, and still an active masters himself.
Oh, awesome.
Doing a bit of vaulting, I think.
And you could just see there a few of the competitors that started this race. These boys, great sportsmanship, you know, shaking each other's hand at the start of the race, wishing them all the best. It's what we like to see out there at the secondary school level. This is athletics.
Heat 1 of the junior boys semis, and I can tell you it's Bailey from Whanganui Collegiate, Mo Whanganui Collegiate, Gaio from Ormiston Senior in Auckland, Henry Smith from St Peter's School, Blake Dalton, Tyree College, Tusa Soanga from St Peter's School, Samuels from Destiny, and Dickerson from Roncavi. That's the lineup as we look across the track from lane 1 to outside lane 8.
So not to be biased or anything, but I'll be cheering for the two St Peter's boys in this one there, Tony, Alapati and Henry. So they had a great heat earlier on this morning. So I'll be interested to see how they get on this afternoon, coached by Sonia Waddell, I believe, giving them advice for their sprints, which is awesome.
Pedigree coach there anyway.
Yeah, and some of you may recognise the last name for being in a rowing boat, but Sonia gives up her time for our athletics team as well, which is fantastic to see.
And she was a track athlete in her own right before she swapped over to rowing. Yeah. It's pretty tight.
Oh, it is very tight finish here for our junior boys in these semi-finals.
3, 4 and 5 I think will probably be
Yeah, so we'll wait for those times to come through so that we can update you all at home on that very close finish there in that semi-final.
Blake Dalton, 11.69. Henry Smith, St Peter's School, so there we go.
There we go.
11.75, and Francis Goyo, 11.78. So the qualifying.
Oh, and Alapati, there we are.
Well, it's the best two and the next fastest two, because we've got 3 semi-finals to go through to the final. So the top 2 are automatic, so then we'll wait and see how they progress during that. So we look like we might have put a temporary hold on the high jump. I haven't seen anyone in the screenshot, although
I think we might be something similar here in the
Pole
vault
vault
as well.
Yeah.
So for those of you at home wondering what's sort of happening, we're still at, for the junior girls there, we're still at 2.90 meters for our 2 competitors, and our senior girls, we just bring you that information. Yeah, we're still at 2.90 meters there. We've had 3 of the girls clear that height and 2 yet to clear it. So we'll bring you a bit more information about that when we can.
It's the result on screen for Heat 1 of the junior boys semis. Just to update you then, as I say, we've had the high jump, I think, on a temporary hold at the moment, which is not easy for these athletes. With that heavy deluge of rain, they'll be trying to get a bit of water away. But at the moment we have 3 athletes that have cleared 190, which is a good height. So we look like we've got some shots there. We're underway again. And that was Kalen Paranihi from Pukekohe High. That was his 3rd attempt there at 190. So sadly that will probably be the end of his competition. I'm pretty sure that's live and not a replay. So leading the comp at the moment is Hugo Jones out of Scots College in Wellington. Has a personal best this season of 196, so he's at 190 leading that comp. And this looks like a boy from Melbourne High, at Garran College, Misha Warboys.
Quite making it there. I just thought I'd quickly jump in here again with some live results here from the junior girls shot put. That is currently in its 4th round. The current standings in first place, we have Kate Harley from Takapuna Grammar High, Carmen Moritz in 2nd place, and Emma Louisa Pawali from Cook Islands in 3rd place. So at this stage, that competition is still going strong in its 4th round. And yeah, the girls putting in some really good efforts there. You know that they'll be looking up to Dame Val and hoping that one day they can get to that level as well. So great to see those girls out there.
There's another athlete who will be finishing the high jump there. Looking like we're only going to have our 3 competitors left. We progress to 193 is the next projected height, so you can see there's the update now. Got the scorers updating the record, so we know where we stand. So it'll be an equal 4th for Arbuckle and Warboys. As you can see, they've got the same grid pattern with their passes, clearances and failures.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
Yeah, and then Paranihi finishes in 6th place. So, and here we are with the next round of the hundreds. It's the 2nd heat of the junior boys, and it looks like out in lane 5 it'll be Owen Lamb from St Kennigan's going through first, I think.
They're getting awfully close to the officials there with the umbrellas, aren't they, as they come steaming through, trying to put the brakes on and slow down after they've crossed that finish line. So we do have Owen Lamb from St Kennigan's coming in first place there with 11.63, followed by Alicia of Otago Boys High School with 11.70, and Henderson from Tauranga Boys High School with 11.78. So it'll be interesting to see who gets through. We will get you that information, who's going to make it through to the final of our junior boys 100 metres.
So looking ahead to the summer, when hopefully it's not raining, Tori.
Yeah, Tony, yes, yes.
we after the championships tomorrow, or towards the end of the championships, the New Zealand Secondary Schools Association will be announcing a championship team, around about 50 athletes, around about 2 in each event, predominantly senior athletes, but not necessarily. There'll be a few outstanding juniors added to it, and then those athletes will be given the ability to utilise some funds that New Zealand Secondary Schools are going to give any of them in the championship team to have an internal tour of the classics in January. So give them an opportunity to go to some senior competitions up against some of the best, and we're looking forward to seeing you throw that jab later in the summer at a couple of those meets, hopefully. But you've got a big summer ahead of you.
Yes, big summer ahead, and just wanted to touch on what you mentioned there about having some of those juniors come along to the classics. I think, last year I saw a few of the junior athletes sort of taking place in those classics, and it's fantastic to see them come along to those competitions and get a bit more experience, at that next level, and I think sort of helps pave the way for them and does help them identify that there is a bit of a pathway there, to carry on in athletics after secondary schools. And I think those competitions that that we do compete in with obviously Capital Classic, the one that you run yourself, and we have these great meets in New Zealand, and it is good to be able to I guess as well for me to be able to compete at these, and the rest of the New Zealand senior athletes to be competing at these competitions and being role models, and hopefully we have our junior athletes really aspiring to represent New Zealand and wear the fern.
Come back to that. We've got Samasoni Hewitt, who's having his first attempt at 193. The other 2 lads in the competition have missed their first attempt, and as has Samasoni. So both Hugh Jones and Tia Wynyard missed their first attempts at 190 when we were off screen, or 193 I should say, off screen. So getting tight now, and this is where it's going to count for those athletes like Jones, who played his cards right by passing around, having no earlier failures. It puts them in the box seat to stay on top if they all miss out on this terrible weather that we've got here now. So it's the way it is, the way the competition runs. So looks like Wynyard's going to have another attempt. Whether the other boys are passing, I'm not sure.
I can't help but imagine, Tony, every time you land on that mat there,
it would be very wet.
It would be very, very wet. So I think even if you did try to stay dry, the fact that you're landing on that wet mat there, it's gonna make things difficult every time you try and dry off, isn't it?
The crew here in Inglewood are going to have to get these mats dried out with some sunshine hopefully soon. But interestingly, last night they had a cover to go over this high jump one in front of us right now, the Gill high jump pit, but the cover was being used for the girls in the hammer. They were sheltering under that rather than under those gazebo type tents that were there. Some of them were under the high jump cover, so they couldn't put it back on top when that really heavy rain came in about 7 o'clock last night. So that mat will be pretty good in terms of wet. Here's a young Hugo Jones from Scots, and he's very close on his second attempt there as he lands on the sponge, we might say.
Yeah, it would be a sponge, wouldn't it? It would be today.
So we're really in the final stages. We've got Samasoni Hewitt to have a second attempt at 193, and Wynyard's had 2 attempts.
And just quickly, an update in our boys javelin throw. We've actually had 3 competitors have their best throws in the 4th round there, which has changed the standings a little bit. So Keegan Sharkey in 1st place, Tyler Bratley in 2nd place, Ryan Tinney of St. Pat's College in 3rd, and Gabriel Dickerson in 4th place from Roncalli College. So some good throws coming out in the later rounds of the javelin there.
Sadly, a miss for Hewitt as well. And just thinking about it, looking up there behind the high jump fan where these athletes are taking off. Normally in a comp like this, the Nationals, you've got a bevy of spectators right there behind giving a bit of clapping and stuff, but there ain't too many people out braving the rain to support their athletes at the moment. There's a few of the coaches under umbrellas, but and they, these athletes like the crowd to be close to help them generate that sort of excitement and get the adrenaline up. To create the atmosphere, but there's a few of the hardy coaches there probably, but not normally. That fence would be absolutely chocker 2 or 3 deep with people trying to get a good look at the high jump.
And I don't blame them if they can sit at home and watch the live stream and the comfort of their own home with nice dry feet.
It's Wynyard. So sadly for Wynyard, that's his final attempt at 193, so he will take third place, and so there's still a possibility of change here. If the next up, Hewitt, takes 193, he could go in front of Jones, but at the moment the card's low with Jones taking it out because of the fact that he had one less failure. As you'll see at 185, Hewitt missed his first attempt, so that gives Jones the advantage on the score sheet, so to speak, as they look to take their final attempts. And this is Jones at 193, knowing that his best this season 196, so this is pretty good jumping for him in these conditions. And that's the end for him, so he's going to be sitting there nervously for the next 2 minutes or a minute, hoping that Hewitt doesn't pull a miracle and come over and overtake him with the final jump due to the jumping order that they've had. So he has the last shot at it, so to speak. Samisoni Hewitt and the senior boys high jump here at TET Stadium in Inglewood in the rain.
Yeah, can he save the best for last? You know, they always say save the best for last. So
we've seen some great high jump competitions during our off season around Europe and the World Champs and stuff, haven't we?
There has been some awesome competitions in the Diamond Leagues, and great to see Hamish Kerr being amongst the competitors there.
And sadly, that's a miss for him. So all three of the athletes attempting 193, but they should be applauded for their efforts in the treacherous conditions out there after that heavy rain. So Hugo Jones from Scots College in Wellington will take out first place from Samisoni Hewitt and Pat Silverstream, and Tia Wynyard from Kaiapoi College. I want to say Ty Wynyard because it was Ty Wynyard at Rangitoto College when there, and he's more well known for his basketballing ability.
Oh, wow,
and,
fantastic.
he played for the Tall Blacks in the NBL and was in American college for a while as well. So yeah. But it's Tia Wynyard from Kaiapoi College, so that's our top three, and that concludes the high jump. So maybe we can get a few updates on the other events.
Yeah, we do actually have our boys running, our senior boys running in the 100-metre sprints. Oh, there we go. As you can see there, this is our second heat of our senior boys semi-final. So off to a cracking start there.
And looks like Trigo and Lotsu. It's Trigo from Hibbs out of Wellington and Upper Hutt. Hibbs is Hutt International Boys School, well known as Hibbs, so that's Tyrone Trigo taking out that heat in the middle of the track. Comes out nice and low and then really gets into his work, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Had a great stride on him there too, and he's come in there at 11.08, so it's a fantastic time there to run in that semi-final.
So if we can get anyone shooting under the 11 today, it will be pretty good. So we'll give you a quick recap on Heat 1, which we missed because we were focusing on the high jump. So the result was Caden Taylor, Avondale College, 11.49. Sebastian Ferro from John McClashan College down south there, 11.56. They had the auto qualifiers. Elliot Kitchener from Mount Albert Grammar was 11.64, lying in third. And Leo Youssef from Wellington College was fourth. So we'll come back to that and tell you how they lie. So it's three semi-finals, so top two will go through automatically. So 11.49 was third there, so that was Joshua Lotsu from Crimson Global Academy, I should say, and Jonathan Thompson, Auckland Grammar, 11.55, and second was Ben Lambert from Parapara Umu College, to Tyrone Trigo with 11.08, as Tori had already said. So at the moment, the two fastest qualifiers are sitting with 11.49 and 11.55, so with one heat to go. And you can see them lining up in the third and final of the semi-finals for the senior boys. Ollie Monk, St Bede's in 1, Joshua Price, St Thomas of Canterbury in 2, Elijah Campbell of Lincoln in 3, AJ McDonnell from Christ College in 4, Oliver Crinan in 5, and the light blue, so Joe Dolphin, Long Bay, William Robertson and Sam Cartwright. And it looks very tight, but it's going to be lane 3, possibly leading that through, which is Elijah Campbell from Lincoln High. We'll wait and see. We haven't got the camera on the line here because the cameramen are trying to stay dry. and they've been focusing on the pole vault over here, so we're getting that as well as in the middle of the grandstand on the far side.
Yeah, Tony, and I thought we'd just update you all as well on the girls' discus senior girls' discus throw there. Sorry, the competition has come to an end there with Susie Kennelly taking it out with 43.54 metres. Closely in behind, we've got Michaela Sola with 35.48 and Kirsty McCarthy in third place there with 35.40. So they will be our medalists. And as you can see, we've got some action here of the junior girls shot put, which is fantastic to see. Who do we have in the circle here? We have Kate Harley, who's actually leading the competition with 14.63 metres.
Just a quick recap on the other heat that with our listeners can. So it was Elijah Campbell from Lincoln High, 11.33. AJ Madonna from Christ, 11.40. They're the automatic qualifiers. Oliver Krynan from St. Pat's Silverstream, I think he will get a place with his 11.41 as an automatic qualifier, as does from that heat, and Joshua Lotsu from Crimson Global will be the other non-qualifier with 11.40. Fastest time qualifier with 11.49. So our finalists look like, unconfirmed, our finalists for the Senior Boys 100, the big go tomorrow afternoon. Trigo from Hutt Valley High, Campbell from Lincoln High, Madono from Christ College, Ben Lambert, Parapara Umu College, Caden Taylor, Avondale College, Normanton from Francis Douglas College here in Taranaki, Oliver Krynan from St Patrick's College in Silverstream, and Josh Lotsu, Crimson Global Academy. So that's our top 8 boys, and see who's the fastest secondary school boy around the country this year. Yeah, it's a popular title to have, isn't it? You know, everyone wants to sort of be the fastest I suppose, boy in high school. So it's an awesome title to have. But we'll just obviously change subject here, Tony. We've got some javelin on the screen for you at home, and we haven't seen too much javelin today, but as you can see, the runway is flooded. I'd say the javelin grips will be very wet, so these boys will be doing a phenomenal job out there. As you can see there, we've got an official there in the red. That's Holly Robinson, one of our para athletes, and phenomenal athlete is Holly, and she's out there giving her time this weekend as a volunteer, which is on her birthday. So shout out to Holly Robinson. Happy well
birthday,
done,
Holly.
Yeah.
So she's out there giving her time back to the athletics community, which is fantastic.
Absolutely awesome to see our senior athletes giving it back, and I admired Hannah Miller, who won 4 national titles in recent months down in Wellington, coming out on a club day and actually being a lap counter for our athletes. So that's good to see our seniors doing that. So I'm going to say Hari Ra, and we'll look at that. It's up in the air. You can talk about that, Tori, but it's been great talking with you, and I'll hand it back to Hayden to carry on for the afternoon with you for a while.
Yeah, no, mahi, Tony. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. How are you getting on here, Tori?
Yeah.
Everything under control?
Yeah, we're getting it all under control.
We've got the best seat in the house right here.
We really do.
Because we are a long way away from that rain that you can see on your screens. These athletes are just doing a fantastic job, and we've said it before, but shout out to our officials, because most of our officials out there, marshals, are retired.
Yes.
It's what you get into when you retire. It's a good chance for you to give back to the sport. And I just think of my parents being out there in this sort of weather for 3 days straight.
Yep.
Very, very impressive. So thank you to all of our volunteers and marshals and officials who did such a great job. And of course, the athletes, because these singlets and gear, if you're doing multiple events, they don't dry between events.
No, they don't.
You've got to be getting into wet gear, and yeah, it's hard yakka.
Yeah, so we've got Ryan Tinney from St Patrick's College Silverstream here coming into his 6th round throw. So he'll be looking to further his distance of 35.11, which is his best for the day. He's currently in 4th place. Got a nice throw there, stuck in the ground. We'll be able to get a good measure on that. And so the tricky thing here is actually when the javelins don't quite land, or they land a little bit flatter, particularly in wet conditions, that extra water that's on the grass just soaks into that grip, and it can actually be quite a nightmare. And then you get the older competitor, I guess at the international level, I've had a few experiences where the competitors like to put a bit of chalk actually on the grips, which chalk and powdered chalk and water. It's not the greatest combination.
Okay.
It sort of makes a bit of a paste.
Yeah.
And so
you're ending up with like pizza dough.
Yeah,
or
pizza
something.
dough on the javelin grip. Yeah, that's how I'd probably describe it. And they, at the time they think it's a good idea, but as the competition goes on, it's probably not the best idea. Makes it very hard to then regrip the javelin for the remainder of the competition. And you can see just on the screen there, you just had Tyler Bratley from Lincoln High School. He's currently in second place with a throw of 43 metres flat, which is a pretty good throw too. So that's his 6th round throw that you've seen there, with our officials out with the big tape.
Yeah, it's nice and close, isn't it, between Tyler and Keegan out the front, only 80 centimetres separating them.
Yeah.
What does that feel like for you when you're in first place and you're coming into the last round and you're just like, what's this other person going to do in the final round? Because we've seen it on the international stage, I think Belle Adams in Rio was probably the one that springs to mind when she was in the lead and then got pipped at the post.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like if you've already had your throw, everything's totally out of your control. So it's worse when you're sitting there just waiting for the other competitor, because there is nothing really more that you can do. So you sort of just got to sit there and wait and hope that you can end up on top at the end.
Now is this Keegan Sharkey here with his final throw? So I believe that's him in the lead, and it's basically his victory lap throw, because he's holding on to the lead with that 43.80. Tyler's final throw was a 38.86, so that won't threaten the medals. So there we go. There's our junior javelin champion, Keegan Sharkey. He will take the title from St. Pat's College Silverstream. Big shout out to those boys down there. I used to do a bit of running with them about 10 years ago when I lived in Silverstream. So they've all long past their high school years. But shout out to St. Pat's Stream. So Tyler Bratley in second and Gabriel Dickerson in third. Coming home with that 35.90. So two boys over 40 metres, and then a really close battle for that bronze medal and the minor placings in that top 8. So great work, those boys out there in the rain, dealing with the conditions. And you can see there's just umbrellas around at the moment. The crowd in the stadium, in the grandstands, actually. No one's in the bottom 2 rows. They're all up beyond the kind of rain line.
Yes, but it's actually been awesome to see. As that rain has settled in, that grandstand hasn't emptied as much as what I thought it would have, which is it's great. It's great to see everyone's whānau still hanging around to see the competitors out there and see everyone performing and doing their thing. So they've put in the hard mahi over the last few months, which is is great to hear and see them out there. So. Big thanks to everyone for still sticking around to show their support and get behind our New Zealand secondary school athletes.
And talking about sticking around, we've still got plenty more action on the track to come. Next up will be we've finished up the 100th, haven't we? I think we've sort of been running a little ahead of schedule, so we've got a little bit of a gap. And then shortly after 3, we'll be getting into the 800 metres. So we've got junior semis for boys and girls, and senior semis for boys and girls. And then we've got the 2,000 and 3,000 race walks. And then we finish off the day with more semi-finals in the 400 and 200 on the track. So this afternoon is really on the track. We're talking semi-finals and sorting out who's going to be in what lane for the finals tomorrow. And in the field, coming up, we've got, looking through, we've basically rounded off everything that we've had. So pole vault's finished.
Yeah, I believe we actually. I actually think we might be on a little timeout on the old pole vault. We've had a fair bit of waterfall, and as we saw on the screens earlier, we had someone in there scooping out the pole vault, the little pit
out of
there.
The box,
out of the box. They were scooping the water out with an ice cream container. So I think we're just on a little bit of a pause on that at the moment. And we can see actually we've got. I guess we can see. For those of you at home, you'll see it on your screen on the far back straight there. You can see a few athletes running up and down the straight there, and that's actually our pole vaulters trying to stay nice and warm and stay ready to go for when that competition continues.
Finally gets back underway. Yeah, I'm trying to get the latest for the standings in the pole vault. We've got senior girls and junior girls jumping together.
We do. So
cool.
Great to see the juniors in the mix with the seniors. I always actually myself quite enjoyed that sort of experience, and you know, sort of you can see what the seniors are doing and sort of see where you stack up against them. So that's also gives our juniors a lot of confidence going into those senior years at high school. We'll all go here on the track.
Yeah, so these are straight into the 800s. And
so our competitors here in lane 1, we've got Ava Edge, and we've got in lane 2 Ali, then McManus, then Hellier, Cornwall, Fawcett, Ford and Reese Jones. So these girls are out there in heat 1.
yeah, so we've got 3 heats, so that means we'll be taking the top 2 and then the next 2 fastest through to the final. So bit of a ruthless situation when you're going from 24 down to 8, cutting things in 3rd, but at the moment leading things out. I'm not too sure who that is because we don't have bib numbers with us in the studio. But this is the junior girls, first of the 800-metre heats.
I believe the top of the back of her t-shirt had OHS, so that might be Sarah Hellier from Onehunga High School.
Could well be.
Oh, here we go. We're back on the vault. The girls have come back in. I believe that's Portia Bing's younger sister.
Yeah, Lillian, and she didn't seem super happy with that one. I don't know if she's crossed the threshold, so if she's got time to give that another shot. Now, has she opened up yet today? Because I haven't seen her on the
No, I haven't seen her either.
results.
And for those of you at home, you can see she's got, you know, a bit of black. She's got some black sort of residue on her hands. That's a bit of some sticky spray that our vaulters like to use to help.
Right, so she hasn't been changing a tyre on a car or something, doing a grease and oil.
Well, I hope she hasn't had to change a tyre on the way to the athletics today.
Yeah.
She'll be short on energy if she has.
All right, so here we go. First 2 will go straight through. So claiming those all-important places in the final. But time is going to be really important there. And so I think for Sarah Hellier, who led much of that race, I think that may just well pay off for her, setting the pace early on and then sticking with those 2 just at the dying stages. So good, smart racing from Sarah. And then our other 2 athletes, Hayley Cornwall from Palmy Girls. She took the win ahead of Holly Fawcett from Aquinas College in 2:19.
Yeah, and you can just see there at the end of the race, you know, 800, it looks like a bit of a brutal race, and I'm not going to lie, it wouldn't be one that I'd be keen to put my hand up to give it.
How much would it take to get you lining up at maybe in a athletics all-stars 800?
Oh my goodness, I don't even know what it would take, but I know I'd probably be in a worse off position than those girls are at the end of their race. I think I'd be on the ground.
The next minute or so.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, huge kudos to those girls out there getting that done.
All right, here's Lillian. And over she goes. Well done. It looked like she was just struggling to get that projection over the bar, so maybe a few of those setup things just need to be tweaked. But she had the height and then incredible body awareness to drag her body over that bar and get something on the board. So that puts her in first place because she has passed on every other height. So standings at the moment, we have 4 women clear at 290. As we see the results there of the 800. So Lillian Bing goes clear first time. Vaya Chaplo has cleared at 280 and 290, first time clearances. Maya Grundy missed once at 280, but cleared first time at 290. Caitlin Kui Chin has missed once at 250, but then all other clearances first time right through to 290. We've got 3 other athletes in that pole vault competition who've all got just 1 miss each at 290. So more to come from there as we skip back to the second heat of the Junior Girls 800. And in this heat we have Emma Very from Palmy Girls, Grace Bridges from Waitaki Girls, Alyssa Buchan from Hillmorton High, Amy Sheenan from Dio, Emily Bennett from Scots All Saints College, Jessie McKenzie from Hutt Valley High, Chili Jameson from Christian School, and Sophia Haynes from Auckland Dio. So a couple of Auckland Dio athletes in the mix for this one.
So Hayden, I've just jumped back in because I've been out, this is Tony, to see what's happening with the pole vault. So it's a bit of a tricky situation because they hadn't got to the stage where everyone had a vault. So Lillian Bing has just been given a vault, so at least everyone's been in the competition. Whether they're going to declare a result, whether they're going to hold off now, it's the big call. So that's where they're standing at. The girls' pole vault. It's pretty treacherous out there. That the vaulting, everything's so wet. Their grips are wet. The water's filling up in the box where they've got to plant the pole. And so I've got a feeling that the call will be made. But at least everyone's had some part in the competition because you can't do anything with one athlete. Unlike a lot of the other field events where you go by rounds, you come in and the vertical jumps by height, so we'll see what they come back with now, and I think it'll be in the athlete's hands or the competition director if they put it. So just a quick update there on what's happening in the pole vault. Very treacherous out there for those young ladies.
Yeah, and safety is absolutely key, as we saw yesterday in the hammer throw. That competition having to be cut short because the rain got pretty torrential, as it's sort of heading in that direction now. But here we are coming into the final stages. Great front running by one of our Auckland Dio athletes out the front, setting the pace and being prepared to truck along really, really nicely. And she's going to clock a time around about 2:20, 2:19. Well done, great front running there. And then it was our Hutt Valley High athlete, Jessie McKenzie, finishing in second. So good to get out and just run it hard. You know the sort of time that you can run if you're front running. And sometimes in the prelims, it's just a matter of getting out there and doing the job and booking your place in that final, making it nice and simple for yourself. So Amy Sheenan from Dio goes through automatically, as does Jessie McKenzie. Emily Bennett was the next fastest finisher in 2:24. So I will see who's sitting on the cusp. Remember, we've only got 2 little Q places. So Sarah Hellier and Hannah McManus currently hold those spots with 2:19 and 2:22, with one more heat to come.
Go. Our results up for our girls 800 metre juniors. What do you reckon of that, Hayden?
Yeah, good. This is good running. Whenever you're running under 2:20, for those who are used to out there running with their Garmins on and recording their splits.
Got their Strava on and all the rest of it. I've only heard about it, you see, because I don't do enough running for that.
So anything under 2:24 is under 3 minutes per K. So that's kind of a magic figure to start running splits with the 2 in front of it.
Yeah.
And so when you hop on a treadmill, most treadmills can't actually go that fast as those girls were running. So very good work from our 800 metre runners, our Warurau Mita. And we are back with the pole vault with a little bit of a let up in the rain. So this is great news. And in Māori, pole vault is tūtoko. So these pole vaulters, kai tūtoko.
Yeah, so awesome to see that we've continued on with this pole vault for our junior and our senior wahine here. Great that we can give them the competition, and despite the weather being difficult at times, as Tony mentioned, it's nice that when you can get them all out there having a go and allowing them to try and perform out there as best they can. But obviously, first and foremost, safety in mind as well.
So this is Isla Ryan. She's got one miss at 290, had 3 clearances at 250, and then 265, and then 280, with just the one miss at 280, and then first time miss at 290. But the weather has dried up a little bit, so let's see what she's got here with the bar up at 290. She goes and just pulls out of that one. Has a look at her hands, so that was a bit more slippery than rather not get inverted with that sort of slip on my hands.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it, in these conditions, it's really tough on the confidence of our young athletes, and particularly, you know, to be honest, I'm not too sure I'd be too confident launching myself over a pole that's high, that, you know, over a bar that's high up in the air either. But you know, for them to be doing that out here in this weather, yeah, like I say, huge ups to them, and yeah.
So there we go, there's the standings. So Via and Lillian both holding the lead at the moment with perfect score sheets. And then Maya and Caitlin sitting in third equal, both with one miss each. And which is why someone like Lillian and Via will wait till later in the competition just to reduce the chances of any of those misses.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
yes, I thought that the pole was going to knock over the bar, but fell the right direction. Over she goes.
Yeah, we had a big cheer out here from the crowd that's on the deck, spectating from the nice, warm, dry sort of position there. Unlike our athletes, all trying to huddle in under that little gazebo, as you can see there, trying to keep their poles dry. And their grips, as you can see there, one of our athletes has the towel over
right up on the runway.
Yeah,
that's
right
awesome.
Up, right till the last
Very
minute.
Smart.
Yeah.
So this is Isla Martin McKenzie. She's got 2 misses at this height. She's currently sitting in 6th position, so this is key. Hence why she wants that pole as dry as possible. So no black sticky stuff for her. I'm guessing she's using chalk today, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
So here she goes on the runway, plants the pole, up she goes.
There
over.
we go.
Yes.
Again, another big roar from the crowd up here. So some happy friends, I'd say, friends, family, and coaches up here. So good on her. Oh, there she goes. Pat on the back there, and again collects that towel straight back onto the grip. She's onto it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Logistics. It's all about the logistics. It's like going camping, you know, when you go on a summer camping trip with these great ideas that it's going to be a beautiful Kiwi summer, and then you just turn up and everything's wet. Sleeping bags wet, inside the tents wet.
Yeah, it's a real game changer, isn't it, to the old camping holiday. You go in initially, you know, with high hopes of these, you know, picturesque, you know, Kiwi camping holidays, and sometimes you just get a little bit caught out.
Yeah. All right, here's Ayla Ryan. Last attempt at 290. Oh, no. And again, just that slipperiness on her grip taking its toll. But she will finish in 7th place with some good clearances at 250, 265, one miss at 280, but then she went clear. And she will bow out of the competition with a very credible 7th place. And another of our athletes dealing with the conditions, because you never get perfect conditions, eh?
Never. You can look at the weather maps all you like before the competition, but you know there's always going to be you know, a cheeky little wind that pops up or something on the day, so you can never count it out completely, you know.
So we've got Tori Peters in the studio here, and so obviously javelin New Zealand record holder. And where in the world where do you love to compete in the world in terms of always rock up and it's pretty good conditions? Is there anywhere, or is it always like, oh, it's a bit too hot? bit too windy, a bit too rainy.
Well, to be honest, there's always you always strike some sort of interesting weather conditions, but I tell you, just at the end of the season, I had a competition over in Switzerland, and it was meant to be a beautiful day, and it actually turned into lightning, thunder, and torrential rain.
Oh,
and,
my goodness.
Oh, and honestly, when you're holding your javelin out in a thunderstorm, you know, you're just a human conductor out there, really, aren't you? So I tell you what, it
Not
was
ideal.
no, it was not.
You don't want to be that javelin thrower that ends up getting struck by lightning.
No.
Yeah. So here we've got the first of our heats in the junior boys 800 metre semi-finals. Top two advance, so those two who are looking over their shoulders will go through safely. I think we've got Connell McLean there, and who's the blue and yellow? So coming through in 2:07. So good running by those boys. They're probably glad to just get moving after waiting around in the rain.
Yeah, I think they will be, and they'll be looking forward to getting back off that track now, getting some warm clothes on, getting some fuel on board, and some of them preparing for obviously the next rounds, and some of them for their next events. You know, there's secondary school level. There's, I find, you know, with the team that I'm away with St. Peter's, and a lot of our athletes are involved in numerous events throughout the weekend, which is awesome to see. It's great to have everyone giving everything a go.
Yeah, it's awesome. And you were saying earlier in the weekend you've been roped into like 4x4s before when you're there for javelin, and then
I have
get
it.
the call up for.
You know, that's why I encourage these kids. You know, if they get the opportunity, you just roll with it. You know, because you never know, it might be your one and only opportunity.
Yeah.
And for me, it definitely was that. Yeah, that was a huge thanks to Chris Strange. You know, he said, "Oh, you'll be right, Tori. You know, you've played netball, you're fit. You know," and so sort of drew a bit of confidence from that and gave it a go. But as I mentioned, it was the first and last. 400
It's a long
metres.
way around the track, eh? When you see it on the screen, you're like, oh, it doesn't look too bad. 50 seconds something.
Yeah. And you're sort of thinking, when is this going to end? And you've still got 100 metres to go.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, no, it's a javelin thrower. Many of you will see the size of the runway. It's, you know, it's pretty short.
Yeah.
You know, some of the throwers have.
You spend half your time running sideways.
Well, you do, exactly, and it's a crossover. It's a crossover. So for those at home, it's not running straight. It's your side on. So it is a little bit different.
Do you do a fair amount of training, like, you know, karaoke drills, all that sort of stuff? Were you training for that lateral movement?
Yeah, we do actually. A lot of crossover drills, a lot of runway things where we are side on. And as you referred to, the karaoke there, the grapevine, as some of you may know it, the leg crosses behind, but in javelin, everything, all the steps cross over in front. So when we're teaching
so back leg always goes in front.
And so we actually always make sure that when we're teaching our young up and coming, you know, athletes for the javelin, that we don't go behind. We don't do that crossover behind, because at speed we might run into a few problems there. So we always try to keep that foot crossing over in front. So for those of you at home that just like to do a little bit of practice or wanted a few tips, we always cross over in front.
Awesome. So here's heat number 2 of the junior boys 800. We've got Thomas Fitzgerald from Whanganui Collegiate, Joseph Detroit from Independent Homeschool athlete. We've got Jack Erickson from King's College, Charlie Richardson from Sacred Heart, Jagun Gunridjiv Willers from St. Patrick's College, Kilburnie, Joe Martin from Wellington College, Jake Lomas from St. Peter's, as they go through in about 60 seconds, and Justin Cunningham from Freiburg High School. Good to see a Freiburg High School athlete out there. It's my old school from Palmy. Shout out to Freiburg High School. We don't have many athletes coming out of Freiburg these days. In fact, I think there's only 2. So good to see one of them getting amongst it.
Seen a real move being made here as they come around the...
Yeah, coming up to 600.
Yeah.
Now, do you recognise that singlet at the front there? Is that Sacred Heart?
Yeah, it's not quite a St. Peter's singlet, but similar colours.
So we think that's Charlie Richardson, followed by Jack Erickson. So these two looking to claim the 2 auto spots, and the 2 behind them doing well to push hard.
Oh, look at that mullet. Look at that one.
I love that finish. So Yeah, St. Pat's College, there's Jagoon doing a great finish. You can see how much these boys will be prepared to hurt and having to jump over them. I was watching the NCA cross-country champs over in the States, and they have hundreds of runners all finishing within a couple of minutes of each other, and so they actually have body throwers, these big burly men who are there to catch these distance runners that collapse over the finish line, and they just have to biff them out the way.
Toss them out the way.
Because you just end up with this big pylon. So.
And tell me, how do you think those people get picked for that job?
Yeah,
what's the criteria there? What's
they're
that job
probably on the wrestling team or like the football team.
You can just imagine the job advertisement, must be able to throw small humans,
Yeah, and let's be honest, it's probably only 60 kg worth the weight to biff out the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you ever want to watch an exciting race, it's one of the great cross-country races every year, and we had a few Kiwis representing New Zealand at the collegiate cross-country champs this year. Maya Ramsden, I think she was the top performing Kiwi this year.
Awesome.
And yeah, always a great race. Some of the best up-and-coming distance runners in the world head over to the college system in the States, and many of the athletes that we've seen throughout the weekend will already be booked in to go to a university somewhere in the States. And so, yeah, it's a logical stepping stone for many athletes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of, it's become a lot more of a popular sort of pathway, I think, for our track and field athletes, and getting some experience internationally as well. It's a good opportunity if they can do a bit of study at the same time.
Yeah, it's OE, travel, sport, or education. All
sounds like living, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How good does that sound?
All mixed in with one. So here we've got Aaron Brodie from Westlake Boys, Solomon Randerson from Auckland Grammar, Timothy Wallace from St Kentigans, Isaac Sewell from St Bede's, Jude Decker from Wakatipu, Henry Sevier from Christchurch Boys, and Alex Wilson from Hastings Boys. So this is heat number 3, the final heat of the semi-finals. So remember, it's just the top 2 and the next 2 fastest to go through. So times are pretty key. And it looks like this group of 6 athletes well bunched up together, getting plenty of encouragement from the grandstand just to the right of the screen from what you can see there, and they go through in 63, so they'll probably want to hold that pace, even kick on to nab one of those times. And I'll have a quick look, see what those little cues are standing on. Right, so 2:00:61 is the slowest of the little cues at the moment. So you want to be closing this one out in sub sort of 57, 58 to nab one of those little cues, or you want to finish in the top 2 and make it a done deal.
Yeah, and I tell you what, even though it's pretty dark here and the lights are on, it's pretty easy to spot those boys with those bright Nike shoes on, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely for mum or auntie, granddad at home, just spot me, I'm wearing the one with the bright yellow shoes. Just didn't realise someone else would be wearing the same shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
But it looks like these two just breaking clear, looking over their shoulders.
Strong surge here, coming through from our athlete in lane. He's on the inside lane there. Is that St. Bede's? St. Bede's?
Yes.
Yeah, Isaac Sewell from St. Bede's. Strong finish from him there.
Yeah, Isaac Sewell, and it looked like Jude Decker was crossing the line in first position. No, it was actually Timothy Wallace, so he will go directly through, as does Jude Decker from Wakatipu, and then unfortunately Isaac Sewell will miss out despite getting third, a really gutsy finish. That time won't be quite enough to bump him into the top 2, but he'll finish his weekend of the 800s in the semi-finals, and that's a pretty good weekend at the office for the 800. So if you've just tuned into the coverage, kia ora and welcome along to Whakaata Māori on our YouTube stream of the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs from a very wet TET Stadium in Inglewood, Taranaki. And it was pretty dry this morning, but the rain has closed in. It was basically we kicked off our afternoon session at 1:30 and the rain arrived about 1:29.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, and so the umbrellas are out and things are getting pretty drenched, but our athletes are still on fire, still rising to the challenge. And Tori, do you take yourself out into the rough weather and get some training done when it's raining, or do you just try and avoid it?
To be honest, everyone who knows me knows I love the sunshine, and I'm not a huge fan of throwing in the rain, but
yeah.
you know, you do have to practice these things, as I mentioned before. In Switzerland, torrential rain, you know, you've got to be able to practice those sort of situations and being in those conditions. So definitely provide challenges for our technical throwing events, which, you know, can have a huge impact, I guess, on your performance and the distances that you can produce. So as much as we don't like to be out in the rain, that's myself and my coach Debbie Strange, so we don't usually like to get out there too much, but you know, when it gets close to competition season, we're out there rain, hail or shine, and just get it done.
Do a couple of key sessions.
Yeah,
because you don't want to find yourself with pizza dough all over your hands from the chalk that's gone all funky from the water, and like in the competition,
exactly.
It's the world champs and you're lining up for that 6th round throw, and you're like, what's happening?
Yeah. You're sort of looking at all the other girls thinking, who put this on here? You know, who decided it was clever to use chalk today? Yeah, so usually in those sort of situations, we all like to take the javelins and actually put them underneath the gazebo or the tent or the shelter that's sort of out there, just to keep those grips as dry as possible. But the officials do a great job as well. The javelins usually come racing back on the remote controlled car, and straight away we're in there with a towel to dry them off and keep those grips as dry as possible for us for the remainder of the competition.
That's awesome. And are you allowed to, I know with the shot put, you're allowed to tape individual fingers.
Yep.
Are you allowed to tape your fingers at all? Would tape help with some
probably
friction?
Wouldn't help.
Okay.
Wouldn't really help that much. But you know, in saying that, some people, you know, I think it's sort of the similar rules apply. You probably can't have a few fingers taped together, but like I say, it'll be pretty hard to grip the javelin if you did. Yeah. But yeah, there's usually not too many girls that are doing that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I feel like we're trying to deal with all the other sorts of things that are outside our control, like the weather, or you know, we're trying to figure out how we can throw, you know, with the wind or against it, and those sorts of things.
So there's enough variables going on.
Yeah, totally. And for those of you at home, a little fun fact for you about javelin as well is that when you've got the competition happening with the javelin and you enter your own javelin into the competition, anybody can actually pick up your javelin and throw it in the competition. So so not many people know that, and I think that's quite interesting. So it's essentially, it's almost like in tennis, you know, if I was to bring my racket along and someone else could take it and use it, it's essentially the same thing. So
Amazing. Now, this is the first heat of the senior boys semi-finals. We have 3 heats in this 800 metres. And in this one, we have Jessie Park from Auckland Grammar, Jackson Bigwood from New Plymouth Boys, Inga Sevier from Cashmere High School, James Strathen from Maclean's College, Noah Lawson from Waimea College, Thomas Cowan from Westlake Boys, Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata College, and Thomas White from Wellington College. So good pace setting here, and more of those bright yellow boots seems to be very popular amongst our mid-distance runners.
Tipped through there, that was about 60 seconds, was it? Just they clocked through there that first round with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, so most of these athletes will be feeling like a sub 2 minute would be on the cards for this weekend, and you can see the pace has really picked up. Looks like that's Thomas Cowan out the front leading things and making the pace pretty hot. Potentially, is that a Maclean's College singlet just behind in second place? I need to get up to speed with the various singlets, but it's definitely Westlake out front. So good solid running there from Thomas. Now top 2 will go through, so these 2 will book their place in the final tomorrow, and they can afford to ease up. And look at that time.
Oh yeah, he's happy. And they're happy with that.
Very happy, and so they should be. That was a convincing surge, impressive running from those boys. to run, 60 seconds for the first lap and then about 55.
Yeah,
Yikes.
So, yeah, exactly. So, and you know, I think go back to say, you know, you won't see me out there in an 800. I don't think so. You know, and we're certainly not for those sorts of times. My goodness. Yeah, they do a phenomenal job out there. And as you can see at the end there, the boys shaking each other's hand at the end of that race. That great sportsmanship is like what we like to see right from this early age in New Zealand athletics. That great sportsmanship.
So Thomas Cowan from Westlake Boys took it out, 156.03. James Trathan got the second place in 156.10, and then it was Angus Sevier in 157.86. So I'll write that down because that is going to be one of the key times that we're looking at. So far, to grab one of those small Q qualifiers, we're looking at something under 2 minutes, because Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata was fourth in 159.30 in the first of our senior boys 800 metre semi-finals. Now, for those who have tuned in wanting to catch up, there we go, an overview of the finish, and so good honest paces here in the semi-finals. And remember, these boys are running 3 times in the 800 and potentially across other events as well, almost certainly in the 4x400 as well.
Yeah, and it just shows that recovery, I suppose, for these competitors and these athletes, you know, each day and after every event that they do is really crucial in helping get that optimal performance that they're after for when they do make it to those later end in the final.
All right, heat number 2, they will stand back up and get reset. We've got Corvin O'Rourke from James Hargest, Flynn Register from Rathkeel College, James Ford from King's College, Callum O'Keefe from Lindisfarne, Will McMeekin from Christchurch Boys, Azrael Kabosawal from Tauranga, James Herkus from Whanganui, and Oscar Munro from Glendowie. Now, one of the ones to watch is certainly that maroon singlet of James Ford. He has been on a tear over the last probably 2 years or so in the 800 metres. And it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are, how fast they take things out. Yes, I was just looking back. James Ford did take out the under-18 title back in March at the National Champs. And so he'd love to add the National Secondary Schools title to that as well. Let's see what they go through 400 in. And somewhere around about 58 high, so they've definitely come here to play.
A little bit faster, I believe, than that heat before, but again, still got another 400 to come to the party, don't they? So
yeah,
we'll see how much they can dig it in here and bring it home.
So it looks like these 3 just pulling clear now. James Ford is right on the shoulder of the other 2, looking like he's poised, ready to pounce over this last 200 metres. And look, if there's anything, if you want to test your character, test it in the last 200s of an 800 metres, because that's where you find out exactly what's going on the deep, dark recesses of your brain. But here we go. There's obviously some good stuff going on in the deep, dark recesses of these 2 runners. Well, these 3 finishing nice and strong. And look at that time, about 156. So, again, showing that you need to be well under 2 to get one of those little Qs next to your name to advance through to the final. That was pretty impressive running. Again, negative splits. So that's running faster for the second half than the first half. So James Ford takes it ahead of Callum O'Keefe. So 156.34 for Callum, and then just 0.3 of a second back to Callum. And James Herkus of Whanganui Collegiate in 3rd in 156.95. So at the moment, that would have him going through. So for those who have just tuned into the coverage, my name's Hayden Sherman, and with me in the studio is Tori Peters, and Tori is the national record holder for the women's javelin. And so what are your plans coming up for this summer? You're obviously here on coaching duties and commentating duties. But what have you got planned for the rest of the summer?
Yeah, so just getting a bit of training in, I guess, post-Commonwealth Games, post-World Champs. Had a good little break there, so just going to start my season off a little bit later, so opening up in February at the Capital Classic in Wellington. So I'll spend a bit of time in January in Australia with
in the sunshine,
avoiding
the rain.
as we sit here in this rain. But yeah, spent a bit of time in Australia there with Kelsey Lee Barber, who's the reigning world champion. So awesome friendship that we have, and I'd like to go over there and get a bit of training with her every now and again. So I'm really looking forward to that actually in January and help prepare me for the season. Yeah,
and do you find some of that gold medal winning glow can kind of rub off in the training sessions?
Yeah.
Does she lend you the gold medal for a couple of nights?
I know, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Just carry it. Wear it around, I know.
Yeah, so in this final of the semi-finals for the senior boys 800 metres, we've got Josh Tonga from Christchurch Boys, Luca Evatt from Wellington College, Nicholas Alvarez Ray Verig from Logan Park High School, we've got Lorcan Rabit from Havelock North, Callum Murray from Aquinas College, Robert Fitzpatrick from Auckland Grammar, Jackson Mackay from Hastings Boys, and William Bourne from Tauranga Boys.
Yeah, you could sort of see there as we, as the boys took off there and someone took the lead, they sort of eased up on that pace there.
Yeah.
So I guess for our viewers at home, talk us a little bit through what that strategy is all about.
Yeah, so the 800 metres, for a distance runner can feel like a sprint, but for these guys, they will actually have these slight tweaks in terms of tactics. So there might be I'm going to get to the front so I can actually slow it down, and because I trust my kick. Or there could be I'm going to get to the front to speed it up, and you'll often see a big surge as they come around that bend, and then as they merge, and then things will often slow right down once you hit that second bend. But things definitely ramp up when we get to this stage in the semi-final. So we've got 200 metres left to run. You can see two runners just clear, and these three at the back of them will just be hoping that that early pace wasn't too tactical, that they might be able to still take a sniff at one of those little Q qualifiers. But these two running well clear now, doing a great job. I think that's Luca Evatt up the front from Wellington College, looking over his shoulder. He knows, okay, yeah, I've got my spot in the final. That is sorted, and it's just going to be the times were a little bit too tactical in this heat, and so the times that we were looking for third and fourth would need to be under 1:58, but looking like it was just over two minutes. So there we go. Yeah, so the end of the race there, and I think actually that's the end for me as well on the commentating duties. I've got to tend back to my team duties, but just want to say ngā mihi, Hayden, for having me, and thanks to those who have tuned in at home, listened to a bit of javelin chat throughout probably every event on the live stream, even though it isn't I've javelin. learned a lot about the javelin, and I'm keen to give it a go as well. Every summer I want to try and give another field event a go, so you may just see me at some point throwing the javelin very awkwardly.
Oh, well, look,
probably into the back of my head.
I look forward to it. I can share a few more tips potentially.
Awesome.
So, again, thank you to those at home, and we'll catch you again tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the coverage through the Kaora Māori.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Tori Peters. Been great to have expert comments in the studio. Definitely improves on my knowledge of these field events in particular. Now, we welcome back into the studio Paul Meads as we take a look at the long jump. We're jumping into we've got the senior and junior long jump combined today. And so we have, I want to say this is Ruben Anguisaka Bland, but I could be corrected on that, because we've got the juniors and the seniors running together. not too sure which sheet I should be looking at the moment. Maybe that was...
Yes, kia ora, Hayden. Well done on your commentary. It's as you can see, we're back to sort of the zone that we were in yesterday afternoon, except there's a lot less wind. So the hua is still coming out of the heavens, and the officials are still out there in the rain. And I did say to one of them this morning, being rather flippant, I said, you guys are outstanding. Yeah, outstanding in the rain all day. I think the para event is that combined, and the long jump, I think you can see the officials there just checking, because apart from the time call up, they've just got to make sure that if you like, the takeoff board is not too slippery.
Yeah, that's key.
So that's, you know, if you get a slide on there, we saw a girl this morning, unfortunately, in the triple go on one foot, try to balance the other one, and end up, you know, just getting that balance. So there you go. That's on the board, isn't it? Plasticine, we hope.
Look nice and clear. Gets the white flag. That's what you want to see.
Yes,
and I believe that was Charlie Gardner Hall.
That's it, from Waiuku. That's it. Yes. And remember, it'll be the performance plus the percentages of their performance compared to the world rankings that will give them their placings, and whether she gets a PB or not. Working up, and these parallel athletes, the same, you know, they want to have a look at their PBs, they want to compete and see how they're doing, and quite often one jumps further than the other, but then depending on their ranking, and their rating, and their classification, then the actual percentage of the performance is calculated. And as I said yesterday, I'm glad I don't have to do those calculations, but there are a lot of more able people than me to do that, capable, and there is a worldwide setup for this. So the Paralympics organisation have, over the years, really worked hand in hand. And we've got to thank our event coordinator from New Zealand Secondary Schools, John Tilden. He has done a power of work in the background, and also Raylene, who does the assessing. Athletes can turn up on a day like today, and if she's here, she will give them an assessment, so the kids can compete.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, really cool.
They can get that ratified. So a few tests I've got to do. Yes, and then they get a ranking and it gets reclassified. So there's the boy from the Tairāwhiti. It's Gisborne. There's Turanga. Oh, yeah, he's behind the board, so that'll be a legal jump. There's a young athlete later on that's going to compete in here from College, and him lining up in the back, because it is green and good. We'll have to have a look. And I did say to him, maybe you should go to the end of the jump and grab hold of one of those little cones and fill it up in sand and make a little sandcastle and see what the officials say. I said, you'll probably like to get away with it. I'd be told off. Yeah, the boys from Papua Nui. Now this Papua Nui group have come to our nationals for a number of years now, and they support the South Island events, and full credit to their kayako and whānau to get them up here, and you know, to keep bringing them year after year. That's a huge effort. You know, out from Christchurch. Yeah, here he is. Yes. Let's hope he doesn't build the sandcastle.
So Mason Pai had a foul in the first round, but lots of energy in the second round. Looked pretty good on the board to me.
Oh,
and
yeah, we've got an end shot of the walkers. Look at that.
Yeah, we've got the walkers out and racing. I believe this is the 2,000 metre juniors. So we've got 4 athletes in this one. Sinead O'Sullivan from Sacred Heart Girls College, Yandri Furi from Epsom Girls, Jordan Tukikino from Auckland Girls Grammar, Stacey Hooper from Rolleston College. So 4 athletes lining up in the 2,000 metres. That's 5 laps in the rain. And this is a very fascinating race because running, you're just running. It's based on time and place. But with walking, it's also a judged event. So there will be judges, probably under some umbrellas, dotted around the track, and they will be making sure for two things. So two things that they'll be looking at. One is that when your foot contacts the ground, that you've got a nice straight leg, so no bend at the knee. And the other one that you're looking for is that you've always got one foot in contact with the ground. So there's two things that you're looking for, and this is done by the naked eye, so you're not slowing it down, getting the video referee to do a little replay on it, because especially with the elite walkers, you will actually see some separation, but to the naked eye, they look firmly planted. And here's a great example of that. You can see one foot's always on the ground, and that nice straight leg at contact. And so that hip movement that you can see, that's one of the key elements of extending your stride length. So when you're walking, you've got two ways of getting faster: either increase the speed of your steps or increase the length of your strides. And just that good movement through the hips enables you to extend that stride out a little bit. And
yes, it looks like they're rolling, doesn't it, from the hip?
Yeah.
But it does definitely help. And under the old rules, you used to have your knee locked when it hit the ground in the front. They changed that many years ago, so it has to be locked when it goes into the central part of your body. The officials will look for that, what they call lifting, if you haven't got the feet contact. They have a carding system, and if the umpires are around or the judges are around, they will hold up a card and they'll walk out and actually signal to the athlete. So if you see somebody walk out with a little red disc, and they'll get so many warnings before they're DSQ'd, unless they, of course, break into a run. Now, this young lady, Yandri Furi from Epsom Girls Grammar, has really taken off here, and she's put a bit of a gap on the rest of the girls already. So she's going away. And actually,
yeah, she's ticking along at 5 minutes per K. So that's good going. So could break 10 here.
Yeah, so that's quite a reasonable clip. And also back in the days, this province, Taranaki, has produced, it's been very strong in walking over the years. And I remember years and years ago, there was a guy, Fox, that competed from here, and it was called West Coast North Island in those days, this region. And I remember having some battles with him at national track walks, and then the girls from the Taranaki and the North Islands usually dominated for years. So I see one from the local college here. She's coming along there. It's the Sacred Heart girls, Sinead Sullivan. But see how once that rhythm is maintained, they'll put a gap on the rest. So it looks like Sinead's got herself into a second place, but she's probably giving away 15 metres. I haven't seen. Now here's you can just see a guy with an umbrella there out on about lane 7. We go back to the girl from Waiuku.
Yeah, this is Charlie Gardner-Hall.
Yes. She's another counting jump. So here's this one. This is the girl from Epsom. She's doing really well, Yandri Furi. So nice rhythm. She's got her hands coming through right to the centre line of the body. The less roll, I guess, up at the shoulders, the better. But because of that balance through the hips, you're going to get a bit of roll. Yes, and was it Owen Warner was from here too? He was a national title holder. Those days you had to walk 50k or 20k, and they brought in the 3k track walk in the 70s. So that's sort of got things going.
So this is 2 laps through now, and so she's just slowed up a little, 4:28 at the 800 metre mark. So that last 400 was about 2:15 or so. As we skip back to the para long jump, and Shannon Murphy there just making sure the officials are reading the numbers right.
Yep, quite Eddie. See if they can fly.
And look at the wonderful job these officials are doing.
Oh, that's just...
I mean,
every
standing out there in the weather.
They have to get that, absolutely. And it does save, you don't want a kid landing and going into a hole because they can roll their ankle on their landing. So, you know, it's a thankless task, and these guys take a bit of pride in it too, and they're doing a tremendous job moving that sand. It's wet sand too, so a bit harder to move around. Oh, Yandri now just still got that flow, very symmetrical in the rhythm, and again pushing those arms through, coming right across the centre line of the body through, and that's helping that drive momentum. So she's walking very well.
Yeah, race walking is a really interesting one. When I've talked to race walking coaches about, you know, awesome. So what athletes make good race walkers, and it's quite interesting that you need lungs, you need endurance, but one of the keys is that leg speed, the ability to turn your legs over nice and fast. Your stride rate's going to be right up there. And so it's often you're almost looking for that sprinter / endurance runner mix that can make a really good race walker.
Yes, and they brought the distances down to a level of the secondary school, which is great. Because way back in, was it 1964, when Norman Reed won the gold medal in Tokyo, the distances were 20k and 50k. And when you think about the marathon runners are out there doing 42, the international road walking, which is very strong in Europe, and now it's moved to the Asian countries and people like Mexicans, these guys are getting out there. They go further than marathon runners, and people just forget that. It's been debated whether it should stay in the Olympics. It is a finite group of people. As you see, the numbers aren't high, but by keeping the 2K, we've brought it down from what it used to be. Like I say, the 3K track walk came in, and because of the hip growth and a difference between the male and the females, you'll see that the guys they really have to swing the lower body. And yes, a long time ago I did race walking competitively, and junior titles and things, and I did the 20Ks and the 50Ks, and
awesome. Man,
those are the days you had to lock your knee as you hit the ground, and after that pounding. So it really does, and you've got to lift that upper torso up for the guys more so than the girls, that I find. And I know there are a few walking judges around. Dave Sim usually is the go-to guy. I haven't seen him today. He's based back up in Auckland now, but the walking judges, yes, they are out there. I'm seeing looking through the window rather than on the screen, and they are just keeping a check on them. There you go, there's that one there. Yes, you can see them under the umbrella. So if an athlete looks like they're lifting or they are not making contact with the ground, they will walk out and talk to the athlete, get in front of them and actually hold up a card, like something that's visual, so they can get it on and they'll get a verbal.
So that'll be the yellow warning?
Yes, and that communication is pretty clear.
Yeah.
And that's helpful to the athletes, because if they get a warning, they know they can slow down and change and check their stride and the foot placement. And the other thing is that it's like you said before, the cardiovascular system, they're working hard, and it's under that duress that control still needs to be maintained.
Yeah.
Like a runner can check his stride and change whatever, and here we go. It looks like Yandri is going to lap.
It's almost like
competitor here from a local competitor from England.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who that might be actually, because we don't have her in our start list. Maybe it's Sinead O'Sullivan.
Sinead Sacred Heart. I think she's coming second. She's the girl in red.
Right.
There was a girl on that list in here from Wollaston, but I was trying to read that single there. Sorry, I'll try to pick up the number. Yeah, so here's the time here. 9. What'd you got here?
Yeah, 1 lap to go. So 9 minutes. So pretty impressive. And for you to understand, so there's Sinead 561 just going around the athlete. If you want to feel what it's like to be in a race walk, I think a great way to do it is to hop on a treadmill at the gym and to just start at walking pace at 6 k's an hour, and then just ramp it up and stay walking and see how far up you can go without needing to break into a run. For most people, it's pretty impressive if you can go past.
The qualifying times used to be to go to the senior nationals or an age group nationals up. It was the old 10 mile. 10 mile.
Yeah.
And then it came 6 mile, 10k, and you had to walk that in an hour. Wow. But the problem is that for those times where I was competing many moons ago, was that those times were set by the Wellington Athletic Centre based on Norman Reed's time. He was the Olympic gold medalist, and all these people went, no. These young guys can only get in an hour and 10. This is nuts. You'll have nobody in the field, as it proved. I think it was Paul Fox? Anyway, he was. So, yes, and that whole, mantra, sort of say the whole ethos behind this, there's only a finite number of specialist coaches and also the judges, but because it comes through in programs in some centres and regions, you can see this is I've just got out of school and I'm going to go for a walk.
Yeah,
This young lass here has got a very smooth, fluid, symmetrical technique. She's really driving hard to increase that gap on Sinead, because Sinead was closing it. But this is going to be a comfortable, excuse me, when there's Sinead coming at her. So Sinead has maintained a pretty steady pace over that last lap.
Doing very well. So Yandere Fori, here she comes. She's got 50 metres to walk in the Junior Girls 2,000 metre race walk. Looks like she is going to claim the national title and take home a well-deserved gold medal in the junior race walk in the rain of Inglewood under the lights. And this is a wonderful way to finish her school year and claim that medal. So here she comes in a time of around about 11:27. Wonderful walking there from Yandere Fori, and Sinead O'Sullivan will come into picture shortly. She's only a couple of seconds back. There she is. She'll be your silver medalist for today, the local girl.
Yes, it's a great effort, and I think it's going to be, is it Jordan Tukukino from Auckland Girls Grammar? Is she third? I'm just trying to pick that up.
Yeah, so 11:27 for Yandere Fori, and Sinead O'Sullivan with an 11:32. So good walking from both of those girls.
Yeah, they're probably walking faster than I can run now. Yeah, those K times. Let's have a look here. Oh, there's another clean jump from the lad from Putney. Oh no, it's not. I beg your pardon. He must have just heard that a official standing by her left foot is a plasticine strip, and of course if they leave any mark in that, now the IAAF has come up with another measuring technique. I think they're going to do it all by laser. So that'll be interesting to see, because to run a triple or a long jump event, you need about 10 officials.
Yeah,
or
amazing.
10 people out there. And if you go up the levels, you've actually got to have a piece of paper so that you can rank the pit.
Yeah.
Yep, you've got to have a qualification.
Got to have the certificate.
And you'll notice there's two people standing, one side of the pit, one the other. Sometimes the paras are allowed a support person as an official, but it looks like these guys here are. So they're all doing a job.
Well, the amazing para event is the blind one, where you've got someone making a noise. So the coach will be standing, in the pit or just behind the pit. They'll be making a noise for the athlete to follow.
Yes.
And the athlete just has to run full speed, jumping into not knowing if they're heading in the right direction, not knowing where the board is, and fully reliant on that coach. It's an absolutely incredible sport.
Great trust, and a bond develops in there. Oh, he's a young fella from Manareva High School, so yes, that's him at Manareva High School.
So apologies. Yeah, I think that was Zachary Orbill. We're having trouble with some of our start lists, just with a few people missing from the start list. So I apologise if we don't mention the correct names, or if we go silent trying to track down who it is. We've got multiple events within this long jump event.
Yeah.
So I think this is Tamahai Werepa.
We've got two boys from Papua New Guinea. Here's the second one now.
So I believe this is Ruben Angwasaka Bland coming up. He has a best of 3:56 so far, and he is in round 4.
And haven't these blades made a difference?
Yeah, really incredible.
It might have been over there. Yes, well over. His takeoff foot was well over the board, so you'll need to adjust his run up. Either go back half a metre or come forward half a metre. I'm sure he'll get feedback in there. So Upper Hutt College athlete there?
Yes, that was, apologies, that was actually Josh Tia.
This is a very short run. A lot of speed though, so that's a good effort. He's looking across to see if the right people are watching him. It's very important too, Hayden, is that like all athletes, they want a bit of feedback. And one of these things, we used to jump and walk out and wait for ages for the score come out. Now that you can stay there and listen to the person who's reading off the numbers, to the person who's writing it down, you can get that feedback straight away. You know exactly what you've jumped, and these athletes will know what sort of distance they should be jumping around.
That's cool.
If you want some consistency, you should be jumping within about 20 centimetres of your.
All right, here's
your
Charlie Gardner Hall
yes,
from Waiuku. So around 20 centimetres of your best, something like that.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how it sits with the paras, but normally if you're jumping around, if you're within 20 centimetres on your jumps, particularly if you get 6, every now and again you want to pull one out of the bag.
Yeah.
If you have a run through or you fall backwards, you take those sort of out of the equation. But it's like anything. Consistency, I guess, is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And wind, rain, your hitting idle, your mental aptitude plays a hugely important part. Confidence in that. And you'll notice that these athletes here, man, they're in the rain, they're not fazed by it. They're used to competing in a mixed group with the guys and the girls out there.
So Shannon Murphy with the best so far of 3:19. And talking about consistency, Shannon Murphy, round 1, 3:18, round 2, 3:18, round 3, 3:19.
Oh, I better go to 2 centimetres.
So there you go.
That's what I mean about that consistency.
Accuracy, and she had a bit of a laugh to the officials there because that one's like 3:20. Just goes up and
a couple of centimetres.
Yeah,
That's
a centimetre at a time.
You've got to be happy with that. That's all we ask is kids to do their best, and if that's their best coming through, then that's great. Here's a young boy from the Taira Whiti, isn't he?
Gisborne
Another jump.
High School. Just trying to dig out his name, but we can't seem to find him on our starts sheet. So apologies to that young man.
All the way over from the other coast, from the east coast. The Taira Whiti in the area of Turon. Home of the Ngāti Paro.
So if you're wondering what's coming up, next up we've got the 3,000 metre race walks. That's the senior girls. And so we've got...
It's Paige. Alana Matthews, yes. Okay, so she's a regular walker over the years from Roseville College. She's been consistent. She came as a young lass way back. Remember, we haven't had North Islands for 2 years, but she's competed already at a couple of North Islands and nationals and other club events over the years. So she's, an experienced walker, you'd say.
Yeah, so Alana Matthews has finished, and so she finished in 17:18, and Madeleine Thomas finishing from Craighead Diocesan in 17:33. Emma Guide is still out running.
Walking?
Yeah, walking. I should say.
Running should be still fun, yeah. Yes, and
don't let me near a race walk.
Yeah, and the other thing is too that time you can see it was 6 minutes after the slower than the other. Longer than the other race because it's another kilometre. So
yeah,
you're looking at a 2K race for the younger ones, and then that 3K for the senior girls. So it takes a little bit longer to get around those laps.
And next up on the track will be the 400 semi-finals and then the 200 semi-finals. So we go back to the speedy one-lappers, and so more to come from our sprinters as we focus in on this para long jump. That is Zachary Orville. Could be correct. I'm having a bit of difficulty putting names to bibs today.
That was Zach Orville from Monterey, and now from Papanui. Is it Papa Nui? Yes, he's a young fella from Papa Nui.
So that was Toby Patterson.
Yes. Is it Papa Nui or Papa Nui? I was saying Papa
Yep.
Nui, sorry.
Papa Nui. Yep.
Aha, because on here it's got a Papa Moa. At Papa Nui High School. My bad, and then yes, there you go, Toby Patterson. Yes, I thought I read that on the singlet. It's so they've supported our events over the years, but they've got about 20 athletes one year to an event. It's really impressive. They all had their schedules of when to be, where they were meant to be to check into the call room, all compliant or nice. I think the officials at the end of the deal. I thought, wow, that's what a great thing for Rangatahi. Hello, looks like a little bit of adjustment here. I would suggest strongly that that's the support bands there, where he goes on to the wonderful springing mechanism that's helped so many athletes now compete at a level. Look at Pistorius.
You want to make sure that connection's nice and strong.
I'd say it's wet and it's come down, so therefore to rub in. What the last thing you need is a blister or a concertina. Remember the wet sock syndrome in your shoes? Well, imagine that when you're relying on that for a leverage on the, just right on top of that knee joint. So he's reset himself. They'll give him time to complete his run up and jump again.
So here goes Josh Tier. So powerful on the runway. Here he goes and just missed timing that.
True.
So that was unfortunate. He was looking like he was jumping off his right leg in the previous round, and maybe that one there just looked like he was closer with the left one. So just having to eject on that runway. Now we've got the first of our 400 heats lining up, first of our 400 semi-finals, I should say. Now we will have in the senior boys semi-finals 2 semi-finals lining up, which means you want to be in the top 3 or the next 2 fastest times. In this first heat, we've got Josh Tonga from Christchurch Boys, John Motus from Lincoln High School, James Ford in lane 3, Finn O'Sullivan from Christchurch Boys, Sebastian Skelton from Scots College, Jacob Kilmeister from Kapiti College, Kahurangi Kotoril from King's College, and Max Wilson is on the outside from Wellington College. 1 lap. Here's the first semi-final of 2, and we will restart. Boys a bit itching to go. The starter will reset them, and this is one of the arts. Starting is actually there's a lot of art and a lot of science to it, because there's different conditions. You've got to be aware of how long to leave them in the blocks. You know, you want to make sure everyone's still, but you don't want to leave them for too long and then they start to get a bit shaky or a bit nervy.
Yes.
So this occasion the starter deciding, let's have another go, boys. So heat 1 of the semi-finals, 400 metres. So, and they're away cleanly this time. Looks like lane 4, sorry, Finn O'Sullivan getting a good start, making up a lot of that stagger there in the black, already up on 2 of his competitors outside of him. And so Finn O'Sullivan running a very strong first 200. Has he gone out too fast at the start, or has he just got himself into a good position where he can hang on to one of those first 2 spots? At the moment it is Finn O'Sullivan. Outside of him in lane 5, Sebastian Skelton from Scots looking good. James Ford, the strength of James Ford, the 800-metre runner, coming into his own now as he closes up, and this is where the acidosis kicks in, because we've got 4 boys all closing in together. Whoa, well, we're going to have a close look at these results, because James Ford looked like he took it. Finn O'Sullivan went out hard in that first 200, and then the boys on the outside just owned the final 50 metres and came storming down.
That finish, and I think the early leader there probably miscalculated that run to the line. He looked like he was purposely slowing up to say something for the final, but you know, if he didn't qualify, that'll be an error.
Yeah. So
because he couldn't tell people coming at him, and I'd say with the wind the way it's blowing in, he may not have heard the meter on the track.
Yeah, and the crowd noise as well. So James Ford takes it out. He's safely through 50-51. Behind him, Kahurangi Kotaro with that storming finish makes it a Kings 1-2 with a 51 flat. And then Sebastian Skelton will need to wait for, well, top three advance, sorry. So Sebastian Skelton is through with a 51.09, and then Finn O'Sullivan just fading a little bit towards the end. Christchurch boys with a 51.14, so he will be sitting trackside waiting anxiously for the results of the second and final semi-final. Oh, it's gripping stuff, isn't it?
I just want to say the boys are finished. Probably we won't know their time, but I'm sure they'll be aware of it as soon as they walk out over there where their coaches and waiting people will be letting them know. It's all very well in hindsight, but he probably had enough, thought he had enough stride and gas in the tank to cross the line without being threatened. But that's the problem with with semis. If you're not watching what you're doing, you really want to make sure you're qualified. He was probably thinking about saving himself a little bit for another race. He's no doubt with those wheels going to be in a relay team, so he's probably trying to save the legs a bit.
Absolutely.
But that's he got caught right on the line, and the boys coming home, once that lactic acid is building up in there, it's a very tough run, and anyone that's running around that 50-second mark for the 400 metres is definitely, and at the moment you can see four athletes on 51 seconds and a couple of splits. So if he's got to watch this heat, so the 51, these boys, apart from the first three, the fourth runner will have to do 51 something to even get in the final.
Absolutely. And it really goes to show you, we saw the strength of those boys closing hard in the final 50 metres. So a sprinter in Te Reo is Kai Kōkiri. And a middle distance runner is Waitia Takawainga. Hopefully I've got that pronunciation
He's getting
right.
better, isn't he, people? He's getting really good.
With the 400, especially with the rounds, you need to be a bit of a mixture of a middle distance runner and a sprinter. You've got to have the wheels, it's a foundation, but you've got to have that strength.
That power, because there's no anaerobic kick in after the, like an 800 can recover a little bit on the run with tactics. And far row meter. Far is the 1, 2, 3, 4. Row being 100. So a pretty easy transliteration. Here we go, we're off.
All right, Caleb Robinson on the inside from St Thomas of Canterbury. Ollie Singleton running in lane 2 from Christchurch Boys. Also from Christchurch Boys, Jordan Veach in lane 3. Liam McKellar from Rangatoto. Liam Proting Gardner from St Kevin's. Joe Berman from St Kentigans. Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata. James Trathan from Maclean's College. And it looks like in the middle of your screen, making up a lot of that stagger, I think that's Liam Proting Gardner potentially, or maybe even inside of him Liam McKellar from Rangatoto. No, it is Liam Proting Gardner who's running really well, and on the outside of him Joe Berman. So these two looking like they're going to storm away with it, and James Trathan finishing very strong on the outside. Also on the inside is Jordan Veach finishing strong as well. So those four look like they will be putting up their hands for one of those top 3 positions. How is this going to break down in terms of fastest non-auto qualifiers? So the results coming through now. Joe Berman takes out the win, 51.78. Liam Proting Gardner, after that good start, 51.86. James Trathan is the third place getter, 51.94. And Liam McKellar will be fourth place from Rangatoto. Now, let me jump through and get the compiled results. That means Finn O'Sullivan goes through in that first heat, as does Jacob Kilmeister from Kapiti College. So there we go. We've worked out who's going through to the final tomorrow in the one lapper. I always love watching the 400. Just watching the pain develop. I talked earlier about the 800. It's where you find out what lives in the dark recesses of the soul in that last 200 of an 800. The same is true in the last 100 of a 400. When your legs turn into bricks,
absolutely,
you get a piano on your back, and all sorts of things can happen to your body in that last 100 metres.
Yes, and it's you're right. The ones that learn to pain run and keep their stride going are the ones that to maintain that. You're right. In those particularly in the last 10. I remember a Nationals, a North Islands in Wellington, where it was a clear-cut winner. He won by, say, 3 metres, and he was also a nationally ranked athlete. As he finished 5th in our senior men's later on in the year. But the other guys, one lad was in 2nd place, 3 metres out, 2 metres out, 6 people hit the line, and they had to do a photo finish with 6 boys who had run through to hit the line at the same time.
Wow.
And they were all on 50.34. So there was one clear winner, one clear 8th, and all the rest were photo finished for 2nd and 3rd. And the guy that was running 7th, 5 metres out, got through. He actually picked up the silver on the photo finish. He just kept coming and he drove through the line. And the ones that died on the line, they were the ones that dipped out just on. It was just an incredible finish.
Amazing.
Which is what you want to see in sprints, isn't it?
So there we had Charlie Gardner-Hall just pulling out of that one. Didn't quite have that run up the way she wanted to. So just hitting it, eject on it. And behind her, Shannon Murphy, going through her processes to get ready. So Shannon has a best of 3:21.
Yes, I talked to the young lesson Hamilton a couple of years ago. She came to the North Islands as well. And I said, I looked at her and went, okay. I said, that name, I've seen that somewhere around. It's how you spell it. It's the name of a river. And very positive young woman. And like I say, it's great to see her competing here again.
So on track is the first of our junior 400-metre heats. This is the girls. So we had Paige Scannell in lane 1, Ruby Simon in lane 2, Amelia Henstock, Phoebe Laker, Isla Tilbury, Hannah Kadzo, Leah Pratton and Zara Lindsay. Taking it out was Phoebe Laker from Mount Aspiring, just a tick under 60 seconds, so 59.57, so she'll move through to the final, as will Isla Tilbury and Amelia Henstock, coming in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Leah Pratton was in 4th with a 101.39 and Hannah Kadzo in 5th with a 101.92.
Sorry, a little bit of interruption here. I was just talking to Ange, super mum. She's juggling baby and might come in.
Athlete.
She's quite knowledgeable in this little race too, the 400. So she might pop in, do a bit of commentating as well. So where you're looking at on your screen at home, oh here we go, now we've got a camera around at the starting blocks. And you'll see when the starter climbs up into the little stand there, the little electronic device she's got will be a red gun looking thing. And it's an electronic gun, of course, you get the sound. And on days like today when they're announcing that they've got to be really clear, because the speakers that are placed around there will be a little bit of side noise from the rain, etc. But you look for the flash at the top of the gun to give you a visual of when the actual start is gone, and it should have gotten it again.
Yeah.
Like you said before, this is about nerves, practice, patience, and most of these athletes would have gone through routines and they get their routine sets, and the ones who are calm, cool, collected, they sort of get there. But remember, these are young athletes. For some of them, it's their first really big meeting because they haven't had a chance to go to another meeting. Some of these club athletes, if they're running, come from centres where they may not have more than a handful of girls at the same age. So they quite often train, and practice starts with, if you're a sprint coach, you get them all together and try and get there. And it's just that headset, the mindset. They can't wait to get underway because that's the start out of the way. And so they're preparing here. They're just waiting for the call up. Here we go. Looks like she's attaching a microphone now. There it is.
All right, so in this heat, we'll bring up the start list. I was on the wrong page for a second. So we've got Emma Very from Palmy Girls in lane 1. Lane 2, Josephine Tappenden from Nayland College. Maya De Jager back from the high jump from Rototuna. She's running in lane 4. Maya Potawera from Tauranga Girls. Mackenzie Guy from Rangatoto. Holly James from Wellington East. And Georgia Roke from Taradale High School on the outside. And so that makes 7 athletes. We've got Josephine missing. Well, lane 2's missing, isn't it?
Correct. Oh, look at that long stride there. Right on the back straight now, going through. Big long stride there from the runner.
Yeah, so Mia de Jager has already opened up a lead after that wonderful morning in the high jump where she set some big PBs, getting up to 175. So really climbing up the ranks in New Zealand, even senior ranks, New Zealand high jumping. And so she's leading out the second of this 400 heat. Has she got the energy left in her legs after the big morning she's had to carry on through? Josephine Tappenden just coming up alongside her, and it looks like these two will coast on home, but coming on home very strong is Maya Potawera, also who's finishing strong, and outside of her Mackenzie Guy from Rangatoto having a good semi-final as well.
Yes, and you could see there that she just buttoned off towards the end down the straight there. Obviously, you know, a lot of energy going around the legs in the high jump, as you mentioned. And she buttoned off, but knew that she was going to qualify. And that's smart running. You know, it's saving that little bit of energy you're going to need for the final, and just has a little bit of, if you like, run savvy to get there and get into that final. Here we go now, up with the results: 58, 59, 59. So from that heat, so Josephine Tappenden, Maya de Jager, Maya Potawera, and Mackenzie Guy, apologise, Georgia, I hope that's right, and Emma. So now we've got the heat of...
Yeah, we're going to move to the boys. Now, just talking about high jumpers mixing up with running 400s, I do know that Hamish Kerr has dabbled in the 400 before, and I was like, oh, I wonder what his time is. I jumped onto anzrankings.org.nz, and he's got a PB from the Christmas Cracker meeting back in 2019 of 50.97. It's pretty
50.97.
Yeah, 50 flat, 97.
That's a handy
that's
time.
Pretty flash.
That's pretty. Yeah,
for
that's
a high
good.
jumper. So it really goes to show with what Maya's doing. Mia coming back from the high jump and really showing her athleticism and her range, which is really key when you're at high school. You don't need to specialise until you're really in your late teens, and good to see that strength, and as shown from our New Zealand men's record holder in Hamish Kerr, you can dabble. And incidentally, 22.88 for the 200 metres and 11.25 for the 100. So he can dabble.
Well, we can't ever complain about being late to the high jump, can we? Can he? He can dabble. But you know that, like you say, we'll see how these guys go. They should be running in and around. If you want to get into finals against the senior boys or the senior, we really want to be looking at 50s, 51. So we'll see how we go.
All right, so here we go. Heat number 1 of 2 in the semi-finals of the junior boys 400 metres. On the inside, we've got Oliver Mayers, Braden Nielsen, Connell McLean, Harrison Lang, Charles Howlett, Oliver Tui, and William Burkers on the outside, wearing the red and yellow of James Hargest.
Yes, James Hargest, high school down there in Vicargo, deep south. Good to see them here. And very distinctive colours, aren't they? So we can pick them up.
Absolutely.
On this grey day.
So just getting set again, and I can confirm the rain has died off a little bit. This is me talking from a perfectly dry club rooms. we're totally out any sort of weather. But the winds are very light, and that's probably the key for these boys as they take on the one lapper. Just a little bit of a headwind as they come onto the home straight, probably just when they don't want it. But all things considered, it's pretty good.
Yes, many of the athletes would prefer the tailwind coming home. They've got it coming down the back straight. So as they come around the corner, the benefit of the tailwind will be hitting on them now. And when you get the side-on view like this, you can see the people making moves on the runners on the outside of them. So It's all in the middle of 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment by the looks of it.
Yeah,
really hard to pick up that lane 7 and 8 until they come off that 300 metre mark. But
looking like Braden Nielsen from New Plymouth has run a good first 200, but the boys in black inside of him, Harrison Lang, Charles has Howlett also running really well. On the outside is William Burke is in lane 8, but it looks like the local boy, New Plymouth Boys High School, Braden Nielsen, is leading things out, and just looking over his shoulder, Charles Howlett has a little look around, says, I want to place in that final, I need to be top 2, don't slow up too much because there's some strong boys coming behind you, but he will hold on for 2. So it's Charles Howlett and Connell McLean.
Yes, he got in Westlake Boys there. I think he got into the 3rd place. Is that what's going to come up? And so he's probably done enough to get through. And you can see, again, smart running. A little bit, you know, they're older athletes. They are a little more experienced. And that checking across is just to say, well, you know, I'm here and I've got more gas in the tank. So, yeah. And they're making sure they qualify, which is great.
Now, I may have got it wrong because our results have come through saying Harrison Lang from Roncalli College actually took the win ahead of Connell McLean. Okay. Charles Howlett in 3rd, but those 3 will go through automatically, and then we'll have to wait and see whether the 53.94 from Charles... Oh, we've got more changes to this list because it's changed around to Braden Nielsen.
It was definitely a Westlake shirt, sorry, I had you jump on top of you.
Yeah.
The Westlake boys shirt, the white ring was in he was definitely in 3rd. So the New Plymouth Boys High School shirt was there.
Yep, and then we had Harrison Lang in 2nd.
So it's Charles Howlett, Auckland Grammar, yes. Well, that was a striped shirt. Auckland Grammar don't normally run on a striped shirt. It's a dark blue with a yellow line on the top.
Right.
Here we go. There it is.
There we go. There's confirmation. So disregard what I'm saying out there.
Also
doing my best to pick up the lanes.
I did say 50-51 would be a qualifying time, but both those boys are slowing up. So you're looking at that 52-23.
Yeah.
Take a couple of seconds off that. You're hitting that 50-second mark.
Yeah.
So that's getting. That'll be the honest. You know, that's going to be an honest time.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to know what that wind is doing down that back straight. I can probably flick over to the long jump results and check what sort of wind readings we're getting there.
I got a plus 1.5 when Charlie Gardner Hall from Woker College was jumping. So
right.
they're running into a headwind of 1.5 metres per second.
So it's there. It's noticeable.
Yes, and like I say, when they're tying up at the iron straight,
it's even more noticeable. Okay, in lane 2, we've got Xavier Tuala Holden from Christchurch Boys. We've got Aidan Platts from Botany Downs. We've got Jack Mara from John Paul College. We've got Jagon Gunrigjev Willers from St Pat's Kilburnie. We've got Isaac Sewell from St Bede's. Timothy Wallace from St Kentigans. Taylor Hall from Tararua College, and Isaac Sewell did not start, unfortunately. So looking pretty strong there, and I think it is lane 3 is Aidan Platts wearing the blue of Botany Downs Secondary College. Making up a lot of that stagger. Just outside of him, Jack Mara is looking good from John Paul College. Those 2 will round the bend into the straight, and we'll see what sort of energy these boys have got left in their legs. Jack Mara with a good kick, and look at these 3 all making a bid for one of those 3 slots on the line. It's going to be close. Oh, we're going to have to go to the photo finish for that one. 3 slots automatically up for grabs, and then those time allocations as well. I can tell you, Jack Mara with a good finish over that last 100 metres will take the win with a 53.09. Jurgen Gunrigjev Willers with a 53.71 in 2nd, and Aidan Platts rounds out our top 3. Timothy Wallace just being nudged outside of that top 3 with a 53.91. Now flick over and see if that is enough. It will be enough, and also enough for Charles Howlett to go through with a 53.94 from Heat 1. So there's the roundup of the junior boys 400 metres. Angie Petty, welcome along again.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me back. Yeah, that looked some fast 400s out there. A bit of lactic in that last 100 metres. It's definitely a painful event. But
you've done a few in your time, haven't you?
Yeah, I have done a few 400s. I guess they do help the 800. Yeah, I guess it's not for me. I'm not quite fast enough to do them internationally. I had run 54 flat, but you kind of, you need to be running 52, 51 kind of thing. But I would like to get that time down on my comeback because I think it does make a big difference for the 800. I guess I've always come a bit more from an endurance side, more as a 15 kind of runner, but yeah, some of those girls are pretty quick. If you look at Thing Mo in America, she can run under 50 seconds for the 400, and obviously can run a 155, 800. So
when you talk about potentially the best 400 metre runners in the world at the moment, not actually being in the 400 metres with a Thing Mo and then the 400 hurdles, Sydney McLaughlin. I'd love to see those two line up.
Yeah,
in the 400
so would I. Yeah,
together.
I've heard that Sydney's actually going to try the 400 flat now, isn't she? To concentrate on and possibly going for that world record. I heard some rumours. So
she just keeps breaking the 400 hurdle record. It's just almost
to
monotonously.
I know her hurdle time would be good enough to be in the 400 flat. So it's just insane, isn't it? So but
so back to New Zealand, we've got Angie Petty, and for those who are wondering where Angie's been, because you've been off the scene for about 18 months, 2 years or so, and you've had a baby.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so I had a bit of time off before that as well to try and have a baby. It took us a wee while, so but yeah, I think I just needed a bit of a break before that anyway. After competing, I guess for a long time, since I was about 13 years old, and then had of course a beautiful daughter in March this year. So yeah, I didn't run as much through pregnancy as I would have liked, because I did have quite bad morning sickness, but did a little bit as I could, kind of here and there, just a bit of jogging in there, the odd session. But probably started getting back into it 6 weeks after having Azalea in March. So yeah, kind of 8 months postpartum now, and just starting to feel quite good again. So obviously not at my best yet. It's going to take time. Just got to be patient, and just take it week by week. And I would love to get back to my best. So we'll see what happens.
Well, there's some great examples out there. I think of Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price in the 100 metres, coming back from having, I think, 2 kids, and it's so inspiring, isn't it? Like to see. Because I guess the traditional thing is you do your athletic career and then you have kids, and it's kind of all over. But I think now there's these role models like Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, and like yourself now, you've been popping out some really great post-baby PBs.
Yeah, not that fast yet, but I guess we're getting there. I've only done 1 800 so far, a couple of weeks ago against some of the athletes we coach.
2:11?
I ran 2:11 for my first one, so it was all right for the first one back, but obviously my PB's 12 seconds faster than that, so I would love to get back, and as you say, I think there are women out there that are doing it. So of course as you say, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price and the 100 metres, it's always kind of thought, maybe in the long stuff, maybe in the marathon we can still go faster when you get a bit older after having children, but even in the shorter stuff, and there's been other middle distance runners as well that are going really, really well. So the Svetlana Masakova, who won the 96 Olympic double, that was a year after having children, and
that's crazy.
Jess Chengo, I know, and then Jess Chengo from Australia in the marathon at Commonwealth Games recently, and then there's been quite a few mums that have come back. So any other ladies out there listening, and let's do it for our children, and I think it's awesome that women's bodies are so strong, and that we can come back and still run, as I say, even faster than you've ever run before, and still win medals.
It's awesome, and inspiring stuff as well. So really cool. And you're here on coaching duties with your husband Sam.
Yes, I am. Yep.
So tell us about what you're doing with your squad, because it looks cool. Like you guys go away on holidays and go on training camps in Hanmer, and it looks awesome. Like it looks like you've got a great vibe with the squad.
No, thank you. We love it. We have about, I think, 40 to 50 athletes in Christchurch. Some of them are just younger and do it more for fun, and obviously we're aware that you don't want young ones to overdo it, so we mainly do high school age, a few younger siblings of some of those high schoolers too, but you don't want to be too serious too young, but they'll come along to a session or 2 a week, and whereas the older ones will give more of a specific program for the rest of the week, and still make sure they have their rest days though, and their easy jogs and whatnot. Some of them do a bit of cross training too, to keep off the legs. But cool. So we have a good group, and some of them are really, really competitive, and some will do it for fun. But we've got a good group up here, and some definitely medal potentials for tomorrow. It'll be exciting.
Awesome.
And we enjoy going away on camps, and we had a camp in Hamner Springs middle of the year, and then we had one in Wanaka in January with some of the older ones, and then we had another one last year, and then we come on these kind of trips, and so it's really fun and awesome athletes, and it reminds me of what it was like when I was that age, and having your whole career ahead of you. So we hope to kind of maybe pass on some of our advice, and we're learning still as we go, but just love it.
Well, I think it's particularly cool for these young athletes to have someone who's A, a parent, but B, also pursuing elite level athletics still and coaching them. So
yeah, thank you. No, I think it's cool. I mean, I know how much I look up to other athletes as well, you know, and I think we're all learning from each other. They're still teaching me things, these young ones, certainly about fashion, because I definitely am not the most fashionable compared to these teenagers. But yeah, no, it's great. They keep us on our toes, and you know, there's other great Christchurch coaches in Christchurch that we're, you know, sharing with and, you know, learning from, and some great Athletics New Zealand courses, and yeah, just loving the process and seeing the kids chase their dreams. And you know, a couple of them already gone off to America, so shout out to Georgia, and don't know if she's still listening, and Sequoia in America on scholarships, and we've got a few more that are looking to go over the next wee while as well. Cool. And yes, some might stay home, some might go. It's just cool to see, because I never went to America, so it's quite a new thing. I mean, obviously I'm pretty well aware of the system, but didn't actually do it myself, and just making sure they choose a good one.
Was that an option for you as we see the 200 metre semis get set? This is the junior girls getting ready. We'll have the full spectrum of junior girls through to senior boys and senior girls.
Yeah, I don't know all the names in this heat, but I can just see Eden Innes lining up there in lane 6. She's actually in our squad. We mainly coach middle distance, but we do have a few sprinters, and her dad's actually been kind of taking the sprint side more, you know, on the side of that. So she's actually come in here as one of the favourites, one of the fastest times with a 26 low PB. Awesome. So yeah, but sorry, what was your question? Yeah,
so was that an option for you? Did you consider going to the States, or were you pretty keen to stay locally?
Not really, no. I think I was a bit of a homebody, and I had such a good setup in Christchurch with Maria Hassan, my coach, who I've actually not many people know this, but I've actually gone back to her. So she's her and Sam together, my husband, are helping me on my comeback. So she coached me from 13 years old till the Olympics in Rio until I was 25, and then I just had a bit of a change with a new coach in America, and but then didn't end up moving over there, just you know, with work and everything. It was a bit tough, and visas and whatnot, so we decided to stay here, coach me from distance, and then Sam started, you know, helping out. Anyway, these guys are about to get going, but so with America, I'll tell you more about it shortly, but didn't really look into it. I had such a good setup in Christchurch with Maria, so
why not?
Yeah,
stay in Aotearoa if you can. So the first of these semi-finals, we've got 3 of them. The first 2 will go through automatically, and then we're looking at the next 2 best times. So we've got Lily Anderson in lane 1, Emma Young from Rangatoto College in lane 2, Indy Gibson just outside of her from St Margaret's, Annabelle Batchelor from Otago, Eden Ennis from Rolleston, Maya Bentley from Long Bay, Sienna Wright from Craighead, and Millie Woodham from Havelock North. Looks like we're going to reset.
Thankfully it's only a reset, not a false start. I always feel so devastated for someone getting a false start, but it looked like she may have just been a bit uncomfortable, so hopefully they... Oh no, have they actually disqualified?
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, that is really hard. Oh,
yeah, always tough when that happens, but better to learn these things at this level before you go on to the sort of the elite level, and often these lessons can stick with you once you go through to those high levels.
I remember false starting at 400 at secondary schools actually, when I was going to try and do the double one year, but no, it was national club. Here they go.
So yeah, unfortunately Sienna Wright has had to step to the side, but here we go, the first of our 3 semi-finals in the junior 200 metres, and getting up onto their toes in the early running is Maya Bentley, running a good bend, and she's coming off that bend nice and strong onto the home straight, running into this wind, but finishing strong are the 3 women inside of her, and it's going to be really interesting what the finish judges say about this, because Emma Young, Indy Gibson and Annabelle Batchelor were all closing mighty quickly. So Annabelle Batchelor from Otago takes the win, 26.60. Equally to her was Maya Bentley from Long Bay in 26.60, and Indy Gibson in 3rd. So that's your top 3. Eden Ennis was in 4th with the 27.16. Lily Anderson 27.81. So take note of those 2 times 2016, 27.81, because they could be all important. Now the wind reading, we had a 0.9 meters per second headwind just coming on the home straight. So you're going to feel that in the last 50, especially that you're wet.
Yeah,
And
I think the rain as well, like, although usually you say rain doesn't really affect it much, I think it is that heavy, and it's, you know, everyone's just been soaked all afternoon, that it probably is affecting times now as well. Normally the wind's the more frustrating thing, but it is, yeah, pretty heavy out there, and the tracks, you can see it's quite, you know, there's puddles on the track, so you can see the times there they were still fast, but I know that some of those girls have run faster than that, including Eden, who's run 26 low, so she'll probably be disappointed with that. But hopefully she might have done enough to get through. We'll soon see in the next heat.
And in that next heat, we have Lily Greeno on the inside, Hannah Kadzo from Palmerston North Girls High will run in lane 2, Brooke Harper from Marlborough Girls lane 3. In lane 4 we have Aponsa Tabi Aponse from Havelock North. We've got Ava Rattray from Rangiruru, Holly Thin from Timaru, Annalyn Rudd from Samuel Marsden, and on the outside Hunter Avery from Havelock North. So 2 Havelock North athletes in this particular one, and it looks like our Havelock North athlete there in lane 4 running a really good bend. That's Aponsa. So she's getting up onto her toes, looking really strong in the final 50 metres of this 200 metres. Brooke Harper on the inside of her, closing strong as well.
Place was faster than but fourth, maybe.
Yeah, so I can bring you up to speed. So at the moment, Indy Gibson and Ava Rattray have the non-auto qualifiers, so it's 26.95 and 27.12. So unfortunately, Eden Innes just getting nudged out with that 27.16.
Yeah, coming in down to a few hundredths of a second. That's tough, isn't it? But Eden's year 9, and probably a few of these other girls are as well. And I think that's part of it. This weekend is experience for a lot of these girls, and boys as well. Yeah. That being year 9 and your first national secondary schools, it's a pretty big event, and coming in competing against the best in the country and getting used to all these rounds and all these people, and pretty exciting for them. And they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. They're still young and they've still got many events ahead.
All right, one more heat to go as I try and quickly scoff down a muesli bar. We've got Holly James on the inside from Wellington East Girls College, Caitlin Black from Aquinas College in lane 2, Sienna Moll from St Kentigern's, Amelia Goldsmith from St Cuthbert's. In lane 5, Sacha Kilmeister from Kapiti, Kenzie Bowden will run in lane 6, Bella Thin from Timaru Girls in lane 7, and Molly McManus from Waimea in lane 8. And away cleanly in the rain here in Inglewood, and they are into their work. Holly James there on the inside, getting those limbs going, waking them up after standing around in the cold rain, but running a great bend there in lane 4 is Amelia Goldsmith from St Cuss. Looks like she's just storming away from this. Great strength over the last 50 metres, and closing nice and hard as well on lane 5 is Sacha Kilmeister. She'll claim that second position, and then we wait anxiously by the clock to see who will come through for
that
these.
That was a fast time in those conditions, 26.02 for Amelia Goldsmith. That's very good in that strong, heavy.
Yeah, 1.5 metre per second headwind.
And that rain as well. And then, yes, Sasha Kilmister was second in 26.67. Sienna Moyle third in 26.89. So it looks like she's grabbed that other auto spot. And then Bella Thin was fourth from Timaru Girls High School in 27.3.
So let's round off this. So we have moving through Amelia Goldsmith, Mia Bentley, Annabelle Batchelor, Aponsa Tabi Aponsa, Sacha Kilmeister and Brooke Harper. They're the auto qualifiers, and then sneaking through on time is Sienna Moll and Indy Gibson. So you had to dip under 27 seconds for that 200 to make it through to the final, which is going to be tomorrow. And tomorrow really is the day of finals. So if you're going to spend any time by the couch and absorb the action here on Whakata Māori, tomorrow is the day, because we'll be handing out medals almost every race. Well, I think it is going to be every race we'll be handing out the medals.
Yeah, that's exciting. And it's meant to be good conditions tomorrow, so please let's hope it stays that way, and exactly all these finals, and they can, I'm sure there'll probably be some records broken as well if the conditions are good.
So this is the junior boys 200s. We're going to have 2 heats of the junior boys semi-final, which means for this one, the top 3 advance, and then we're looking at the next 2 fastest finishers. So Hunter Kennedy from Palmerston North Boys High School, he's on the inside. Charlie Applegarth from St Bede's is in lane 2. Mania Lessa from Otago Boys is lane 3. Blake Dalton from Tairi College is in lane 4. Oliver Barnett from Strathallan College is in lane 5. Hunter Scott from Christchurch Boys is in lane 6. Also from Southland Boys, sorry, this is Cody Lawson. And then Alapati Tusa Soangia from St Peter's is running on the outside. So first of 2 heats, and running a good first 50 metres is our boy from Otago, Mania Lessa. But coming off the bend, it looks like Oliver Barton from Strathallan has the lead, and it's going to be very close for those top 3 places. Who's got the strength over the last 50 metres? Dip at the line. It could come down to that dip for those top 3. So close at the finish. Wow, great racing there.
Very exciting racing. We'll have to wait and see as they come up. It was too close to call, and it looked like it was Mania Lessa that took the win in 23:40, just ahead of Oliver Barnett at 23:41. What a 100th for the second, splitting them. And then we had Hunter Scott from Christchurch Boys High School in 23:72, also tying exactly down to the 100th with Blake Dalton from Tairi College in 23:72. They've given it to Hunter. Must have come down to the 1,000th for a second.
Yeah, so that's when they get the photo finish out and they line it up exactly. And it can come down to the lean, and that's why we train not only sprinters but distance runners to run all the way through the line and throw your body at the line to make sure you're getting those thousandths of a second.
That's right.
So the time there that the next heat we'll be looking at, the next semi-final, 23:72 for 4th place, and Cody Lawson 24:08. So there you can see on screen, sitting on the bubble there for those non-automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this next heat, because that's really fast in those conditions. These boys looking great out there, especially as juniors. I mean, most of these boys are only year 9 and 10. There might be some year 11s that slip into the juniors. It's always, I mean, it's always a bit of both. Year 11, you could either be junior or senior, depending when your birthday falls.
And in this second heat, bring it up. Okay, we've got Tom Hewson in lane 1 from Wellington College. Lane 2 is Zach Kimmins from St Patrick's College in Kilburnie. Lane 3 is Owen Lamb from St Kentigern's. Lane 4, Henry Smith from St Peter's School. Lane 5, Dylan Henderson from Tauranga Boys. Lane 6, Leofo Osofono from St Kentigern's. Lane 7, Jack Mara from John Paul College. And lane 8, Ashton Harris from St Peter's College in Auckland. He is running on the outside. And we're away cleanly in the final of the semi-finals. So 2 semi-finals, so a reminder, top 3 go through automatically, and then we're looking at the next 2 fastest. Now those times they need to beat is 23:78 and 24:08. Now it looks like we've got 3 leaders out front. That's Owen Lamb, Henry Smith and Dylan Henderson. Can they hang on, because there's a couple of boys on the outside running in lane 6. Closing hard was Leofo Osofono. And there you can see these boys just putting it all out on the track. You can see how much they were working into that headwind here in Inglewood. Dylan Henderson takes the win from Tauranga Boys in 23:79. Henry Smith picks up second with a 23:86. Owen Lamb 24:23. Been out of the safety of all the athletes. And so because our cage isn't quite high enough here in Taranaki, I think the cages cost like 150 grand or something.
Oh, goodness
but it basically means we need to clear the area and can't have races going on while there's a hammer throw.
No, you wouldn't want to be hit by one of those, would you?
All right, so here is the first of our senior girls 200-metre semi-finals. We have 2 of those semi-finals. In this one, we've got Madison Rattray, Lily Rushworth, Sarah Hewlett, Michaela Fitti, Tika Randall, Neve Gidje, Paige Cromati, and Tiani Kensington. Looks like a good start there from Sarah Hewlett in lane 3, and also outside of her, Michaela Fitti. She's run a good bend and she's coming off it nice and strong. Outside of her, Tika Randall might sneak up to get second or even first. It's going to be very close for one of those top 3 auto qualifiers. It was Michaela Fitti and Tika Randall running stride for stride into the finish, but Sarah Hewlett and Neve Gidje very close for that 3rd auto qualifier position. So great running from those girls in the rain.
Yeah, It's raining a lot, is it? I'm trying to pronounce, so excuse my bad. I've still got a bit of learning to do, but yeah, it sure is very, very heavy out there. Taranaki certainly knows how to put on some good rain.
Yeah, when we do weather in extremes here, so if it rains or if there's a thunderstorm, it's for real. It's for real. It comes off the ocean, hits the mountain.
Well, apparently it's beautiful, sunny and warm day back in Christchurch right now. So
you're kidding.
Could be doing a track session out there. That's all right. I managed to get in a session last night actually down by the beach. It's beautiful along the beachfront here in New Plymouth.
Yeah, we've got a wonderful coastal walkway, and for those, especially the runners who come here to New Plymouth, there's amazing about an hour loop where you head along the coastal walkway, and then there's a track called the Te Hanui walkway, and you can run on it for about probably about 4 kilometres. It goes through the city, but you never cross a road, so you're surrounded by bush running alongside the Te Hanui River.
Too. Yeah,
and then you can loop back through Pukekura Park, and you come through crossing about 3 roads in the entire loop.
Wow, there you go.
For about an hour. So it's a great little run, little insider's tip.
And we've got Heat 2 up now of the senior girls 200 metre.
So Erica Lucas runs in lane 1, Jada Rolfe, Kiana Pohe-Bright, Adira Collette, Kimberly Walsh, Monique Gorey, Emily Jackson, and Anya Sinclair on the outside. Looks like Adira got a good start, running a good bend inside of her. Kiana Pohe-Bright running well as well, and on the outside of them, Kimberly Walsh. So it looks like those 3 might make it through unless one of those ladies outside of them can make a good finish.
Catching them though in the final 50 metres, but no, it still looks like it was those 3 across the line.
Yeah, great strength showed by some of those athletes, like you said, Emily Jackson from Marangiruru on the outside, but Adira Collette, her and her sister Shail have really featured strongly already in the 100 and 200. And so it looks like they've split. So Adira looks like she's focusing on the 200, and Shail looks like she's focusing on the 100. So fair enough.
Yeah, take a gold medal each. It'll look nice in the family cabinet.
Yeah, that saves that awkward drive home when one girl's got the silver and one girl's got the gold, or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so cool seeing the Collette sisters running well.
How does she make 25 look so easy? 25.52 in those conditions, just looking so smooth.
Amazing. And wind reading 2.6 metres per second headwind as well. So running so smooth. Kimberly Walsh and Kiana Pohe-Bright round out the top 3. And I'll bring you up to speed with the compiled results, and it is Neve Gidje and Emily Jackson who will move through as the non-automatic qualifiers with their 26.43 and 26.67. Right, we've got 2 more races left on the track, and then it is time to say hi to da for the day, and we'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so set your alarm clocks. And man, I wish we could be bringing the hammer throw to you guys, because there's been a couple of warm-up throws going out, and boy oh boy, these boys are heaving that hammer. But unfortunately we're unable to bring that to you, but the results will be up on the results platform. So if you want to follow those, you can jump over to NZSSAA, which stands for New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association.org.nz, and there's a link right on the homepage there that will take you through to the live results. And there's a great platform, Athletic Live, where you can jump between field, track. You can choose the live heat and go back and see previous results, and they come through exactly as we see it. So what we see is what you'll see. So you can follow things the second that the results keepers plug it in. All right, here's heat number 1 of the semi-finals. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up. Actually 3. So we're looking for the top 2 in each heat and then the next 2 best times. In this heat, running from inside to out, we've got Vincent Walters from Whanganui High School, Kieran Sinclair Lomax from Shirley Boys, Joshua Lotsu from Crimson Global Academy, Rylan Noom from Napier Boys High School, Cole Gibbons from Otago Boys, Ben Lambert from Paraparaumu, and Jonathan Thompson from Auckland Grammar, and on the outside, Forbes Kennedy from Palmerston North Boys High School. And clean start. Looking like everyone's getting out of their blocks pretty evenly as they come around that bend, but making a good acceleration on that bend was our man in lane 4, Rylan Noom, really getting up to speed. Love that good sprint technique, good knee drive, and really pushing away from the field as he comes into the finish here. And it looks like Cole Gibbons is our second placer from Otago Boys. But love that technique from Rylan Noom. He looks smooth.
22.46 in those conditions. I'll have to check out what his PB is. Just noting PBs, I noticed that Adira Collette has actually run a 24.41, so she's looking very good for tomorrow after running that 25 today. And she is coached by George McConaughey, I think might be pronunciation.
Yeah, McConaughey.
Sorry, okay, yeah.
Palmerston North.
So obviously he's doing a great job with those ones there.
So there we go, confirmation of the results. Rylan Noom and Cole Gibbons will go automatically through, and then Ben Lambert and Joshua Lotsu will have to see if their 23.17 and 23.40 respectively will be enough to get them through. And yeah, just seeing Rylan Noom got the silver medal in the under-18 champs back in March at the national champs. Asher Pettingrill Brand was ahead of him in that particular race, so expect a bit of a battle between those two.
And I just noticed that his PB is 22.45, and he just ran 22.46 then, so only a 100th of a second off in those conditions. It's looking like he's going to run a big PB tomorrow, I would imagine.
All right, so on the inside, we've got Cullen Milne from Maclean's College, Cade Mockett from Francis Douglas Memorial, one of the locals, Liam Kilby's running in lane 3 from Napier Boys, Joe Dolphin from Long Bay College, Hayden Taylor from Avondale, Ethan Lagatul from Orewa, and Theo Almazan from Whanganui, and then on the outside from Selwyn College is Ben Ward. And it looks like lane 4 is being left empty, so no Joe Dolphin in this particular race. They're going to reset.
They keep resetting, I wonder if they're finding they're feeling a bit like they're slipping a wee bit out there, because you can see there's a lot of water on that track. Or maybe that's hard for them to hear the announcer because of the heavy rain. I guess most of them will just think the main aim is to get through today, and I know the conditions are going to be better tomorrow for the final.
All right, this time they're away, so our 7 athletes into their work now here in the second of 3 semi-finals in the senior boys 200 metres. It looks like lane 2 just pulled up with maybe a bit of a hamstring, but in the centre of your screens, lane 3, lane 5 and lane 6 all running well. A good finish here from Ben Ward on the outside, but it looks like it will be Caden Taylor storming away from this from Avondale College. Ethan Lagatule just outside of him, maybe picking up second, but bit of drama on that race, and that just goes to show it's tough to stay warm, and you're
was
getting
that Cade Mockett? I think that may have pulled the hamstring, it looked like, or that is devastating for him. You're right though, probably those conditions it's hard, even though it's not super cold. It's when you get wet and you know the body just stiffens up a wee bit, probably waiting in the cool room, and just trying to get everyone to keep moving, because that's really unfortunate though.
Yeah, so Caden Taylor takes that one out from Avondale College with the 22.84, so dipping under 23 seconds again, and Ben Ward was in second place with that 23.19. So there are your two autos. Then Ethan finished up with third in a 23.23. Joe Dolphin, I think we're going to have these results updated. Yeah, Liam Kilby it was who came through for 23.46. So a lot of drama in that second semi-final of the senior boys, 200 metres. And we will have one more race to go before we pack up for our second day here at the TET Stadium in Inglewood. And it's been just wonderful to have your company on Whakaata Māori. Thank you to all of those who have jumped in the comment section, or also hit that share button to send it out to your friends and whānau. And a reminder again, your job watching at home is to jump into that comment section and cheer on your schoolmates, cheer on your whānau. And yeah, let's encourage these athletes, because it's hard yakka out there in the rain. They've travelled from all over the country. They've been training all year. Well, for a lot of these athletes, they've been training for 2 years for this event. And here they are in the rain of Inglewood, racing against the best in the country. So this is the finale, the final race of the day.
So that was a tough last heat with only 5 finishes, having 2 that didn't finish and 1 that didn't start. So that's the thing as well. Sometimes you can have 8 starters, and it's to even get to the finish line can be tough work. So yeah, all respect to those guys that did miss out there. I'm sure their turn will come.
All right, so this heat in lane 1, we've got Ollie Monks from St. Bede's College. Lane 2, Damien Hodgson from Whanganui High School. Lane 3, Sebastian Ferro from John McGlashan. Lane 4, Asher Pettingill Brand, 400 from Christchurch Boys High School. We've got lane 5, Maka Normanton from Francis Douglas. Lane 6 is Arian Wallinge from Avondale College. Lane 8 from Joshua Price from St. Thomas of Canterbury. And just as I speak, Ollie Monks and Gurpreet Singh have withdrawn from the competition. So no lane 7 and no lane 1.
You wonder if that's partly the conditions or what is.
All right, our 6 athletes are up and running. And it looks like a good, strong start from Asher Pettingill Brand. Really powering into the home straight, and who's going to go with him? It looks like Maka Normanton making a good, strong finish is Arian Wallinge on the outside of him as well. And wow, wonderful finish from Maka Normanton, really showing that speed endurance over the last 50 metres. Now Francis Douglas, local, finishing very strong to take out the win in 23.17. Asher Pettingill Brand in 23.22. So there are your top 2 finishers who will go straight through.
I see that Asher does have a PB of 21.95, so he probably was just doing enough to get through. He ran there in January earlier this year, and of course he did really well competing for New Zealand at the Oceania Champs too. Joe Dolphin actually had the second fastest time on paper. He had a PB of 22.17, so it's a shame to not have seen him start.
All right, so there are the results in the third and final semi-final for the senior boys 200 metres. And to round off who got through to the final tomorrow, we've got Rylan Noom, Caden Taylor, Cole Gibbons, Maka Normanton, Ben Ward, Asher Pettingill Brand, and our fastest non-auto qualifiers are Ben Lambert with that 23.17 and Ethan Lagatul from Orewa College with the 23.23. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute privilege bringing the coverage to you here on Whakaata Māori from TET Stadium in Inglewood in Taranaki. My name is Hayden Sherman. I've been joined in the booth by Angie Petty, and thank you to all of our other commentators throughout the day. We'll be back for the finale of the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools tomorrow. Can't wait for you to join us from just before 9 a.m. Be sure to tune in on Whakaata Māori. We will see you then. Haere rā.
Ka kite.
fired.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.